So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto technique had unintended consequences for Genin exam movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Naruto watched in shock and slight hurt that his newly passed team had just walked away, leaving him tied to a wooden stump. "Oi, hurry up and untie me." The blonde-haired boy screamed, his voice reverberated in the distance in hopes that his team would hear him. This had to be some sort of poor-tasting prank, right? Naruto cursed as he struggled against the rope that bound him to the log. He had tried using the rope escape technique to free himself, but he didn't remember it very well, and they weren't taught to untie anything past a Chunin level rope anyways. He couldn't even create a shadow clone to unfasten him, as his hands could barely make it past his midsection before getting blocked by his tight constraints. In the end, the young Genin stopped struggling and blankly stared at the floor. "Gigi, you liar," Naruto thought to himself in hurt. If there was one thing that he remembered from all of the speeches that the third Hokage gave him, his first team wasn't just a team. It was supposed to be his family. Naruto truly believed what the old man had told him, and it was one of the main driving forces that he had when he became a ninja. He would finally have a family that he could trust wholeheartedly, which wouldn't ignore his very existence when he graduated. Yet the very moment that his team had finished their first exercise together, everything had gone back to the past. Kakashi left without a second thought, while Sakura followed Sasuke to whatever he was going to do. It was like Sasuke and Sakura, who were about to feed him, and Kakashi's speech was all fake, that they would only show such levels of camaraderie during a mission. Naruto sunk into his thoughts, his exhaustion slowly creeping upon him as the hours went by. The fires of hope that he held to his chest that one of his team would realize their mistake and come back to help him slowly dimmed before they flickered out of existence. Why did I think anything would be different? In the end, I should only rely on myself. After Naruto had given up on waiting for someone to come help him, it was like there was an invisible weight lifted from his shoulders. The blonde-haired boy desperately thought of something that could help him, however, his hazy memories of his time at the academy, coupled with his poor ninja skills, vetoed any solution that he could think of. Suddenly, something came to mind. It was a vague description of some of the techniques stored in the scroll of sealing he had read while he was looking for something he could learn. Most of the techniques he saw he couldn't understand, so after a brief skim of their contents and abilities, he moved past them before eventually finding the multiple shadow clone technique. After thinking extremely hard about the scroll of seals and the forbidden techniques stored inside, he thought of one technique he saw inside. The 8 inner gates. Naruto couldn't remember much about the technique, but he was enamored at its description, that it could temporarily increase someone's speed and strength until they surpassed the Hokage. The only reason why he didn't attempt to learn this technique was that there was a warning that said the use of said technique could result in death. Yet, in spite of this, Naruto very vaguely remembered how to open the first gate. Even after a week of not thinking about it, the blonde-haired boy remembered that there was a specific point in the left side of the brain which could be opened. If I were stronger, I would be able to just snap the ropes. Naruto thought to himself, ready to attempt to open the first inner gate. Naruto closed his eyes, envisioning the chakra pathway within his body. He could see streams of chakra that circulated through his body alongside several holes. Focusing on the left side of his brain, Naruto noticed something that looked like it should be a hole, but it was closed. This must be the first gate. He couldn't remember much about how to open the gate, except that chakra had to be sent to it. Naruto knew he wasn't the brightest student out of everyone at the academy, but he wasn't stupid either. The blonde-haired boy knew that the brain was one of the most sensitive parts of the body, and any mistake could result in him turning into a vegetable. Whatever that was. Hence Naruto focused as hard as he could, sending a small stream of chakra onto the closed point on the left side of the brain. He could faintly feel that he had reached a blockage, and he slowly pushed as little chakra as possible into the gate. After hundreds of attempts of pushing the chakra into the closed gate, Naruto started getting a little impatient. However, the fear of harming himself after making a mistake scared him far more than staying tied to the post for longer. Eventually, Naruto felt a small hole appear at the gate, which he pushed his potent chakra into. Slowly but surely, he sent more and more chakra into the gate, opening it wider and wider. Naruto figured that the absence of pain meant he wasn't doing anything wrong, however, at the same time, he wasn't feeling any more powerful. After what felt like forever, the gate stopped expanding, with Naruto's chakra filling it completely. Opening his eyes, Naruto looked around, confused. Wasn't I supposed to get super strong and break through these restraints? All of a sudden, Naruto felt a surging pain originating from his brain that quickly rushed throughout his body. The young boy opened his mouth to scream, but all that left his mouth was a silent whine as tears started streaming down his face. I knew this wouldn't go right. Why would it? Nothing ever does with me. Ultimately, the pain in his head reached the point where he couldn't handle it anymore and he fell unconscious. While unconscious, Naruto had a long dream. First memory, age 0. Naruto could hear sounds of destruction resounding from all around, yet he could see nothing but darkness, which scared him. However, he felt a comforting feeling as his whole body was enveloped in warmth as he was swayed from side to side, which made all the fear vanish. All of a sudden, all sounds started to die down as he lost himself in the warm feeling with all noise drifting away. Had he fallen asleep? Naruto didn't know how long he was in this state. Why was he here? Why couldn't he move? He was broken from his thoughts and fears by the warm sound of a young woman whose voice was intermittently cut off with painful groans. Naruto, me? Don't be a fussy eater, eat lots and grow healthy and strong. Make sure that you bathe every day and stay warm. Also don't stay up late, you need lots of sleep, and make friends, you don't need a lot of friends, just a few ones that you can really trust. I wasn't very good at it, but keep up with your studies and practice your ninjutsu hard. Remember that everyone has strengths and weaknesses, so don't get too depressed if you can't do something well. Respect your teachers and upperclassmen at the academy. Oh, and this is important, it's about the 3 prohibitions for a shinobi. Be extra careful about lending and borrowing money. Put your mission wages into your savings account. No alcohol until you're 20, too much can ruin your health, so drink in moderation. Another prohibition is women. I'm a woman, so I don't know too much about this, but all you need to remember is that the world is made up of men and women. So it's only natural to take an interest in girls. But just don't get hooked on bad women, find someone just like me. Speaking of the 3 prohibitions, be wary of Jiraiya sensei, you know Naruto, from now on, you're going to face lots of pain and hardship. Be true to yourself, have a dream, and have the confidence to make that dream come true. There's so much more that I want to pass on to you. I wish I could stay with you longer. I love you. Naruto was in shock as he listened to the woman's heartfelt words. Who was she, and why was she talking to him like that? He had never met someone that sounded like that in his life, and certainly not someone who cared as much as it seemed like she did. The woman seemed to whisper to someone nearby before a man's voice, just as pained as the woman's, yet just as warm, spoke. I am sorry I won't be there for you as a father, Naruto. Your life is going to be difficult and full of hardships, but I believe in you. Listen to your mother. Between us, she was always the smarter one. Always try to do what you believe is best, and I am sure you will grow into a fine young man I will be proud of. I love you, my son. Involuntarily, Naruto opened his bright blue eyes to see a red-headed woman and a blonde-haired man standing in front of him, being impaled by the claws of the Kyuubi. They seemed to both mutter something before the Kyuubi quickly shrunk before fusing into his body. Mom? Dad? Was Naruto's last coherent thought before he lost himself to the tide of memories that overwhelmed him. 4 years later, Konohagakure Orphanage, age 4. Naruto was curled up in his bed. It was what he determined to be his only safe space in this cold, harsh world. The young boy had always wondered why he was treated differently from others. He looked through the window to see multiple children ranging from 3 to 8 years old playing. Yet despite knowing they were having so much fun, he couldn't bring himself to join them, knowing that all he would receive were mean words and cold stares. Children, come down for your lesson. A voice resounded throughout the orphanage that Naruto recognized to be the matron's. The sounds of playing and laughter died down as the children split into their respective age groups, entering different rooms. In the room that Naruto walked in were 7 or 8 other boys and girls who fidgeted while waiting for the caretaker to start teaching. Today, we are going to learn the alphabet. The caretaker cheered with a happy smile on her face, exciting the children. Naruto also looked forward to learning. He had always wanted to be like those people he saw jumping from roof to roof and had overheard that you needed to read and write to do that. A young blonde-haired boy listened intently as the caretaker passed out a pencil and sheet of paper to each child while explaining today's lesson. However, when the caretaker reached him, she simply passed him without acknowledging his existence. Miss Caretaker, what about me? Naruto asked, slightly raising his hand to catch her attention. As if she didn't hear the boy, the caretaker continued to talk about the basics of the alphabet without a pause. Naruto looked down intently at his table as if he felt judging stares from the children around him and didn't bother asking again. So what if he didn't have a pencil and paper? If he put enough effort in, he could learn too, right? 3 years later, Konohagakure Orphanage, age 7. It turns out he was wrong. Even though he paid attention to every word the caretaker said while repeating everything he heard inside his head, he quickly fell behind in his studies. Although the caretakers changed from each year to the next as he moved classrooms, his treatment was the same. He was ignored whenever he asked a question, and he was never handed a pencil or paper. Several weeks later, age 7. Naruto was ecstatic. Well, he was on one of his regular camping trips to escape the presence of everyone who just looked straight through him at the orphanage. He ran into an old man in the forest. Initially, he had thought that the old man was lost, but it turns out he was the Hokage. Hokage. Whoever he was the leader of the village. But most importantly, he spoke to him, didn't ignore his very existence with the blank stare that he so often received, but instead had a warm smile. The old man even laughed when talking with him. He could remember what the old man said like it was yesterday. People don't like you, you say. Well, why don't you become a ninja? They are loved and respected by virtually everybody in the village as they are our protectors. Naruto was surprised when he had heard this, if he became a ninja, people would like him. The blonde-haired boy was undoubtedly even more surprised to find out that the ninja that the old man talked about were those cool people who jumped from roof to roof. Really? I want to become a ninja then. Naruto cheered before slumping. But how do I become a ninja? I don't know if anybody would teach me. The old man looked thoughtful. Well, I could use my power to enroll you as a student at the academy. However, you must train really hard to become a ninja. I'll do it. I will try my best and maybe I will become Hokage like you one day. I would love to see that day, Naruto-kun. 2 years later, Konoha Ninja Academy, age 9. Naruto looked at the barely passing grade marked on his exam paper. It turned out that becoming a ninja was much harder than he thought. The young child remembered his first couple of days at the academy, trying his best to make a good impression on the teachers. But it seemed like they knew the people from the orphanage because they treated him in almost the exact same way. Thankfully, they weren't completely the same, as these teachers had given him books just like everybody else. But that was the extent of their help. Whenever he raised his hand to ask a question, it would always stay in the air until his arm got tired. Every test or assignment handed back only contained the overall marks, unlike other students who received detailed corrections on their mistakes. In the end, Naruto decided that he would impress them by studying hard and becoming the top student in the class. They couldn't ignore him if he was the #1 student, right? Naruto soon found out that becoming the #1 student without any helpful guidance was near impossible. It didn't help that the books he was given contained many words that he hadn't learned or couldn't remember from learning the basics at the orphanage. He was slowly learning the words he missed out or had forgotten with the help of a discarded book that he found in the trash. But as a result, he was spending less time on his ninja studies and fell even further behind. At least I am not the worst student in the class. Naruto thought to himself in a vain attempt to muster some form of pride. Yet as he looked toward the student who scored the lowest marks, he could only feel envy. Even though that student received the worst grade in the class, he didn't seem to care. In fact, he was happily chatting with his friends, seemingly without a care in the world. Friends? It had been a while since he had attempted to make friends, since everyone at the orphanage ignored him. He didn't even try to talk to anyone when he first arrived at class because he was scared he would receive the same treatment. However, they seemed like friendly people. And since there was no point in studying anymore, as he learned that high grades didn't exactly equal many friends. They seem like nice people. Naruto thought, blankly watching the interactions between everyone in the class. There's no point in studying if I am so far behind. It's not like high grades equal many friends anyways. Naruto glanced toward the class's top student, who blankly stared out the window, ignoring everybody else. Sasuke Uchiha, the blonde-haired boy, didn't know why Sasuke was like that, but he was slightly envious of the treatment the boy received from others in the class. Even though the boy ignored everyone around him, he still had people surrounding him. The blonde-haired girl, Inoyawa Yamanaka, and the pink-haired girl, Sakura Haruno, both seemed to gravitate towards the boy. Maybe I should try making some friends. Naruto thought. Hopefully, it would make that weird feeling he felt when he saw other people talk and smile at each other go away. It turns out that making friends is even harder than studying. Naruto reflected on his efforts over the past 2 years while ignoring the ongoing lecture. He had been in this class for a little over 4 years, but he had yet to make a single friend. Of course, not without trying, but everyone seemed to have an excuse for why they couldn't be friends. The first person he attempted to befriend was a young boy called Shino Abarum because he was quite like him. Yet even after he spent the effort to learn about the boy's favorite topic, insects. One day, the boy mentioned that his Kakashi felt uncomfortable in his presence and that they couldn't be friends. Naruto snorted, remembering that, if he hadn't wanted to be around him, he should have just said so. There was no need to lie to him about it. Naruto had also attempted to befriend the others in the class but was met with varying obstacles or straight-out refusals. A young girl called Hinata Hyuga would always faint when he tried talking to her. He wasn't that scary, right? At one point, Naruto had thought he had made success when he managed to hang out with Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi and Kiba Inuzuka, with them all going to the park to watch clouds or play on the swings. Yet after goofing off with them a few times, they also seemed to stop wanting to hang out with him. After the first year of trying to make friends through various methods, whether it was learning about what they were interested in, only doing what they wanted to do, or even giving gifts, Naruto shifted his goals to another event. His birthday was coming up and he had overheard that people made friends at birthday parties. Thankfully, the old man had given him his own apartment a few years back when he had inadvertently complained that he was being ignored by his caretakers. Maybe he could host a party, and if everyone had fun, they would be able to hang out more. Naruto spent the rest of his time before the birthday party saving up money, to the point of not even visiting Ramen Ichiraku. He had done his best to make handwritten invitations to everyone in his class, triple-checking to ensure that he had spelt their names correctly before putting them under their desks. Nobody said anything in class on the day of his birthday, it was like they hadn't received the letters at all. Maybe they are shy. Naruto thought to himself. He could understand since he didn't even have the courage to invite them in person and could only send letters. The young boy started hyping himself up. Everyone was going to come and he would make so many friends that he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Sloppily made banners decorated the apartment, which made the somewhat gloomy apartment look much nicer. After placing the food on any surface he could see, Naruto sat and waited for his first guest to arrive. Yet after a few hours of waiting after the time specified on the invitations, nobody had turned up. Naruto looked at the birthday cake that sat in front of him. Maybe they are running late. The young boy said hopefully to himself. However, as the hours went by and the food cooled, Naruto started to feel like nobody was planning on coming, despite his endless optimism. Did I do something wrong? Why didn't they just tell me if they couldn't come? He was a big boy now. He could take rejection. Especially after being rejected so many times, a small bitter part of himself added. In the end, Naruto silently ate the cake alone. Nobody was coming to his birthday. Maybe they weren't interested because it wasn't good enough. Thinking that had hurt, but it was much better than accepting that nobody liked him. I'll try harder next year. The blonde-haired boy resolved to get at least one person to attend his party next year. For the next year, Naruto spent most of his time saving money. Occasionally, he would hunt a hare boar in the forest and sell it to a traveling merchant to make some extra money. The day before his 11th birthday, he again sent out invitations to everyone by hiding them in their desks. He bought a bigger cake, even more food and better decorations, which were all neatly set out on the day. Yet history repeated itself once more. Even after the increased effort he put in, nobody came even hours after the invitation time. Naruto didn't want to spend his birthday alone again, so he decided to just visit the festival. To avoid the cold glares and whispers that seemed to follow him, Naruto covered himself up until he was unrecognizable. It was October anyways, and most people covered up at this time of year. However, after walking around for 5 minutes, Naruto wished he had never left the house. He found out the reason why nobody came to his birthday party. He could see Sakura and Ino hanging out at one of the stalls, while Shikamaru and Choji were eating at another. Naruto even saw Hinata walking alongside a taller man and a young girl that looked similar to her. Naruto had never felt so distraught in his life, not even when he was ignored by the people at the orphanage. Of course, they didn't attend his parties because they didn't want to. What other reasons could there possibly be? They were busy. The young boy never thought he was demanding. All he wanted was for someone to look at him just like old man Hokage did whenever he visited. "Boy, get back here." Naruto turned to where the voice was coming from and watched as a young child was running from what he assumed were his family or friends, judging by the smiles on their faces. One thing that confused him was the fact that those chasing the boy were covered in a mixture of blue, red and green paint. "You can't catch me. It was your fault for walking into my trap," giggled the young boy as he fled into the crowd. In spite of his sadness, Naruto let a small smile slip past. The young boy threw a paint bomb at them. That sounded pretty funny. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him. Prank. Naruto saw how much attention the boys had when running through the crowd. Even he, who wasn't in a very good mood, turned his head to look, his eyes glued to them. If I pranked others, will people look at me too? Naruto didn't care if they sent looks of amusement, cold glares or even hateful ones. As long as at least someone glanced his way, he was happy. The young boy looked at the street stalls, picking up a bucket of paint with the remainders of his money. He had enough food to last at least a week anyway. 1 year later, age 12. Naruto smiled at his latest prank that had shocked everybody. It was the first time anybody had even considered vandalizing the Hokage monument, so it was never guarded. It served them right, Naruto Uzumaki did what he wanted when he wanted. "Get back here, Naruto." Several civilians and low-ranking ninjas screamed as they formed a small mob, chasing him. Naruto smiled in glee. It felt great. People actually called him by name instead of boy or you. He had even heard someone call him fox brat for some reason. He tucked that thought away, assuming it was because of the whisker marks on his face. Naruto remembered back to the first prank he pulled, it was on one of the teachers that had been mean to him throughout the years. It was a small prank in which he added a fresh layer of paint to the teacher's chair and desk, which quickly coated the teacher's clothes as he sat down. Eventually, the teacher signaled out that it was him, which he unabashedly admitted. Naruto subtly scanned students' reactions in the class, some looked annoyed, while some were smiling. However, one girl, who he remembered to be Sakura Haruno, flashed a brief smile in his direction before covering her mouth. It made him feel warm and fuzzy, and he really wanted that feeling to continue. At that moment, Naruto decided that he liked the pink-haired girl and wanted to be friends with her, even though he had failed before. Even after being shot down several times asking the girl for a date, Naruto desperately sought that feeling again. So he upped the levels of his pranks, which were slowly becoming more and more elaborate in hopes for her to smile at him once more. Initially, he targeted everyone who was mean to him over the years, but eventually, it escalated into pranking several important parts of the village. Several days later, age 12. Naruto stood in a clearing as he held the scroll of sealing which Mizuki-sensei told him to steal as an additional graduation test after he had failed the regular one. The blonde-haired boy scanned through the techniques on the scroll. Flying Thunder God Jutsu Shiki and Space-Time Ninjutsu concepts. The 8 Inner Gates. Living Corpse Reincarnation. Eventually, he reached a technique called the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Iruka-sensei mentioned that he had failed due to not being able to create a clone. So maybe if he learned how to do a clone technique even after passing the hidden graduation test, he might be promoted to a higher rank. A Super Genin. An Elite Genin. The subsequent events seemed to blur together as Naruto slowly came to himself in the long dream he was having. "You're the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Mizuki screamed at him, who was guarded by a bleeding Iruka. "He isn't the demon fox. He is Naruto Uzumaki." "Well done. Naruto, close your eyes. Those in the ninja world who break the rules are scum, that's true, but those who abandon their friends are lower than scum. Why did they leave me?" Dream over. After experiencing the last of the dream, Naruto awoke in a cold sweat. Was it a dream? It had to have been one. However, despite telling himself that, Naruto knew it wasn't true. Those were his memories, being far clearer than they had ever been before. "So I am the son of that red-headed woman and the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze." Naruto blankly stared ahead before bitterly laughing. Hahaha, how ridiculous. There's no way. Yet the image of Minato and the red-headed woman looking at him with nothing but love in their eyes as they whispered their last words was permanently ingrained in his mind. There's no way. Why? 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 Naruto's tears rolled down his face. Why did they choose him? Why did they die? Why did they leave him all alone? Naruto wanted to hate them for taking away his fantasies that his parents were still alive out there somewhere, not knowing that he was suffering in Konoha. That they were looking for him and missed him just as much as he missed them. However, he couldn't. Going through his memories, he understood what he wasn't able to understand when he was moments after being born. He could hear and feel the love that they had for him. That they didn't want to leave him alone. That they didn't want to subject him to this life. "I'll make them proud. If you are looking over me, I will become so strong that you will never have to worry about me ever again. That's a promise." Naruto screamed to the skies, hoping his voice would somehow be transmitted to his parents in the afterlife. The blonde-haired boy rubbed his face into his orange jacket, wiping the tears from his face. After calming down, he looked down at the rope, tying him to the log. After waking up, he remembered everything he had experienced in his life, including every word of the 8 Inner Gates technique. He didn't use the wrong Tenketsu. The first gate, the gate of opening, was located in the left part of his brain. However, instead of slowly opening the gate and saturating it with his chakra, he was supposed to violently force his chakra through the gate, resulting in a temporary increase in strength and speed. Naruto closed his eyes and checked the status of the first gate. It was still open, and there was no strain on his body at all. It was weird because he was out for what was most likely several hours, as denoted by the darkness that surrounded him. Yet the scroll of sealing stated that opening the gate, even the very first gate, was supposed to cause tremendous strain on the body. Even more so for someone like him who had just graduated from the academy. And yet he felt fine. Even better than fine. Did it have something to do with the way he opened the gate? The fact that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Or maybe even the fact that he could have developed a bloodline that affected his body? After his stomach groaned once more, Naruto decided that he would figure out the reasoning behind the changes he was currently experiencing later. All he wanted to do was escape from the ropes, eat and sleep. Think, Naruto, think. What could I possibly do to escape? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to mind. It was a lesson that a Jonin volunteered to do a few years ago because his class was full of clan heirs and was expected to be the backbone of Konoha in the future. One-handed hand seals. At the time, he couldn't understand it and it wasn't an interesting lecture by any means. However, Naruto did his absolute best to pay attention to every word said and every action the Jonin performed. This was one of the top ninjas of the village. Even if it wasn't useful to him back then, it might come in handy in the future. The multiple shadow clone technique uses a clone seal. Therefore the one-handed version should be this. Naruto struggled to move his right hand into the correct seal. Even though he had seen it before and remembered it with perfect clarity, he had never once attempted to use it. Hence, his fingers were trembling slightly, unused to the new yet awkward movement they were subjected to. Naruto expelled a relatively large burst of chakra before a dead clone-like thing poofed into existence for a moment before disappearing. Arg, come on. The trapped Genin screamed in pure rage. He had to deal with making dead clones for years. He didn't want to experience it again. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Naruto focused on his right hand as he subtly moved his fingers into a more standard shape. There was no reason why he would get this right on the first try. Even learning the multiple shadow clone technique took over an hour to learn. Poof, a dead clone appeared. Poof, a dead clone was expelled. It didn't take long for Naruto's one-handed clone sign to become more and more natural. The clones also started to look closer and closer to a normal shadow clone. Suddenly, an exact replica of Naruto appeared in front of him. The clone seemed to know what its purpose was as he stuffed his hands into Naruto's ninja pouch, pulling out a slightly blunted kunai before sawing at the ropes tying the boy. Thanks. Naruto thanked himself. That was weird. But the clone merely gave a grin, no problem, boss. And dispelled himself. Suddenly, Naruto was hit with a slight influx of memories. He remembered seeing himself tied to the post, rummaging through his own pockets to retrieve a kunai before setting himself free. I can get the memories of my own clones. Naruto asked aloud to himself in confusion. He never noticed it before, which wasn't surprising considering all the times he had used them were in fights. Naruto focused, trying to remember the description of the multiple shadow clone technique stored within the scroll of sealing. Multiple shadow clone, A rank supplementary technique. This technique allows the user to create a large number of copies of themselves. The user's chakra is evenly divided between themselves and their clones. See shadow clone technique for dangers and additional side effects. No wonder I didn't pick up on such an awesome tip earlier. Naruto scratched the back of his head in wonder. The standard shadow clone technique wasn't found within the scroll of sealing. Or maybe it was, but not in the first 3 techniques that he had read when looking for a cool technique in the scroll. Just as Naruto was about to think of all the potential applications of the shadow clone technique, a sudden wave of tiredness hit him. He was low on chakra, hadn't eaten in almost a day, and hadn't slept in nearly 20 hours. Hence the young Genin discarded all remaining thoughts and returned home. Thankfully, Kakashi, the lazy Jonin, stated that missions wouldn't start for another day, giving him time to figure out things tomorrow. Contrary to Naruto's earth-shattering revelations yesterday, he experienced the best night of sleep that he had ever had in his whole life. Releasing a small yawn, the blonde rubbed his eyes as he sat up in his bed, contemplating yesterday's events. Now that his emotions had settled down, he wondered what he should do. Naruto desperately wanted to run to the Hokage and scream at him, demanding why the old man kept saying that he didn't know his parents when he clearly did. He saw the old man pick him up shortly after his parents sealed the Kyuubi into him. There was no way he didn't know. However, what good would it do? The Hokage questioning him about where he learned that information. Him denying it to the very end that he didn't know his parents. The slight satisfaction he might get after hearing it from the old man's mouth. In the end, Naruto now knew who his father was, and he had enough information to figure out who his mother was. He knew what they looked like, but most importantly, he knew that they loved him. Yet the years of lies that the Hokage spewed left a bitter feeling in his heart. He didn't know who his parents were. He didn't know why the villagers hated him. Naruto didn't know if the Hokage would have told him about the Kyuubi being sealed in him, unless he was forced to, like Mizuki inadvertently forced him to. The blonde-haired boy oh so wanted to talk to someone about what he was feeling, but who could he tell? The Hokage had lied to him practically throughout the duration that he had known him. Certainly not his team, that had abandoned him tied to the log not even a day after becoming a team. His non-existent friends. Naruto had even considered telling the Ichiraku duo Tsuchi and Aim. He had known them for several years after they had been kind enough to feed him when he had no money. They were some of the kindest people he knew as they hadn't ignored him due to the Kyuubi. However, they were civilians. Naruto didn't want to burden them with something that could easily get them killed if others found out. In the end, Naruto kept it all to himself. He has handled everything alone ever since he was born. He didn't need to share his problems with others. He knew his parents loved him, that was enough for him. Naruto then thought about the following problem, the 8 inner gates. Closing his eyes, he could still see that the first gate was open, yet he felt no strain. The only thing that had happened after fully opening the first gate was remembering every detail he had experienced in his life. Maybe that was what opening the gate did. The brain did contain memories, so opening the gate allowed full access to the memories. It was different from the massive increase in strength and speed described by the scroll of sealing, but when has anything ever been normal for him? Naruto tried to create an explanation to satisfy him. Yet, he didn't know enough about the 8 inner gates to draw any conclusions. All he knew was that they were actually tenketsu that were usually closed, contrary to the other tenketsu, which are always open. After scratching his head in confusion, Naruto put the problem behind him. Or at least until he had learned enough about the brain, chakra pathway, tenketsu and the gates before studying further. If he had accidentally discovered a new way of opening the gates like Naruto assumed he did, then he would continue to develop the technique into a unique version that only he knows. Maybe opening each gate would provide him with a special ability or a boost without adding any additional strain on his body. It would be much better than any fancy schmancy temporary boost that wasn't his own strength and might harm him in the long run. Naruto shook his head and snapped out of his fantasies. There was no use daydreaming about what the technique he inadvertently stumbled upon could do, he should focus on the present. Hence he thought about the next problem he had to solve, the multiple shadow clone technique. There were many things about the technique that he didn't know because they weren't written in the scroll of sealing. The only things that Naruto knew about the technique were that they formed solid clones and they would pass on every memory experienced in its lifetime when it was dispelled. As a result of the lack of information, Naruto did something he hadn't done for several years. He took notes. How many clones can I make? How much damage can they take before being dispelled? How many memories get transferred back to me? What happens if I dispel a clone with another in existence? Do we both get memories? If a clone does physical training, do I get stronger? Is everything on me cloned, including weapons? If so, are the cloned weapons as weak as the main body? After finishing writing every single application of the shadow clone technique that he could think of, Naruto made a clone sign and willed 4 clones into existence. I want you to read this book. Naruto handed a book from the academy that he hadn't touched while making a mental note to return it before the end of the week. The clones started grumbling but took the book and went off to read in the corner. Naruto then hastily scribbled something on a piece of paper before handing it to another clone, away from the eyes of the other 2. After ensuring the clone had read it, he dispelled it and looked toward the other 2 clones. You really need to get better handwriting, boss. One of the clones muttered while rolling his before announcing, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I like ramen. So it seems like the memories are transmitted to all clones. Naruto pondered out loud before his thoughts were rudely interrupted by himself. I bet even someone who isn't a clone would be able to guess that was what you had written. A clone snarked before suddenly being violently dispelled. Cling a kunai dropped to the floor in its wake. Naruto gave an evil glare to the other clone, daring it to say something. Hey, I like ramen as much as you do, boss. The clone rapidly shook his head, not wanting to be dispelled like that too. Whatever, just pass me one of your kunai and start working out, Naruto grumbled, extending his hand. Faster than anything he had seen before, Naruto watched the clone quickly pull out a kunai from his pouch before leaving the room to exercise. While waiting for the clone to exhaust itself, Naruto looked closely at the kunai, comparing it to his own. It was an exact replica, whether it was size, shape, weight, hardness or sharpness. Throwing the cloned kunai at the wall didn't cause the kunai to dispel, which was strange since the shadow clone just now had dispelled with a small nick to the leg. Maybe non-living objects retain their properties. If that's the case, then if the object takes any form of damage, it should dispel. Naruto muttered, taking one of his kunai and went to work making a scratch on the cloned one. Sure enough, after 10 seconds of sawing, the cloned kunai disappeared in a puff of smoke. So to keep my clones around for longer, I need to reduce the damage that they take. Naruto's muttering filled the apartment as he added each conclusion drawn to his notes. An hour later, Naruto dispelled the remaining clones, feeling a large bout of exhaustion alongside the knowledge of the academy book stuffed into his head. He summarized all of the results from the experiments and wrote them on a single sheet of paper. I can make at least 1,000 clones, as shown in the fight against Mizuki. The clones aren't very durable, and any scratch will dispel them. When the clones dispel, they transmit all memories to himself and any existing clones. The cloned weapons have the same durability as standard weapons, but dispel when they run out of chakra to maintain their form. Clones do not transfer any physical training. However, they do transfer the exhaustion from doing so. The clones also seem to have varying personalities, although they generally act the same as me. With all of the mysteries of Shadow Clone solved, Naruto sat down and thought about his future plan of action. He made a promise that he would become the strongest ninja to ever exist for his parents, and Naruto Uzumaki doesn't break a promise. His first idea before he started training was to get an honest evaluation of his skills, but he didn't know anybody that would help him in that regard. Therefore he just wrote a list of what he knew he could do. Ninjutsu. Multiple Shadow Clone, Henge, Kawarimi. Kinjutsu. Can't perform any, but can dispel jutsu below D rank. Kijutsu. Only learned the basics of the academy style but doesn't feel comfortable. Shuriken Jutsu. Hit a non-moving target 5 out of 10 times 10 meters away using kunai and shuriken. Stealth. Can avoid several Chunin after painting the Hokage monument. Speed strength. Can run away from Chunin. Dunno about strength. Hand seals. Can make 2 standard hand seals a second and I only know how to do a single one-handed seal. Naruto looked at the relatively short vague list and sighed. There was a lot of work to do to become stronger. Well, I ain't gonna get stronger just by sitting around. Naruto hyped himself up, ready to leave through the door to do what? What could he do to train himself? Naruto's hand hovered over the door handle. The only thing he knew about training as a genin was that he was supposed to be trained by his Jonin sensei. Were there no other options but to go ask for help? Even though he had only just decided that he could be strong alone. The Shinobi Library. Naruto shouted in exclamation, remembering one of the places he wanted to visit a few years ago. A few years ago, when he was trying to get ahead of his classmates in their ninja studies, Naruto was attempting all sorts of methods to progress his learning. However, with the limited materials he had access to, his learning speed was much slower than his peers. At one point, he had wanted to access the Konoha library to read different books in hopes of finding a different explanation to help him understand the content of the lectures. But he was barred because he wasn't a genin yet and nobody below the ranks of genin was allowed into the library. The ever-so-curious Naruto had ended up asking about the protocols of the library, if only to sate his curiosity. There were several rules for the library that made it both far and unfair to aspiring ninjas. The first rule was that to view ninjutsu and jinjutsu, you had to pay based on the technique's rank. Only B-rank techniques and below are sold, while A-rank techniques and above are either self-created, taught by Jonin, or allowed to read upon entry to Anbu. The jutsu and Bukijutsu were exempt from this rule because learning a style took a long time and there wasn't any specific style that was overwhelmingly stronger than any others. The second rule was that all resources such as chakra control and nature transformation exercises were only available for genin rank ninja and above. In Naruto's opinion, this rule was the most unfair one, as clan ninjas had a great advantage as they were taught the more advanced exercises and techniques at home, unlike civilians who had to make genin before they could read scrolls. The third and most important rule was that any damage to the library would be met with a hefty fine and a temporary permanent ban from the premises, depending on the damage caused. After recalling the rules and regulations, Naruto reached for the money pouch on his waist, examining the contents. There were very few times he wished he didn't spend all of his money on ramen, and this was one of those times as he looked at his almost empty pouch. However, that feeling was quickly squashed by the thought that he needed to focus on the basics first. Iruka-sensei always reprimanded him, saying that his chakra control was terrible or that his Taijutsu Shuriken Jutsu sucked. So Naruto figured that he should first fill in the gaps in his knowledge due to skipping the academy over the past year. While also learning everything he had failed to understand at the academy before thinking about what cool ninjutsu he should learn. With his goal decided, Naruto opened the door, relying on his memories to find the shinobi library. It didn't take long before Naruto could be spotted standing outside the Konoha library. It was a large pink stone building with mahogany brown planks decorating its outskirts. Yet despite being a relatively important building in Konoha, the blonde-haired boy noted it was fairly deserted. Naruto hoped he wouldn't be barred from entering due to his past pranking habits. After all, it was one of the few places that he refused to prank in respect for the librarian that didn't hold any prejudice. Or maybe she did, but just hid it well. A pessimistic part of Naruto thought. After opening the front door, Naruto scratched his head in confusion after finding that the inside of the library was practically devoid of people. Surely a place that is as useful as the library wouldn't be this empty. Maybe I am here too early. What Naruto didn't know was that the library was rarely visited by shinobi unless they received a D-rank mission to clean it. This was because all taijutsu, kinjutsu and even ninjutsu and jinjutsu are usually taught by their superiors. They would only visit the library to purchase a jutsu that they wanted to learn, but nobody knew or if they wanted to brush up on their geographical knowledge. Hello, receptionist lady. I would like to visit the shinobi section. Naruto walked over to the half-asleep receptionist, waking the woman from her stupor. Ah, you're the Uzumaki kid. The receptionist tapered off, earning a sheepish look from the boy. She was reluctant to let him in as she would be held jointly responsible for any damage done to the library. However, rules were rules, and any shinobi were allowed to enter, provided they weren't banned. Naruto looked curiously at the receptionist while she was having internal struggles about letting him, but smiled as she sighed, her shoulders dropping all tension. Just don't damage anything. The receptionist commanded, shooing the boy away while watching him like a hawk. She didn't have anything against the boy, but the boy's love for pranks, even if they were sometimes funny, made her a little wary about what his goal was in visiting the library. Her worries were quelled as she saw Naruto pick up a book on the basics of shinobi arts before sitting by a table in the corner. She continued watching him for the better part of an hour, waiting for him to slip up, but all she could see was him silently reading. Eventually, she decided that the boy could be trusted. It wasn't like she could spend all day watching him, so the receptionist returned to what she was doing before he arrived. Dozing off. Naruto finally felt the gaze on his back disappear, allowing him to immerse himself in the book. He wasn't often stared at, especially with such an intent gaze that drilled into the back of his head, so he initially felt a little awkward. But the awkwardness soon faded as he continued to read the book's contents. It didn't take long before he was able to make his way through the book. As he gently closed the book, Naruto thought back to the contents of the book before coming to a startling realization. He could remember every word of every line of every page in the book. He could remember everything. Naruto took a small slip of paper and wrote the contents of page 48 before comparing what he had written to the text in the book. It was exactly the same. The blonde-haired boy continued to test himself with random lines in the book, with him having a 100% success rate in recalling what he had read. Naruto knew that he had never had this ability before, otherwise, even with the subtle sabotage he received at the orphanage and the academy, he wouldn't have fallen behind at all. He recalled that this all started after opening the first inner gate, the gate of opening. What if opening the first gate didn't grant access to every memory, but instead caused a change in my brain to give me the ability to remember everything I see? It made sense after thinking about it. Naruto had found it strange that the clone had managed to memorize everything in the book it was given so quickly. But he ended up figuring that it had something to do with the nuances of shadow clones. However, this was completely different. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up and even surpass everyone in his graduation class with this new ability, especially with the help of shadow clones, which made it as if he was reading 10 or even 100 times at once. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself before he got too ahead of himself. There were still things about the shadow clone technique that he was wary about. After dispelling the 2 clones that were reading and training, he did feel a significant amount of exhaustion and slight pain from the sudden memory influx. He didn't want to find out what would happen to this slight pain if there were 10, 5 or even only 3 clones reading simultaneously. He might even feel the same sharp pains he experienced when initially opening the first inner gate. The blonde was sure that he was walking on thin ice at the library. With his past penchant for pranks, he knew he would immediately be kicked out if he made noise, even from screaming in pain. Hence Naruto decided to tone down the plan to summon 10 shadow clones and only conjured a single clone. If he discovered that he could handle the strain from more than 1 clone reading, he would assign more to read in the future. Clone Naruto walked over to a nearby bookshelf, picking up a book about nature transformation before an idea came to his mind. No jutsu, the clone transformed itself into an ordinary genin before sitting at a table out of the receptionist's view. Naruto's eyes brightened and he nodded in admiration at the smart idea. He truly was a genius. If others came in, seeing 2 Narutos reading, they might get suspicious about his use of clones. The henge would prevent anybody from walking in and seeing the 2 Narutos reading while hiding in the receptionist's blind spot would prevent her from calling out why a Genin entered without signing in. After learning that the person he considered closest to him, the Hokage, had lied about the 2 biggest problems that plagued his existence, alongside remembering clearly how everyone he knew had treated him, had made Naruto not know who to trust. As a result, he would rather keep his training a secret for as long as possible. After both Narutos settled down, they began to read in earnest, flipping through the pages much faster after discovering his now perfect memory. True to its name, his memory was truly perfect. It didn't matter if he was reading at speeds that most humans, even shinobi, couldn't accomplish, he was still memorizing every word. Yet, despite only focusing on memorizing, Naruto was instinctively breaking down every sentence he read into the basics. This wasn't just rote memorization and recalling facts, but he was actually learning as he was reading. That's strange. If my increase in memory can be attributed to the first gate, what could my increase in understanding be related to? Naruto thought to himself. Initially, he put it down, as his sudden enthusiasm for learning had bolstered his learning rate. Or the book he was reading explained it in a way that was easy for him to understand. Yet even after changing books, Naruto still felt the same way. In the end, Naruto shook his head and continued to read. The sudden increase in comprehension and understanding wasn't a problem that needed figuring out. He didn't need to overthink every small thing that happened. Since the learning increase happened around the same time as his changes in memory, then he would just chalk it up to being a result of opening the first inner gate. For the next few hours, Naruto could be seen in the corner reading books. After every hour, he would swap the book for a different one on the same subject. He learned more than in 1 month of studying at the academy for every hour spent reading. So it turns out that the shinobi arts are divided into ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, with there being many sub-techniques, such as bukijutsu, fuinjutsu and juinjutsu. There are even some techniques such as senjutsu and space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu isn't that one of the techniques I found in the scroll of sealing? The Hiraishin. Naruto muttered aloud to himself, breaking his gaze free from the book. He took a quick look around in the library, finding several books on space-time ninjutsu, however, they were closer to random creator notes, alongside calculations and formulas that would make anyone dizzy looking at them. One word that caught his attention on one of the space-time ninjutsu notes was fuinjutsu, which was hastily scribbled on the page. Curious about how fuinjutsu was linked to space-time ninjutsu, Naruto looked around until he found an introductory book on fuinjutsu. Fuinjutsu is a type of technique whose entire purpose is to seal. Whether objects, living creatures or chakra, everything can be sealed with fuinjutsu. Naruto's gaze stopped partway through the book, despite finding the book an interesting read. The Uzumaki clan, which hailed from Yuzashigakure in the land of whirlpools, were fuinjutsu specialists. Uzumaki clan? I have a clan. Do they know about me? Naruto gasped in shock and happiness, quickly searching the library for every scroll they had on the Uzumaki clan. Yet after he started reading the very few scrolls stored in the library, Naruto's happiness turned into horror. Every scroll stated that Yuzashigakure was destroyed in the Second Shinobi World War due to fear of their fuinjutsu. As a result, the Uzumaki clan had practically gone extinct, with very few sightings of an Uzumaki in the elemental nations. Naruto looked distraught at the only chance of him having a living family was ruthlessly quashed by the past actions of shinobi. In spite of this, he continued to look up information on the Uzumaki clan. He wanted to know what they were like and if his mother was in Uzumaki or not. The Uzumaki clan shared distant blood relations with the Senju clan. Following the founding of Konohagakure, the Senju chose to symbolize their clan's friendship by adding the Uzumaki's own emblem to Konoha shinobi's flak jackets. Uzumakis are known for their red hair and incredibly strong life forces, with them having very long lifespans and aging slower than the average human. They were known to be highly proficient in Kinjutsu and were considered to be the most advanced fuinjutsu users across the elemental nations. It has also been documented that some Uzumakis have very rare Kekkei Genkai, however, it hasn't been confirmed what type of Kekkei Genkai and what their abilities were. Red hair. So my mother was in Uzumaki. Naruto muttered to himself, finding himself one step closer to learning who his mother was. He hoped he could find her in the shinobi records, as he hadn't seen any red-haired people, and nobody in Konoha has the same last name as him, so there is no doubt that she should be easy to find. After reading more about his clan and their exploits, Naruto was shaking with a mixture of emotions. As selfish as it was, he was less sad that his clan had been destroyed as he didn't personally know them, and more upset at the fact that it crushed his last hope that he might have some distant family members alive. However, the fact that the Uzumakis were feared across the elemental nations due to their techniques was something he was in awe of. Kinjutsu and fuinjutsu, huh? Naruto muttered to himself. He wasn't planning on learning the two ninja arts just because his clan was said to have been experts in them. But instead because of how powerful they were portrayed to be. If a nation was destroyed in fear of their prowess, they had to be highly useful techniques. Before reading the Uzumaki clan's accomplishments, Naruto was one of the people who initially overlooked the usefulness of weapons. Instead, he was obsessed with different ninjutsu and its various elements because it is cooler. As a result, he had never considered adding them to his repertoire before, but did agree that they would be useful for when taijutsu couldn't be used. Meanwhile, fuinjutsu was a far more complex topic. While Naruto felt the need to learn it because of him being living proof of how powerful it is, with it sealing the Kyuubi inside of him. He wasn't anywhere near close enough to start learning it. Naruto read the introduction to the basics of fuinjutsu. The book stated that having high accomplishments in mathematical knowledge, calligraphy skills, chakra control, jutsu shiki and fuin shiki, alongside having one nature transformation under your belt, was mandatory before learning fuinjutsu. After comparing the extensive list of prerequisite skills to his current skills list, Naruto sighed. His handwriting was horrible, with him never needing to practice it as nobody had complained before. Mathematical knowledge, nature transformations, chakra control, jutsu shiki and fuin shiki knowledge were practically non-existent. Except for some basic mathematics and chakra control, none of the topics were approached at the academy. However, even without learning fuinjutsu, except for calligraphy skills, jutsu shiki and fuin shiki, everything else were topics he was planning on learning anyways. Naruto figured that once he finally mastered, or at least reached a high proficiency in those subjects, he would consider touching fuinjutsu if he showed enough talent and interest in it. After writing down everything he needed to learn, Naruto put the books on space-time ninjutsu, fuinjutsu and the Uzumaki clan back on their respective shelves before picking up a book on chakra control. The book contained 4 basic chakra control exercises: leaf sticking, tree walking, water walking and senbon spinning. The author also provided several detailed tips on how to accomplish each activity, alongside the advantages of having high chakra control. So the reason why I can't do the clone technique is because of my poor chakra control, resulting in me using too little or too much chakra. Why didn't anybody tell me before? Naruto was almost pulling his hair out in annoyance. Even when he was paying attention to what Iruka-sensei was teaching when the clone technique was brought up, he only received feedback such as "try harder next time, Naruto. You are using too little much chakra." Sure, he could give Iruka-sensei the benefit of the doubt that the man had only been transferred to the ninja studies from history studies in the past year and hadn't had a chance to get a closer look at his problems. But only being told the problem and not the solution was starting to get tiring. Naruto continued reading through several different books, committing every chakra control exercise, Taijutsu stances and shuriken jutsu throwing postures to memory before leaving the library. The clone was left behind to continue reading the books on nature transformation. After exiting the building, Naruto stretched his slightly stiff body. It had been a long time since he had sat down and earnestly studied, but it gave him a sense of nostalgia and accomplishment. However, the entire time he spent reading, Naruto could feel the restless energy inside of him increase the longer he spent studying. He felt like he had to move and get some form of training in before he exploded. Taking a step towards Team 7's training ground, Naruto's stomach started rumbling. "Well, make that after I get something to eat." The blonde sheepishly muttered while patting his stomach. Initially, Naruto considered going to Ichiraku to order ramen, but was reminded of his almost empty money pouch and settled for some instant ramen at home. After eating, Naruto reached training ground 7. The first thing he planned to work on was chakra control because it was the foundation of every ninja skill. If one wanted to efficiently use ninjutsu, jinjutsu or create fuinjutsu, they needed a certain level of chakra control. Even Taijutsu and Bukijutsu required the user to continuously mold and send chakra to the muscles and enhance them. However, before performing a technique, chakra must first be molded by combining the 2 types of stamina, physical energy and mental energy. You need a high enough chakra control if you want to mold the correct amount of chakra. Otherwise, you will pull too much or too little chakra. Chakra control is also utilized when hand signs are used to initiate a technique. Naruto knew the reason why his clone technique didn't work was because he molded too much chakra but then wasted too much when performing the clone technique. This resulted in not enough chakra being used for the clone technique. The leaf sticking exercise was a mandatory class at the academy. Despite taking far longer than others of his age, he had finally managed to get it to stick to his forehead for the 5 seconds required to pass the class. This should be relatively easy. Naruto placed the leaf on his forehead before molding and sending a stream of chakra, expecting the leaf to stick like he had managed to do so before. Yet as if to crush any expectation he had, almost instantly after Naruto sent the chakra to his forehead, the leaf was blasted from his body and disintegrated in the air. What? That has got to be a faulty leaf. I have done this before. Naruto stared in disbelief at the dust carried away by the wind. Picking up another leaf, he molded and channeled chakra again, causing the leaf to soon follow its comrade's demise. At that point, Naruto realized it wasn't a fluke. The lack of practicing chakra control over the past 2 years had resulted in him losing the minute control of his chakra that he once had. In fact, Naruto considered it a miracle that he could open the first gate without destroying his brain after knowing that his chakra control was completely shot. Poof! Naruto conjured 5 clones into existence. It wasn't too high a number and they were only practicing the leaf sticking exercise. He figured that he would be able to handle the mental strain from them dispelling. Everyone picked up some leaves that were lying on the ground, which were unaware of the fate that they would suffer, and attempted to stick them to their foreheads using chakra. With each leaf's demise, the amount of chakra that Naruto was molding and utilizing slowly became less and less. Eventually, the leaf started to blast off his forehead but did not disintegrate in the air. It wasn't much progress, but Naruto was happy that it was progress nonetheless. An hour later, Naruto dispelled the clones one by one in an attempt to keep himself from overloading with information. To his surprise, he didn't feel much discomfort. Even though he had dispelled thousands at one point after fighting Mizuki, they were only in existence for mere seconds to minutes before being dispelled. In addition, the clones had hardly transmitted any information back, whether it was because of the adrenaline from the fight or the lack of good memory, Naruto didn't know. Yet these clones had been focused for a little over an hour on an exercise that he found relatively tricky, but he didn't feel any discomfort from obtaining what was essentially 5 hours of memories. Naruto picked up a leaf, sticking it to his forehead to check if the feedback from his clones increased his chakra control. True to his expectations, the leaf adhered to his head for almost a second before lightly being blasted off. It seems that I am correct in thinking that shadow clones can increase chakra control. Because I can handle the strain, maybe I should increase the number of clones. Nothing too drastic, maybe about 50 clones. Naruto muttered to himself. After integrating the clones' experiences into his memory, Naruto realized that summoning 5 shadow clones didn't mean he would progress 5 times faster. However, it was still much faster than exercising alone. As a result, 50 clones wouldn't increase his chakra control 50 times, but it would be a hell of a lot faster than 5 clones. Making another clone sign, Naruto willed 50 clones into existence. Although a quick headcount made him realize that only 43 clones were actually present. Stupid chakra control underpowering my techniques, not making the number of clones I want. Naruto grumbled and summoned another 7 clones to make a perfect 50. The clones silently sat down, picked up a nearby leaf and placed it on their foreheads. Now that he had confirmed that chakra control exercises performed by the clones increased his control, Naruto planned to leave them and focus on something his clones couldn't help him with. Physical exercise. "I leave you guys alone and go train," Naruto chuckled at his own pun before walking away, receiving a mixture of suppressed laughter, glares, sighs of exasperation and looks of confusion from his clones. Standing in a large open clearing, Naruto recalled everything he knew about exercise, which wasn't much. He knew the basics, such as squats, lunges, planks, pull-ups, sit-ups and running, but hoped that the library would have a book on the subject that he could read when he visited next. While Naruto didn't exactly have a goal in mind when performing these exercises, he figured he would do each one until he couldn't anymore. It was reckless, but he never had any problems following this routine at the academy. So Naruto threw caution to the wind and pushed himself until he couldn't move anymore. It was his dream to become the strongest ninja ever to exist, and Naruto knew that he wouldn't be able to do that if he didn't push himself harder than others. He had overheard one of his upperclassmen at the academy say it while hyping himself up before training. If you believe in your dreams, you can accomplish them just by working hard. Although it was a strange ideology, it appealed to Naruto. It didn't matter if he had talent or not, if he progressed fast or not. All that mattered was if he had enough perseverance and determination to reach his goal. At the same time, if you failed to achieve your dreams, you couldn't blame anything except your lack of hard work. Naruto didn't know what happened to that upperclassman, but he knew that the boy graduated, becoming a genin approximately a year ago. While thinking about these random thoughts, Naruto pushed himself beyond every limit his body had until he couldn't move anymore. At that point, he laid on the slightly damp grass and stared at the clouds while he waited to recover some level of movement. Suddenly, his eyes went blank as he was hit with experiences of reading multiple books and scrolls on the types, details and exercises of nature transformation. To put it simply, there are 5 basic nature transformations that correspond to the elements: wind, lightning, earth, water and fire. Wind and fire techniques are primarily wide-area offensive attacks. Water techniques are effective at capturing the enemy. Earth techniques are usually defensive or supplementary, with very few useful offensive techniques. Finally, lightning techniques involve single-target attacks with high speed and lethality. Every person's chakra has an affinity toward one or more of the 5 basic nature transformations. This affinity is usually caused by genetics and can be determined by a special type of paper called chakra induction paper. Chakra induction paper. That's going to take another load of Ryo out of Gama-chan. Naruto wept, Gama-chan was going to be starved for a while. However, even though Naruto didn't know his affinity, he wasn't planning on waiting until he saved up enough Ryo to purchase chakra induction paper to find out. Naruto had read that, even if it is more difficult, it is still possible for shinobi to train in natures that don't match their affinity. Hence, even if he didn't know what affinity he had, he should pick 1 or 2 natures to focus on. After thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of the different elemental natures, Naruto decided to focus on earth and lightning. Earth because, in his opinion, it was the most versatile element. It was primarily used in defensive techniques, but also had several stealth and reconnaissance applications. Meanwhile, lightning was undoubtedly the most suitable offensive element for him, with its quick attacks and lethal nature. After thoroughly analyzing the clone's memories and determining the natures he wanted to focus on, Naruto stood up and headed back to the group of practicing clones. He started to dispel the clones in groups of 5s every couple of seconds. After dispelling the 50 clones, Naruto felt a slight strain in his mind due to the constant influx of memories. Ugh, I feel like 50 is the limit. He thought as he massaged his temples to numb the pain a little. Naruto picked up a leaf, placing it on his forehead. After almost a minute, he could finally no longer sustain a stable stream of chakra to his forehead before the leaf finally slipped down onto his face. Even though the leaf eventually fell, the boy could be seen smiling. In less than a day, he had surpassed his old chakra control. After rejoicing about his progress, Naruto created a new batch of 50 clones, directing 25 to perform the leaf sticking exercise and the other 25 to start the first stage of Earth-Nature transformation exercises. The first stage involved molding and converting his chakra into Earth-Nature chakra and channeling it into the leaf. If he converted his chakra correctly, the leaf would crumble into dirt. I should make my chakra feel like it is solid and immovable, just like a rock, Naruto thought to himself, picking up a new leaf. However, even after understanding what his chakra should feel like, he struggled with the concept of converting his chakra into Earth chakra. The book didn't explain in detail the concepts of transforming his chakra into any nature, leaving Naruto with many questions. How does one change the properties of their chakra? Is it based on the user's imagination and intent for the chakra? Or is a manipulation of chakra similar to chakra control? Naruto figured that as soon as he discovered some inkling of how to convert his chakra, his clones could continue to make progress through trial and error. Naruto picked up a small pebble instead of a leaf without paying attention and instinctively channeled chakra into it. Before he could realize his mistake, Naruto lost himself in the feeling of the rock, his chakra spreading into the ground below him. It felt stable. All-encompassing. Which made sense as the earth was practically boundless, completely surrounding him. Naruto compared the feeling he received to his chakra when he tried to change its nature. It was worlds apart. When trying to convert his chakra, all he did was imagine it being hard and stuff. Yet the chakra had nowhere near the solid and stable feeling he felt in the natural earth around him. It felt too rigid. After opening his eyes, Naruto picked up the leaf once more and recalled the feeling of the earth around him. He felt his chakra slowly change, feeling more and more solid before infusing it into the leaf. Naruto closely inspected the leaf after several seconds of infusing chakra. At the very tip, which one could barely see unless they studied it closely, he could see a slight shade of brown, causing him to smile widely. "Hey guys, look." Naruto grinned, holding out the leaf in pride to his nature transformation clones. The clones looked up from their respective leaves and gathered around Naruto, looking like curious children. Naruto passed the leaf around, getting various reactions from the group. "What? I don't see anything." "No, wait, look at the very tip." "Ooh. Boss, you're awesome." Naruto grinned sheepishly at their praise, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. It was very easy for him to forget that they were him, but he still enjoyed their compliments nonetheless. "I will dispel you all, and we can all start from this point." Naruto dispelled the clones. Even though the original clones didn't make any part of the leaf change into dirt, they had all increased their proficiency in converting their chakra while sending it into the leaf. The new 25 Narutos appeared, picked up some more leaves and continued training. By this point, Naruto realized that he had finally recovered from the intense physical training. He had always recovered faster than others of his age. Whether he suffered any injuries or just exhaustion, it would vanish in less than an hour of resting. Now that he was fully restored, Naruto dropped the leaf he held. He left the clones to train their respective exercises and started more physical training. He could see the visible progress he made when he managed to perform 1 or 2 more push-ups than he did a little over an hour ago, and it only motivated him to work harder. The next day, Naruto woke up early and sent a clone to the library. The clone had orders to create another 4 shadow clones, which were to immediately transform themselves and start reading books on mathematics, Taijutsu and various medical texts. Naruto wanted to figure out the reasons why his experience with the 8 inner gates technique was different from the mainstream version that is widely accepted by the world. For this, he needed to have in-depth knowledge of the human body, especially Tenketsu and the chakra pathway system. The blonde then set off to the meeting spot under a tree at Training Ground 7. Although he wanted to make several clones to start working on chakra control and nature transformations, Naruto didn't know what Kakashi was planning to do, although he had some ideas. Speaking of Kakashi, Naruto still didn't know how to face the Jonin or his team, as he was still angry at them for abandoning him tied to the post, with them not even considering checking to see if he was there hours later. Shaking away any negative thoughts, Naruto decided that he wouldn't be so quick to judge his team in a bad light. Maybe they had made an honest mistake of thinking that one of the others would come back to check on him. He had made several mistakes throughout his life and knew that nobody was perfect. So he wouldn't hold it against them forever. Naruto knew that in spite of all of the changes that had happened over the past day, he still desired to have friends and family. Even if the third Hokage had often lied to him, he still clung to the idea that his first team would be his comrades, friends and family. As a result, he decided that he would make efforts to try to reach out to his team. However, friendship requires efforts from both sides. If they rejected him, he would treat them amiably since they were on the same team, but he wouldn't go out of his way to help them with their troubles. By the time he came out of his thoughts, Naruto had already arrived at the training grounds 10 minutes before the scheduled meetup. Neither Sakura nor Sasuke were there, so he rested his back against a nearby tree and closed his eyes. Yet after waiting for another 5 minutes without any sign of his teammates or teacher, the restless energy inside Naruto practically demanded that he do something to stave off his boredom. So the boy picked up a nearby leaf, attempting to channel Earth Chakra once more. The hours that his clones had spent working on his Earth nature had resulted in significant progress, with the tip of the leaf crumbling to dirt when Chakra was applied. Of course, this was nowhere near mastery, but Naruto was sure that he would be able to master the first stage of Earth nature transformation within a month of training. He planned to start his lightning nature transformation when he had enough Ryo to purchase a steady supply of light bulbs. Naruto was brought out of his concentration when he heard familiar voices in the distance. Looking up from the leaf, he could see Sasuke and Sakura walking toward him. The pink-haired girl was constantly talking about one topic or another. While Sasuke seemed to tune out everything she was saying, which didn't seem to deter the pink cat at all. "Good morning Sasuke, Sakura." Sasuke gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before returning to his thoughts. "Naruto? You are earlier than I thought you would be." Sakura gave a reluctant smile to the blonde-haired boy. "I wanted to spend more time with Sasuke-kun, god damn it." Naruto picked up on their reluctance to talk to him and remained silent. If the other two noticed his characteristic change in loudness, they didn't care to make a comment on it. As a result, for the next 3 hours, Naruto was focused on his Earth nature transformation, occasionally picking up a new leaf when the current one was too damaged. Sasuke was deep within his thoughts while ignoring Sakura, who was constantly talking about things that, in all honesty, he didn't care about at all. Precisely 3 hours from the promised meeting time, a puff of smoke appeared in front of the trio, startling them. "Yo." Kakashi gave a lazy wave. "You're late." Sakura screamed at Kakashi, who nonchalantly picked at his ear. Meanwhile, Sasuke just glared in annoyance. This was the 3rd time that Kakashi had been late to their meetings, and he was the one who set the time and place. Unbeknownst to the three, Kakashi was inwardly surprised at only hearing Sakura scream at him. He had spent time reading the academy records of the 3 Genin, and he expected Naruto to also yell at him for being late. Looking at the boy in question, Kakashi was even more confused at the look of resentment that Naruto gave him before the boy turned his head away in silence. However, the team leader didn't voice his questions. Maybe the boy was also tired and annoyed at waiting for him to come. Little did his Genin know that him being late would be a common occurrence for the group. "How do I put this? A ninja donkey entered my apartment last night and ate today's plans, so I had to stay up late redoing them." Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment while inwardly praising himself. "They've got to believe this, right? And where are these new plans you are talking about?" Sakura asked, curious to find out if this stupid-sounding story was true. Without missing a beat, Kakashi ignored her question and turned around while walking toward the main street of Konoha. "Well then, let's go get a mission, shall we?" The Genin just stared in shock at his blatant attempt to ignore the question, but followed him regardless. While walking behind the group, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what was the point in meeting at Training Ground 7 if they were just going to walk back towards Konoha when everyone arrived. Meanwhile, Kakashi was looking forward to seeing the looks on his Genin's face when they learned what missions they would be receiving. He was confident that the types of missions in Konoha weren't explained until reaching Genin. Opening the door to the Hokage's office, the group were greeted with the sight of the 3rd Hokage sitting at his desk with Iruka as his assistant by his side. Naruto also saw that towards the left, there were 3 men in charge of accepting and processing mission reports. "Hokage-sama, we have come for our first D-rank mission," Kakashi requested, his lazy appearance faded slightly as he showed respect for his leader. The Hokage glanced through the list of D-rank missions, picking one at random. "Well, let's start with something more simple. Painting a fence for Wadafumi-san." As if he had done it several times before, Iruka swiftly sorted through a stack of papers, taking a sheet from near the middle. He then filled out the team taking the mission and the expected payment before handing it to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't even look at the form, instantly putting it in his pocket. "Let's go, team." The 3 Genin followed him, and Kakashi smiled beneath his mask as he felt the glares that both Sakura and Sasuke were giving him. Naruto was still staring down at his feet, but he was happy enough to annoy 2 out of the 3 Genin. After the team exited, Iruka made his first comment. "I didn't expect Naruto to not make a complaint. That was strange." Having taken over the majority of the boys' classes this past year, he had become accustomed to Naruto's loud outbursts to the point he was expecting it. The Hokage nodded his head and thought, Naruto seemed a little off today. Even in a formal setting like this, he would usually greet him with all the usual disrespect that he was used to receiving from the boy. However, today he was uncharacteristically silent. He probably knew about what D-rank missions entail a long time ago, Iruka-kun. Naruto-kun has been in the office many times when missions were handed out to Genin teams and even some newly promoted chunin. Here isn't explained, receiving an understanding nod from his assistant. In fact, what the Hokage said was close to the truth. Naruto had been in the office many times when missions were being handed out, even before entering the academy. However, if not for his sudden clarity of memories, he would have forgotten all about the differences between D, C and B rank missions. Naruto stood with his team as they knocked upon a door near the village center. Shortly after, an old woman with graying hair opened the door with a bewildered look. "Hello, we are here for the mission." Kakashi gave an eye smile to the old woman who was wondering what they wanted. "Oh? Curse my deteriorating memory, you guys are here for the fence painting. Let me just bring you all inside." The old woman scanned the team, her gaze freezing on Naruto for a moment before dismissing him like he wasn't there. An action that went unknown to half the team. Kakashi looked down at his student with slight concern, only to see that the boy seemed unfazed. Either Naruto is used to such treatment, or he didn't see it. The Jonin furrowed his brow. Which one was it? The old woman led the team to the backyard. It had 3 fences roughly 8 feet tall, with white paint so old that it was starting to flake off. "Please paint all the walls with the white paint provided. I will bring out some juice later." "Wait, what about the top of the fences? We can't reach them?" Sakura asked, hoping for some sort of box to stand on. "Or maybe Sasuke-kun could let us hop onto his shoulders." She inwardly exclaimed, sighing as her impulsiveness stopped her from getting closer to Sasuke. "There are some stepladders in the house that were loaned to me. Unfortunately, there are only two available. So one of you will have to go without." The old woman handed the stepladders to Sasuke and Sakura before walking to the house to rest. "Well then, guys, I will take this wall." Naruto picked up a bucket of paint and a wooden brush and headed to his self-appointed fence. "Sasuke-kun, how about we share the same wall?" Sakura asked hopefully. Now that Naruto had finally taken the hint and moved to the opposite side of the garden, maybe they could have some alone time. "I think it would be better if we each took a wall." As soon as the pink-haired girl finished, she was shut down by Sasuke, who glared at the wall. "Am I seriously going to waste my time doing this?" Slightly depressed at being shot down without a second thought, Sakura sighed and went to the last unoccupied wall before freezing. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you going to be doing?" "Oh, don't mind me, Sakura. I am supervising you to make sure you do the job right." Kakashi gave a lazy wave before rummaging through his pockets and pulling out the orange book he was reading in the Genin exam. Sakura had a growing tick mark at the blatant laziness of her Jonin sensei, but took her frustrations out on the floor. "Hopefully, I don't get paint on this dress. It would be a nightmare to remove." The pinkette grumbled. "Yeah, and if we do, let's clobber our sensei. Shanro." Kakashi looked toward his blonde student. The boy was the first to start painting, and the Jonin could see that he had experience in doing so. So by this point, Naruto was close to reaching the top of the first plank. Kakashi had expected him to ask either Sakura or Sasuke for a stepladder, but was shocked by Naruto simply making a hand sign and conjuring a shadow clone. The existence of the clone pulled Sasuke from his thoughts and Sakura from her conversation with inner Sakura, both looking curious as to why Naruto was summoning one of his solid clones. The team then saw the clone hop onto the shoulders of its creator, with Naruto picking up the paint can, allowing the clone to dip his brush in the bucket. After the clone had finished painting the top of the first plank of wood, Naruto crouched down and started from the bottom of the second plank, slowly making his way to the top. Naruto thought about making more clones to help with the painting, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. There were only 3 buckets of paint in total, so multiple clones would have to share a single bucket, which would cause a lot more trouble than it solved. Sasuke and Sakura turned back to their respective fences, glad that they didn't have to share a stepladder. Not only would it get annoying quick to constantly have to ask to borrow the ladder, but they would have to wait, making the mission take even longer than it should do. About 2 hours later, the sun had reached its peak and was blasting everyone in Konoha with heat. Sakura was sweating from the constant exposure to the sun while being worried that she would tan because she had heard in the academy that Sasuke didn't like tan girls. Sasuke wiped the sheen of sweat that had gathered on his forehead, inwardly cursing that he had to continue painting even in this heat. Meanwhile, Naruto felt much less hot. The bright orange jacket and trousers he wore acted as a reflective screen, dissipating some of the heat, making it much more bearable. "You guys sure are working hard. I made a good decision to hire some ninja to get the job done." The old woman walked out of the house, holding a tray with 3 glasses of juice. She smiled at the progress. The fences almost were covered in their first coating. "I need to submit another mission for the final coating." The old woman handed a glass of juice to Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura before heading back in. Sakura and Sasuke were far enough from Naruto that they couldn't see the blatant mistreatment that the boy suffered, but Kakashi was in clear view of everything. However, what could he do about it? Threaten the woman that he would report her to the Hokage for playing favorites? It's not like he had any evidence. In the end, Kakashi made a mental note to talk to Naruto and the Hokage if the boy showed any sign of discomfort from the treatment he was receiving. Kakashi lazily walked over to Naruto. The sudden shade from his shadow caused the boy to look up from the fence he was painting. He held out the glass of cold juice, prompting the boy to give a strange look at his sudden gesture. The silver-haired Jonin looked confused. He didn't remember doing anything to earn Naruto's ire. Maybe the boy was far more aware of the differences in treatment that he received from the old woman than he thought. Kakashi almost thought what he saw was a mistake as Naruto's facial expressions reverted to normal as the boy gently took the juice out of his hand before downing it. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto politely thanked the Jonin, not knowing what to do with the sudden thoughtfulness shown. "No problem, Naruto." Kakashi took the empty glass and walked back to his spot in the shade, unsealing a water bottle from his pouch and taking a sip. Less than 30 minutes later, Naruto had finished painting his side of the fence. He looked around to see that Sasuke was almost done himself while Sakura was lagging behind. Instead of asking Kakashi what he was required to do next, Naruto only did the obvious. Help his teammates. The blonde took his paint bucket and started painting the opposite end of Sakura's fence. Kakashi saw this and nodded his head with a hidden smile under his mask. He was glad to see that Naruto had really taken the teamwork aspect to heart. Sakura also noticed this. Instinctively, she wanted to get angry at Naruto, who she presumed to be trying to win her favor. Yet knowing that she would be the one to hold everyone up under the sweltering heat resulted in her swallowing her insult. It didn't take long for the trio to finish the mission, with Sasuke taking the initiative to help Sakura and Naruto after he finished his wall. After completion, the old woman signed the form while thanking Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi. By this point, Sakura and Sasuke had noticed that the woman had left out Naruto's name when thanking them, to which the pin cat pulled up after they left. "So, Naruto. What did you do to earn the old woman's anger?" Sakura questioned, unintentionally pulling up a topic that Naruto had hoped they would avoid. However, looking at his team, he could see that Sasuke was also interested in what he had to say, despite not showing it. While Kakashi's shoulders were tensed, ready to explain in case Naruto messed up. "Haha, you know me, Sakura, always pranking everyone." Naruto scratched the back of his head with a forced grin that seemed to fool everyone except Kakashi. Sasuke scoffed, losing interest in whatever they were talking about, while Kakashi's shoulders relaxed. So he was aware. "I knew it. There's no way that the nice old woman would hate you for no reason. Of course, it's your fault." Sakura pointed at Naruto dramatically, causing the blonde to wince. The villagers' treatment of him due to the Kyuubi was still an open wound for him. He figured it would take a while until he could truly move past the issue. "That's enough, Sakura. Let's hand in the mission." Kakashi interrupted before Sakura could continue her rant, receiving a thankful look from Naruto. Team 7 were once again in the Hokage's office, ready to hand in their completed mission. "Hokage-sama, Team 7 have completed their mission." Kakashi handed the completed form and money to the workers on the left, who signed the mission off as complete. The mission workers then handed the money back to the Jonin, who distributed it equally across the team. Naruto fed Gama-chan with the cash while thinking 5,000 ryo divided by 4 is 1250 each. That's barely enough for a week of ramen. "We will see you tomorrow then, Hokage-sama." Kakashi led the team out of the building. He then looked towards his squad, gauging their expressions and fatigue. Sasuke was slightly tired, but he tried not to show it. Sakura was extremely tired, her emotions were also agitated from the heat. On the other hand, Naruto looked nonchalant, truly a stamina monster. Kakashi thought. "I will see you at the same time, the same place tomorrow." Kakashi waved goodbye before poofing into smoke. Naruto felt a little underwhelmed. If they were only going to do D-rank missions, he would have liked it if they could do more assignments. What about training? Is he supposed to teach us, or are we expected to learn everything ourselves? Naruto decided that if Kakashi was going to be 3 hours late again tomorrow and do one mission with the team before leaving, he would get some physical and clone training in. He might even ask if he could do several more D-rank tasks using shadow clones to earn more money to buy jutsu from the library. "Sasuke-kun, would you like to go to a restaurant together?" Sakura asked excitedly. She was looking forward to spending the ryo that she had just earned. It was the first bundle of money that she received that wasn't pocket money or birthday money. Sasuke just shook his head and walked away. Today was a waste of time, he thought to himself. Sakura trailed after Sasuke, attempting to change his mind with both of them, leaving Naruto alone without a goodbye. The boy in question looked hurt for a moment before shrugging it off and walking towards the village center. After transforming himself into a random man, Naruto stopped by a ninja store to buy some special light bulbs used by ninjas for lightning nature transformation exercises. He then proceeded to head to the training grounds to make up for lost training time. Naruto stood behind his team with a bored look as they waited outside the Hokage's office. His team's routine had been practically the same every single day. Kakashi always being 3 hours late. Only completing a single D-rank mission. Kakashi would split the money and dismiss the team. Almost instantly, Sasuke would leave, with Sakura trailing behind him. After subtly observing his team during their time spent together, Naruto identified the common behaviors of his team. Sasuke spent most of his time deep in thought. He rarely initiated a conversation with others unless he needed something and only responded when asked something. Meanwhile, Sakura spent most of her time thinking about and talking to Sasuke. Thankfully, she had stopped hitting and shouting at him since the Genin exam, although she would occasionally make a snarky comment when the villagers' treatment of him was brought up. On the other hand, Kakashi seemed like a nice but strange guy. In his opinion, nobody could read porn out in public places and not be a weirdo. He appreciated that the man hadn't ignored him when the civilians treated him like he wasn't there, with the silver-haired Jonin occasionally coming to check on him. So it was a mystery as to why, if he was that caring, did he leave him tied to the post. However, one thing that Naruto had noted was that Kakashi was a lazy Jonin instructor. Maybe he was waiting for some reason to train them or hadn't made a training schedule. Whatever the reason was, he had yet to make any efforts to teach the group content with just observing them. Naruto felt it was fortunate that he had the initiative to train independently instead of waiting to be taught something. As a result, he had mastered the leaf sticking exercise, with all of his clones able to keep the leaf attached to their heads indefinitely. They can even adhere the leaf to their hands, elbows and knees while moving about. The increase in chakra control had yielded some visible results that Naruto was quick to notice. He was able to create approximately 10% more clones while creating the exact number he wanted. It was also easier to transform the right amount of chakra into earth lightning natured. After mastering the leaf sticking exercise, the clones had started on the more advanced chakra control exercise, tree walking. Naruto was also glad that near the main training grounds was a small lake, meaning he had a nearby source of water for when he eventually moved on to water walking. Naruto shivered for a moment while thinking of the lake. He cursed his perfect memory as he could clearly remember the horrors of Kakashi performing the Konohagakure secret finger technique. 1,000 years of death on him. While involuntarily thinking about it, Naruto delicately shifted a few inches further away from Kakashi. As the team handed in their completed mission for the day, the moment the Hokage dismissed them, Naruto spoke out. "Hokage-sama, I request permission to perform additional D-rank missions on my own." Compared to hearing the shocking news that a Genin wanted more D-rank missions, the Hokage was more surprised at how Naruto had addressed him. While he had noticed some changes in Naruto's attitude over the past few days, he didn't realize that their relationship had deteriorated to this extent. This isn't good. Hiruzen thought to himself. In addition, Kakashi had made some concerning reports about the civilians' overall attitude towards Naruto during missions. During the past 2 missions, the Jonin had written additional notes in their mission reports of blatant mistreatment of Naruto from the civilians issuing the mission. "And why do you want to do more D-ranks, Naruto-kun?" Hiruzen asked, wanting to draw more information out of Naruto. If Kakashi's reports on the villagers' attitudes toward the blonde were accurate, why would Naruto ask for additional D-rank missions? Naruto was confused at the sudden line of questioning, not expecting to be investigated for wanting additional missions. Yet he didn't even need to think about his reply as it had been on his mind the past few days. "I need money." Money? After hearing that, Hiruzen understood. Naruto was now a Genin of Konoha, so he was no longer eligible for the stipend that orphans could receive. The Hokage knew that Team 7 only performed 1 D-rank mission a day, which meant that they earned from 1250 to 5000 ryo a day, depending on the mission difficulty and pay. That was barely enough to support the minimum needs of a ninja, even less so for a growing boy living on his own like Naruto. Hiruzen guessed that the others made no mention to perform additional D-rank missions because they all had money to fall back on. Sakura Haruno lived with her civilian parents and she didn't need to buy food or pay rent. Sasuke Uchiha had inherited his family's wealth and would be able to claim the wealth of his clan upon promotion to Jonin. While Kakashi had his savings from his Jonin missions. "Well, we have an overabundance of D-rank missions," Hokage-sama Iruka interjected, bringing the Hokage from his thoughts. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. The number of D-rank missions that Konoha was getting was growing larger and larger as of recent. As a result, there was a backlog of missions, and the villagers requesting them started sending complaints about how long their requests took to be completed. "I suppose I could allow it. Nothing in the rulebook states that a Genin and a team cannot apply for missions alone." Hiruzen acquiesced. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Naruto bowed in politeness while inwardly cheering in happiness. Now he could finally start saving for some of the ninjutsu in the library that he had his eyes on. Under the gaze of most of the room's occupants, Naruto walked over to the mission section and chose 5 missions that had zero chance of him getting hurt. He vetoed any heavy lifting tasks alongside any missions that involved animals, such as dog walking. Are you sure you want to accept so many missions, Naruto-kun? If you fail to complete them, you will be fined and have a mark on your record. The Hokage queried while giving a subtle reminder of the consequences of failure. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I am well aware. Naruto placated before conjuring 5 shadow clones, distributing 1 mission to each clone. The clones read their respective tasks and proceeded to leave the building to complete them. Unbeknownst to the Hokage, Haruka and Team 7, the moment the clones left the building, they transformed themselves into nondescript genin that could be found anywhere in Konoha. Naruto knew that the villagers would ignore him if he came to their houses or businesses to complete missions. They barely gave him any direction, even when he was with his team. If he went alone, they might decline him, forcing him to hand the mission back. Thankfully, it was pretty easy to fool the civilians with a simple transformation because most didn't have a shred of ninja training. The main Naruto stood in the room with the still shocked occupants and tilted his head, wondering why everyone was staring at him. What? Shadow clones? I see. If Naruto-kun continues to send clones to do missions, maybe we will be able to get rid of this backlog and I won't have to deal with the annoying civilian complaints. Hiruzen thought in glee, happy that his paperwork would be reduced in the future. Kakashi then led the team away, leaving the Hokage and his aides. Hiruzen had a thoughtful look, pondering over everything he had noticed about Naruto's change in attitude. Kakashi had reported that Naruto, well aware of the unfairness he was receiving, wasn't showing any resentment towards the villagers for his mistreatment. However, after reading the rather detailed reports, Hiruzen wouldn't be surprised if he did. But suddenly, Naruto developed an inexplicable resentment towards him. Maybe it was because he had kept it from the boy that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen guessed that perhaps the blonde had finally digested everything that had happened a week ago, with the implications only just sinking in. Hiruzen took a breath of his pipe. If he didn't know the reason behind the sudden change of attitude, there was little he could do to fix it. Over the years, he had received reports on Naruto's behavior and attitude. One thing that hadn't changed was his stubbornness. The boy wouldn't forgive him unless he understood and apologized for what he did wrong. Plunk the Hokage was distracted from his thoughts as one of his assistants suddenly placed a large stack of paper in front of him. Hiruzen inwardly cursed Minato for leaving him with the burden of being Hokage with the endless paperwork. Maybe it's time to start considering a new successor. He thought to himself as he started on his new workload. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Naruto's clones had been reporting to the missions office, submitting their completed tasks before leaving with another one. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled Gama-chan out. Gama-chan was so full that he couldn't eat anymore and the rest of the Ryo had to be stored at home thanks to the constant missions. Speaking of D-rank missions, Naruto was surprised at the large number and wide variety. While many involved mundane tasks such as babysitting, dog walking, or even catching a cat called Tora, there were just as many that revolved around learning some type of skill. As Naruto had dubbed them, the skill missions weren't as popular as the standard missions because they required genin to learn a civilian life skill, which in their minds, wasn't what they signed up to do. In addition, even though skill missions are more challenging and require genin to learn a skill, the payment was the same as standard missions. So if the income was the same, genin would rather complete the more straightforward mission instead of making their life harder. As a result, there were always many skill missions on the roster. When Naruto had initially learned about the skill missions, he had also inwardly agreed that it wasn't practical to learn a civilian skill if he was becoming a ninja. Yet after thinking about it, he wasn't going to be a ninja all his life and not everything can be solved by ninja arts. So with the mindset of just trying it out, he took a food preparation mission issued by one of the restaurants in Konoha. It was a relatively straightforward task to peel potatoes, carrots and other vegetables, preparing them for the chef and their assistants to use. After understanding what to do, Naruto found it easy due to strong control of his body from the ninja training. By virtue of being bored, he had spent a lot of time out of boredom watching and listening to the chefs as they taught their apprentices. Due to his impeccable memory, Naruto subconsciously started learning the basics of cooking. It had started out with simple tasks such as learning how to use a knife to chop, slice and dice. However, the knife skills Naruto learned soon became more advanced as he learned techniques such as julienning, brunoise and chiffonade. In the wake of unconsciously learning these techniques, Naruto developed an interest in cooking. The only thing he ate at home was instant ramen because it was cheap tasty food. So one thing remained on his mind. If he learned how to cook, wouldn't he be able to make homemade ramen? It might not be as good as Ichiraku's, but it would undoubtedly be better tasting than instant ramen would ever be. As a result, Naruto spent a day at the civilian side of the library, taking a break from reading books on mathematics, medicine and the various ninja arts. Instead, he focused on reading about cooking. After reading multiple books, he learned about the importance of marinades, herbs and spices, and even the final presentation of food to make the dish look better. While reading, he had also stumbled upon food's nutritional information, which was interesting enough for him to pick up several other scrolls on the subject. Before reading these scrolls, Naruto had never thought much about food before, only knowing that he had to eat food to survive and that fruits and vegetables were healthy. Yet, upon finishing the books on nutritional information, he learned about the 7 major groups of nutrients, which are substances that the body needs but could only be obtained by eating a variety of foods. In particular, learning about one of the major classes of nutrients, proteins, had solved an issue that had been plaguing him for almost a week. As despite having created a more efficient training plan from the books in the library, his physical training had been slowing down. Initially, he had thought it was the sudden change in routine or due to overtraining. Yet even after returning to the original exercise regime or taking a day's break, his progress had practically stagnated. Upon learning about the nutritional information of food, such as proteins, Naruto concluded that he wasn't getting enough protein in his diet, which consisted of mostly ramen. Even when he splurged some days and ate multiple bowls of instant chicken ramen, he had consumed nowhere near the required amount of protein to build muscle, even more so for a growing boy like him. At that point, Naruto had finally taken one of the lessons his mother had set to heart. Don't be a fussy eater. If he wasn't willing to eat anything but ramen, didn't that make him the fussy eater that his mother said? As a result, Naruto spent the rest of the day learning different cooking techniques, recipes and the nutritional information of different foods, such as red meats, white meats, fish, vegetables, fruit and other processed goods such as flour. In addition, he took kitchen missions more often, paying apt attention to everything the chefs were doing, secretly stealing their techniques to make his food taste better. After almost 2 weeks of learning, Naruto didn't consider himself a master chef, but he could cook tasty food that wasn't ramen. Because he changed what food he purchased, his food expenses did increase quite a lot. However, he was once again making rapid progress in his physical training, and he wasn't always hungry between meals, so the blonde accepted the small downside. Yet, even after knowing that ramen wasn't healthy, Naruto couldn't cut it out of his diet completely. Every time he ate it, he remembered the kindness of Tucci and Am, with them giving him a bowl of ramen, even though he couldn't afford it. So he made sure that he would only eat homemade or Ichiraku ramen whenever he felt a craving. After learning about cooking from D-rank food preparation missions, Naruto told his clones to focus on the other D-rank tasks that contained life skills. As long as the task had some sort of skill requirement, Naruto took it. His clones had accepted several D-rank missions from the local pharmacies in Konoha, putting some of the medical knowledge he had learned in the library to practical use. He learned how to differentiate between different medical plants while also learning to harvest the plants himself. In the meantime, he had also picked up on herbal salve recipes for injuries, chakra exhaustion and cold and flu. Naruto considered himself to always have a small green thumb, so he was excited when he saw the gardening missions. He had several potted plants that he had been raising even during the academy, although he now knew them to be weeds. Therefore, Naruto learned all about taking care of and identifying different varieties of plants. He had also bought some spice plants such as basil, chives, thyme and mint. Eventually, he hoped to expand his small garden, maybe planting some of the medicinal herbs he knew of from studying medicine. With his eyes opened by the existence of D-rank skill missions, Naruto didn't understand why ninjas hated them so much. While he didn't exactly enjoy catching the demon cat Tora with his team or any D-rank missions where he had to deal with the villagers, assignments such as working at the drugstore were exciting. Naruto had no doubt that he would thank himself for spending the time to learn how to cook or plant and utilize multiple medicinal herbs and spices one day. While thinking about what he had learnt over the past 2 weeks of D-rank missions, Naruto walked out of the library with a D-rank and 2 C-rank techniques in his hand. The D-rank technique was the Shunshin. It allowed a ninja to travel between 2 points at an almost untraceable speed while using a puff of smoke to disguise their movements. After reading its description, Naruto realized that this was the technique that Kakashi would use whenever he would suddenly appear in front of them. The C-rank techniques were earth release techniques. Although splitting his nature transformation clones into 2 groups that studied earth and lightning had resulted in his progress speed reducing, he was still advanced enough to learn C-rank techniques. The first earth technique was a defensive technique called earth release. Earth shore return. It involved the user slamming their hands on the floor to flip a giant wall of earth in front of the user, durable enough to withstand C-rank techniques. The second earth technique was a supplementary reconnaissance technique called earth release. Hiding like a mole. Upon usage, the earth around the user would turn into fine sand, which they could dig up to 40 meters deep. They could sense their position and what was happening on the surface using magnetic forces. Naruto smiled at his choice of techniques. Initially, he was hoping to get an offensive technique, however, there weren't many good offensive earth-style techniques. On the other hand, there weren't many lightning techniques in Konoha, although there was a B-rank technique that he had his eyes on when he saved up enough Ryo. In any case, speed, defensive and escaping hiding techniques were just as, if not more useful than any offensive technique he could have purchased. You couldn't attack the enemies if you were dead after all. After looking down at the scrolls, Naruto moved towards training ground 7 to learn them as fast as possible. Naruto first picked up the Shunshin technique purely because it was the easiest to learn, while also being the most useful to his current situation. All of the missions he was performing were based in Konohagakure or surrounding areas, which meant there was zero chance of fighting. In addition, Kakashi had yet to start any sparring or training. However, he occasionally pulled a team to the training grounds to teach them various formations and teamwork exercises. Therefore, the Shunshin was probably the most practical technique out of the three at the moment. It would allow him, including his clones, to reach their destinations quicker, which meant he could perform more D-rank missions in a day. After reading the description, hand seals, uses, and the limitations of the Shunshin, Naruto summarized it. The method to perform the Shunshin was simple. All you had to do was hold your hands in a tiger seal while envisioning where you wanted to be. This will result in chakra flooding every cell for an instant, allowing the user to move much faster than at normal speeds. One of the other notes had stated that the Shunshin wasn't particularly suited for very long distance travel. This is because the high concentration of chakra that the user puts into their muscles, especially the legs, results in the muscles wearing down at a quicker rate. If the Shunshin technique is overused, it can result in muscle damage and nerve damage in more severe cases. However, this can be mitigated by having stronger leg muscles that can take the same amount of chakra without feeling any strain. After thoroughly reading the scroll, Naruto stood up and held his hands in a tiger seal, closing his eyes. He visualized himself standing on a tree branch approximately 100 meters away. Chakra quickly filled his body, saturating his muscles before he vanished from the spot in a puff of smoke before slamming into a nearby tree. Ah! Naruto screamed in pain as he dislodged himself from the tree, revealing a bloodied face. Even though his body was filled with chakra which stopped some of the pain, it still hurt like hell. However, it didn't take long for his natural regeneration to kick in, stopping his nose from bleeding. In the meantime, Naruto gingerly rubbed the injured areas on his face while wiping the blood from his nose with his sleeve. Maybe it would be better to avoid an area filled with obstacles at the start, Naruto thought to himself. Slamming into a tree at extremely high speeds wasn't something he wanted to experience often. He figured he would start in a field until he grew used to the technique. The moment Naruto stopped feeling any sort of pain, he walked to an open area before trying again. This time he visualized himself appearing in the middle of the field before vanishing, almost instantly reappearing in the field. Naruto looked down, comparing where he visualized himself to where he ended up. It seems that I am 20 meters away from where I wanted to be. God, I am glad I didn't try on trees again. He guessed that if he continued to practice in the forest, he would be hitting a lot more trees and branches. The blonde-haired boy continued to attempt the technique, slowly growing more adept as he moved close and closer to his desired location. After every failure, he would stop and analyze why he failed before trying again. It was a thought process that he had learned from studying mathematics, which he had started to apply to all manners of training. Rather than the instinctive learning that he used to use, Naruto found that he progressed much faster if he had a specific direction to work in. It was much easier to correct his mistakes if he had an idea of what his mistakes were. Rather than blindly repeating the same action continually in an attempt to progress, if he analyzed where he made a mistake in a step, he could focus on that specific area. After performing the Shunshin 10 times, Naruto laid down and curled into himself on the grass, holding his stomach. The technique notes also mentioned that using Shunshin too many times in succession would cause the user to feel nauseous due to the excessive high-speed movement, and they may end up vomiting. Since he had learned the Shunshin technique and was able to use it to the most basic level of proficiency, Naruto decided to create shadow clones to continue training. He hoped that after a few days of training, he would be able to use the Shunshin to move precisely where he wanted to. Naruto knew that he had more chakra than most shinobi in Konohagakure because of his Uzumaki lineage. Hence the main limitation of the technique was the nausea he felt, the tunnel vision he experienced, and the strain on his leg muscles. After his stomach felt better, Naruto pulled out a scroll containing the following technique he was interested in. Earth Release. Earth Shore Return, a C-rank defensive jutsu. The principle of this technique was for the user to channel earth chakra into both hands before slamming them onto the ground. If the jutsu is performed correctly, upon making contact with the ground, a section of the earth is ripped up and leveraged into a wall. Naruto stood up after reading the essence of the technique and channeled his hands with earth chakra before banging them hard on the floor. The expected wall did not emerge from the ground. In fact, the only thing that emerged was a sharp stinging sensation originating from his fingers. The pain transmitted from his hand had rapidly grown to the point of making Naruto involuntarily tear up before crying out in pain. The blonde vigorously shook his hands in the air as hard as he could in an attempt to rid them of the pain he was experiencing. Naruto knew that learning ninjutsu wasn't as easy as he thought it would be, but he didn't expect the first attempt at every technique to harm himself. Instead, he hoped that it would just be difficult to learn, just like learning the Kawarimi and hinge techniques. However, the die was cast, and Naruto was determined to master Earth Release. Earth Shore Return. Like how he had learned the Shunshin, every time he failed, the blonde pondered what possible reasons could be for failure. Too little Earth Chakra sent to his hand. One hand slammed on the floor harder than the other. Not enough force in smashing his palms against the ground. Eventually, Naruto had managed to make a rather large rectangular-shaped crack whenever he slammed his hands on the floor. Thankfully, using Earth Chakra on the crevices caused them to mend. Naruto didn't want to leave a trail of destruction when he was learning this new technique. After an hour of consistently attempting Earth Release. Earth Shore Return, a relatively thick sheet of earth was lifted from the floor, standing tall in front of Naruto. The blonde-haired boy cheered in joy at the eventual success of the technique while rubbing his sore hands. Naruto was thankful that he had taken the initiative to learn the basics of Earth-Nature transformation before attempting to learn the technique. He knew it would be more than 10 times harder to learn an elemental technique without having experience in nature transformation. Naruto walked to the front of the wall and pushed his foot against it, slowly adding more and more pressure. The wall didn't seem to budge at all, even after the blonde had put all of his strength into pushing against the wall. After coming to the conclusion that he had learned the basics of the technique, Naruto pushed the wall from the other side using Earth Chakra. It simply fell back into the hole that it had created, making a loud thud and kicking up a small cloud of dust. Naruto healed the cracks in the floor before turning to the last technique. Earth Release. Hiding like a mole technique. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous technique out of the ones he had purchased. This is because if the jutsu failed or was deactivated prematurely, there was a high chance that the user would suffocate underground. Naruto formed 3 hand seals, bird, tiger and ram, as fast as he could before channeling chakra into the ground. At first, it seemed like nothing was happening, but soon the surrounding land turned into fine sand. Shortly after, the sand seemed to harden up and the ground reverted back to its original state. Several hours later, Naruto could be seen swimming around in a dirt patch in Training Ground 7. The sand behind him quickly reverted to solid ground whenever he moved forward, with only the earth in direct contact with Naruto changing into sand. Clawing through the ground was a novel experience for Naruto, as he could safely say that he had never felt anything like it before. Thankfully, due to the earth chakra coating his body, the blonde couldn't feel any resistance when moving through the sand. A few times, the technique had ended abruptly due to a combination of an unstable chakra supply and an uneven distribution of chakra. Thankfully, Naruto kept at least one hand above ground at all times, so he could quickly form the hand signs again. The first time it happened, Naruto panicked as the sand slowly hardened around him, and he quickly fumbled through the 3 required hand seals before relaxing. Yet after a couple of experiences with the technique malfunctioning, the blonde could make a calm judgment when he felt the technique cut off. However, he had yet to practice going underground in fear of losing control of the technique. Naruto figured that he would let his clones perfect this aspect of the jutsu before he even dared to use it in a practical setting. After personally learning the basics for all 3 jutsu, Naruto summoned 30 clones, directing 10 clones to focus on each technique. Initially, Naruto had to replenish several clones that had perished when improperly performing the Shunshin and Earth Release. Hiding like a mole. Some had run out of breath while underground, while others had injured themselves by hitting an obstacle. Naruto didn't expect the clones to reach the point where they could shorten the number of hand seals needed. However, he wanted every technique he had to work without failure. The majority of books he had read in the library stated that there wasn't a point in learning a ninjutsu if you couldn't use it with a 100% success rate. What if he had put all of his hopes into defending an attack with Earth Release? Earth Shore Return, only for the wall to not emerge from the ground when he wanted it to. Therefore, even if a clone had failed the technique 1 out of 100 or even 1000 times, Naruto would continue sending clones to practice it. After all, even a 0.1% chance of not activating could result in him getting injured or dying in real-life combat scenarios. Only after the clones managed to make the jutsu work 100% of the time would he direct them on working how to make the technique stronger, use less chakra while using it, or reduce the number of hand seals. Although he figured he was being overcautious, Naruto knew that he still had a long time before going into combat with other ninjas, giving him enough time to prepare. Therefore he wanted to be as versatile as possible, while also developing the skills he had failed to learn at the academy. His chakra control was already far better than before, with him making quick progress on tree walking. Meanwhile, his knowledge had advanced by leaps and bounds. With perfect memory and shadow clones, it took less than a week to fill in the gaps from 5 years of studying at the academy. Now Naruto was focusing on learning everything that a genin was expected to know, alongside other subjects, such as learning the foundations for Jutsu Shiki. He hoped that he would be able to start learning the basics of Jutsu Shiki in a month's time. In addition, his studies in medicine had yielded some results. By now, he had read multiple books on chakra pathways, tenketsu, the organs in the body and especially the brain. Naruto estimated that he would soon be able to confirm if it was safe to open the second inner gate and how to open it. He hadn't forgotten the benefits of permanently opening the first gate. Looking down at the wooden sword that he bought alongside his ninjutsu, Naruto didn't immediately begin to swing it aimlessly. If he had learned anything about Kinjutsu and Taijutsu at the library, bad physical habits were easy to form and hard to break. If he wanted to learn any Taijutsu or Kinjutsu style, he needed a professional to teach him. However, he wanted to be familiar with the sword even if he didn't know any techniques. Naruto estimated that it could be the same way as nature transformation. That he could learn techniques easier and faster by getting acquainted with the sword. From what he had read in the library, the sword had to be stable, accurate, and quick. One must be able to swing it like an extension of their body at all times. What followed stability was accuracy. If the hand holding the sword wasn't stable, how could the wielder guarantee that their blade would hit their target? Finally, speed came last. Even if the sword strike was fast, it was useless if it wasn't accurate. After thinking about many different methods to test and improve his stability, Naruto figured that if he could balance an object on the end of his sword without it falling off, he would have some level of stability. Hence, he picked a relatively large rock and balanced it on the end of the wooden sword. At first, he struggled to let the rock sit on the sword, but eventually, he had it stable enough to let it rest comfortably. Every time the weight from the heavy rock caused the tip of the blade to tilt forward, Naruto would forcefully raise it back up until it was level. If the sword leaned too far forward and the rock fell off, Naruto would pick the rock up and start again, repeating the process. Regardless of the fact that his arm was completely numb by this point, Naruto continued to hold the sword steadily. He knew that if he gave up here and took the easy way out by resting, he could die in battle in the future. If any pain he felt right now would prevent him from dying in the future, it was worth it. Naruto sat at his desk, scribbling notes in a small notebook, unlike the past few weeks when he would train before and after Team 7's scheduled D-rank mission. As of last night, one of his clones had completed an experiment that had finally given him enough information to finish exploring the mysteries of the 8 inner gates technique. Firstly, Naruto wrote down a few facts that he had read from ordinary textbooks about Tenketsu and the chakra pathway. He had learned that everyone's Tenketsu were the same shape, size, and in the same position. This was regardless if you had a Kekkei Genkai or a unique chakra, everyone's chakra pathway system was the same. This meant that his experience with the 8 inner gates technique wasn't a result of a special undiscovered Uzumaki bloodline or any other bloodline he might have had. After initially learning this, there was something that confused Naruto. He was sure that there had to have been some experiments conducted on the 8 gates, and that there was no doubt that one of the experiments would have involved slowly infusing chakra into the gate. Yet why was the forbidden technique still relevant if they had discovered such a way of opening the gates? Although he suspected that there were, Naruto couldn't find if there had already been experiments conducted on the 8 inner gates technique or not. After all, even though he had access to many medical texts as a genin, the blonde figured that experiment reports on a forbidden technique wouldn't be displayed in the library. Though he did look for them. In the end, Naruto could only rummage through his memories of opening the first gate with a more analytical mind, attempting to discover if there were any additional factors in his success in opening the first gate. Despite the negative feelings that accompanied it, Naruto reflected on his experience when he was tied to the log in the training grounds. Upon reviewing the same memory multiple times, the blonde realized that nothing happened initially when he was pushing chakra against the Tenketsu. However, after recalling even more carefully about the moment he had opened the gate, Naruto noticed that a very small part of the Tenketsu seemed to open up, allowing a strand of chakra to enter. Once he had discovered this, Naruto was ecstatic as he remembered exactly where his chakra had first entered the first inner gate. Yet after he closed his eyes and visualized the second gate and attempted to slowly push chakra into the same spot, there was no response. Maybe the spot is different for different Tenketsu. Desperate to confirm his hypothesis, Naruto created a clone and ordered it to verify the assumption that there was a specific spot on the Tenketsu by slowly yet thoroughly scanning it with its chakra, trying to find the weak spot. However, even though Tenketsu are smaller than the tip of a needle, the space that the chakra had entered the first gate was much smaller than that. Therefore, even though the clone was scanning the Tenketsu for several hours that day, they couldn't find the presence of any weak spots. In fact, the clone didn't even manage to explore 1/100th of the gate before Naruto returned home from training. As a result, in the morning of every day, Naruto created a new clone that would stay at his apartment and slowly study the gate with its chakra to identify if there was a location in which its chakra could enter the Tenketsu easily. After 2 weeks of scanning the Tenketsu every day, with him not even covering 1/10th of the surface of the Tenketsu in total, a clone had discovered that a very, very small part of the Tenketsu was slightly different from the rest. After thinking about the experience in opening the first gate, alongside determining the presence of the weak spot in the second gate, the clone concluded that there was an additional component in permanently opening the gate. The second component was the one he had initially concluded as the reason for the gate being opened permanently: the slow infusion of chakra. However, there was a first component, which was the spot of infusion in the Tenketsu. There was a tiny location on each Tenketsu that was like a lock to a door. Yet, this lock, as Naruto had dubbed it, wasn't in the same position for every gate. This meant that to permanently open the following gates, he had to slowly scour the closed Tenketsu using his chakra, slowly finding the lock through trial and error. Naruto once again lamented how lucky he was to not only inadvertently discover the second component of opening the gate, but also the first component. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Naruto didn't know if there were any additional components that allowed him to open the first gate. Although there were no differences in the chakra pathway system, there were differences in chakra between ninja. What if because he was in Uzumaki or Jinchuriki, his chakra was different from the regular ninja, which resulted in some sort of mutation occurring? Naruto couldn't confirm any more details about opening the first gate with the limited knowledge that he was exposed to. However, he did make a mental note that once he found a specialist that he could trust, he would ask them about their opinion. In addition to finding out how to permanently open the gate, Naruto had also concluded why opening the gate through the lock had resulted in different abilities compared to using the forbidden technique. Firstly, the 8 inner gates technique relied on forcefully opening the Tenketsu by bombarding them with chakra and blasting them open. As they weren't opened the usual way, the Tenketsu would immediately close when chakra was removed from the gate. The first gate's description is that it unlocks the limit of the user's body by doing this, allowing the user to use 100% of their strength while suffering from muscular damage. Yet this didn't explain why opening the first gate using the forbidden technique resulted in a significant strain on the body. Naruto continued to study this problem until he stumbled upon a relatively obscure medical entry. The medical entry showed a patient that suffered from similar symptoms as a ninja would when opening the first gate. It was a case about how a civilian mother had lifted a bookshelf that she shouldn't have been able to raise to save her child. After learning about this and confirming with other medical texts that he had read on the topic, Naruto hypothesized that blasting the first inner gate with chakra did precisely that. The violent method of forcing the gate open resulted in the body releasing a stress response, removing its internal limiter and allowing the user to use 100% of their strength. In addition, it wasn't opening the gate that caused a strain on the body, but the fact that the limiter was removed. This was also why most of the damage was in the muscles. They aren't meant to exert 100% of their strength. After logically writing all of his thoughts while being satisfied with the conclusions he drew, Naruto burned the book, destroying all of its contents about his research into the 8 inner gates technique. Naruto had no idea if someone would break into his house and inadvertently look at his research, which he considered to be a significant breakthrough in both the medical world and the ninja world. Even he had improved by leaps and bounds just by having the motivation and gaining the abilities provided by the first inner gate. Naruto couldn't imagine what it would be like with a whole platoon or army of ninjas who had permanently opened their gates. He would keep this technique to himself forever, especially until he had enough strength to defend himself in this dark cold world. After making sure that the book was nothing but ashes, Naruto washed the remains down the sink, hoping it didn't clog his pipes. He then sat cross-legged on his bed. Now that he had learned everything that he needed to, Naruto decided that he would open the second inner gate. Naruto envisioned the second inner gate, the gate of healing, located in the brain's right hemisphere. He then took a strand of chakra and gently pushed it against the lock of the closed Tenketsu. Like the first time around, Naruto initially felt like he was hitting a solid wall. However, after his chakra made contact with the lock, he felt a minuscule hole where his chakra was, allowing a strand to pass through. Naruto slowly pushed more and more chakra through the gate, widening the gap slowly but surely. However, unlike the first time he expanded the gate, which took a matter of minutes, the gate had barely expanded even after an hour. Was my idea wrong? Naruto thought to himself in disappointment. Initially, he was expecting the gate to open at the same rate as the first gate had done, with it opening and stabilizing within a matter of minutes. After guessing that he had made a mistake in his hypothesis, Naruto dropped intentionally, sending chakra to the gate. However, despite not deliberately sending chakra, there was still a tiny stream in his body that was involuntarily being molded, which moved towards the hole, slowly expanding it. Naruto watched in fascination as the chakra was molded and flowed in the gate at the perfect rate. No chakra was wasted, with the hole in the tenketsu slowly widening. The blonde watched the speed at which the hole expanded, estimating that the gate would approximately take a month before it fully opened if it continued to grow at the same rate. 3 weeks later. By this point, Naruto had mastered the 2C rank Earth techniques and the Shunshin. He started to direct his clones to increase the versatility of the jutsu by attempting different applications. For example, for Earth style. Earth Shore Return, Naruto directed the clone to attempt to make the wall emerge from the ground quicker by changing the amount of Earth chakra used or the amount of force used to smash the floor. Or to test if it was possible to use one's feet to perform the technique using the same principles as using their hands. The other 2 techniques were simpler to improve. Naruto ordered the Earth style. Hiding like a mole technique clone to start moving through the ground quicker while focusing more on the magnetic forces to get a clearer picture of what was happening on the surface. While the Shunshin was the most straightforward technique to improve. The clones increased the distance traveled while using the jutsu while maintaining its accuracy. He had also started attempting to reach different heights by visualizing himself on top of trees. Naruto had also mastered tree walking, taking it to the same extremes as the leaf sticking exercise. After being able to stick to the tree indefinitely, his clones combined it with a leaf sticking exercise to make it even more difficult. This resulted in molding 2 different amounts of chakra, sending a smaller stream to the forehead while larger to his feet. Naruto directed the clones to start water walking on the lake after mastering the tree walking. Using their previous experience from tree walking, they quickly deduced that the next step was different because water had a different surface tension compared to trees. In addition, water, unlike the solid surfaces he was used to walking on, was a fluid. This means that the amount of chakra that needed to be emitted from his feet changed constantly. Upon realizing this fact, the clones had taken a different approach to water walking rather than attempting to stabilize their bodies on the water. They started using their hands coated in chakra for it to stick to the water. They then moved their hands over the water's surface while changing the amount of pressure exerted on water. This means that they could focus on the changes in the amount of chakra required as the hand moved or when more or less force was added onto the water's surface. Naruto had also spent a lot of time trying to find a way to train his taijutsu prowess. By now, he had memorized several katas that were publicly available in the library, such as the Gokin, Hummingbird and the Whirling Tides. There was even a style that was created based upon the Hyuga taijutsu, focusing on the tenketsu and joints in the body. However, the blonde didn't forget that learning these different katas without developing bad habits required someone to teach him rather than blindly learning independently. This fact didn't stop him from attempting different methods to improve his taijutsu and kinjutsu skills. Originally, he had wanted to practice against his shadow clones, but one decent hit from him and they would dispel. Naruto had even tried creating several clones at once, with the clone switching places when the one he was fighting against got dispelled. But that was more of a hassle to get working than the fighting experience he got out of it. In the end, he settled with slow contact sparring until he could find a taijutsu trainer. By making slow movements, each with very little power, there was almost zero chance of a clone dispelling. While this wasn't effective as full contact sparring, it allowed him to slowly develop the technique for each style and determine which stance would be the most efficient at disabling another. As the clones slowly became more and more proficient in taijutsu, they slowly started to speed up their movements in fights while always ensuring their stances were correct. In addition to this, there was a clone on the side watching their stances, comparing them to the images he saw in books and pointing out any mistakes he could see. Initially, Naruto had even asked Sasuke a few times if he wanted to practice together because the raven-haired boy was the top taijutsu user in the class. However, he was immediately blown off by Sasuke, who had stated it would be a waste of time, while also receiving an admonishment from the pink-haired girl, who thought he was trying to compete with Sasuke. As a result, using slow, light contact sparring to learn taijutsu was as good as it was going to get for him. Naruto figured that it was the best method he had to train before he could figure out a way to make shadow clones more durable for sparring. He did, however, make a mental note to search for a Jonin called Might Guy, who he had overheard to be the best taijutsu user in all of Konoha. Naruto guessed that the man might be willing to tutor him if he paid a fee to the Jonin. However, after asking about him while under a henge, Naruto found out that the Jonin and his team were currently on a mission, with nobody knowing when he would return. Although strangely, he had received some warnings about the man, something about an infectious green beast that tried to spread his youthful ways. Naruto made a mental summary of the clones he had currently active. There were 15 clones on chakra control, 10 on earth and 10 on lightning nature transformation, 5 on reading, 3 on jutsu training, and 9 on missions. Making a total of 55 clones. After enough trial and error, Naruto learned that 55 clones was the highest number of clones that he could have at a single time. With 50 doing either training or skill-based D-rank missions and 5 reading. Naruto figured that he was able to create and dispel thousands at once in his fight with Mizuki because it was before awakening his impeccable memory. Even his clones had a strong memory, which meant they took in a lot more information, even if it was involuntary, than before. As a result, every clone sent back even more memories and experiences, so he received an even stronger strain when he dispelled them. However, despite not being able to actively use as many shadow clones as before opening the first gate, Naruto didn't mind too much. He would rather have fewer clones learn more than more clones learn less. It also helped him in keeping track of the numbers. In addition, Naruto wasn't sure if he could explain the library being filled up with 100s of his clones, even if they were transformed. During the past few weeks, Gama-chan had once again become bloated after his rapid weight loss from spending almost all of his ryo on the 3 jutsu that he bought. As a result of the excess money, Naruto purchased several things he was interested in. The custom-made ink brush, specially made with highly chakra-conductive materials, which was suitable for learning jutsu shiki and fuin shiki. He had also ordered several hundred chakra papers and chakra ink for writing with. After a month of studying, he had become proficient enough in mathematics, nature transformation and chakra control to start practicing making jutsu shiki and fuin jutsu. His clones had read tens of books in the different script styles, the amount of pressure used in the brush when drawing in ink, and how to stably channel chakra in the brush. As a result, the only thing that kept Naruto from practicing jutsu shiki and fuin jutsu was his writing skills. Although he had read multiple books, he had yet to translate that knowledge into practical skill. Naruto hadn't forgotten that his clone had complained that his writing was hard to read, and he was determined to make it as clear and as fluent as possible. Maybe then he would create some sealing scrolls and sell them to various ninja stores in Konoha to make some additional ryo to purchase the B-rank lightning technique that he had his eyes on. The very next day, Naruto had just finished up his training for the morning. He was about to switch with a shadow clone that he usually sends to stare blankly alongside Sasuke and Sakura when suddenly, his head started to feel heavy and fuzzy. As time passed, the feeling got more and more severe, to the point where the sounds of static filled his ears and the world started to spin. Naruto could even swear that he saw the world turn black and white for a few moments. What's happening to me? It hurt so much. Naruto inwardly screamed in shock and fear at the unexpected appearance of the disorientating feeling. He couldn't even call for help. The only thing he could do was lay on the ground, paralyzed. As he inwardly wished for someone to come and save him and relieve him of this pain, the static noise abruptly vanished. Naruto laid on the ground for several more minutes while waiting for the aftermath to calm down. After everything had reverted to normal, Naruto decided to stop training for the day and figure out what happened after his D-rank mission with the team. Naruto discreetly switched with his shadow clone and pulled out a notebook to practice his calligraphy skills. However, all of a sudden, he felt like something was coming and looked up from the book he was writing in. Shortly after, Kakashi appeared in front of the group with a puff of smoke. "Yo, so are you guys ready for your mission?" the Jonin asked with an eye smile. Sasuke grunted, not liking the idea of wasting his time with another chore, but it balanced out because only doing one mission a day left him with plenty of time to train. Sakura, on the other hand, was unenthusiastic. She had several problems with the long and tedious D-rank missions. Firstly, she has no idea how many of her dresses have been ruined from a mixture of dogs, tor and even paint. In addition, she couldn't even talk with Sasuke as they were always busy. Meanwhile, Naruto nodded his head. He hoped that they could get a quick and easy mission and not have any teamwork training so he could rest for the day. Kakashi's smile widened under his mask. He would happily bet 1 million ryo that his team wouldn't expect what was happening today. Alright then, let's head to the Hokage's office. Kakashi turned, pulled his signature orange book out of his pocket and started reading while leading the group to the office. While trailing behind the group, Naruto thought back to the feeling of sensing Kakashi's presence before he appeared. It had never happened before, and even after learning the Shunshin, it was hard not to be surprised at the Jonin's sudden appearance. But while it might be a mistake, with him still delirious from the experience he had just before, Naruto felt like he knew that Kakashi would appear at that moment. Pre-recognition. Presence detection. Chakra sensing. Luck. Coincidence. Several possibilities came to mind. In the end, Naruto decided to focus on the feeling that he had felt before. Maybe he could replicate what had just happened. Naruto closed his eyes, thinking hard about the previous feeling, while his body automatically carried him to the Hokage's office. Suddenly, the world around him turned black and white, with him being able to sense the presence of everything around him. Kakashi had a silvery white glow surrounding him, while Sasuke and Sakura had a black and a green aura respectively. Naruto could even sense his own glow, a warm yellow that was several times larger than Kakashi's. Is this chakra? Naruto thought in disbelief. He had never been able to sense the chakra of others before, not for lack of trying. All ninjas in training went through a short course in their third year at the academy to determine if they had the capabilities of a sensor ninja. At that time, Naruto had failed the test, with him being sad that he didn't have an ability that allowed him to stand out from the rest of his peers. Naruto didn't know what had changed since then. He had never attempted to sense the chakra of others again after being told it was practically impossible. However, Naruto knew precisely what his chakra felt and looked like from the constant internal visualization of the gates he did. It was exactly the same as what he had just sensed. When suddenly, everything clicked. The second inner gate. After this thought came to mind, Naruto visualized the second gate and sure enough, it was completely open, glowing a vibrant yellow. So the gate of healing gave me the ability to sense chakra in a 100-meter radius. Naruto concluded after examining how far he could sense. Well, it was strange that the gate of healing gave sensory capabilities given its name. The blonde figured it had something to do with the gate being in the right hemisphere of the brain. Beyond the 100-meter wall, all Naruto could feel was darkness. However, he could faintly feel the wall slowly widen, which gave him the idea that his chakra sensing capabilities would increase with time or practice or both. At the same time, Naruto had also learned why Iruka-sensei was able to find him so fast whenever he pulled a prank, despite him being able to hide from several Chunin-level shinobi. It was because his chakra was so vast and bountiful. In the past, Iruka-sensei had mentioned in class that he had a weak chakra sensing talent. Therefore, even if Naruto was hiding behind a wall, Iruka could probably clearly sense his presence, easily distinguishing his large chakra reserves from any other shinobi in Konoha. However, Naruto didn't know too much about the ability to sense chakra and wasn't sure if his ability was chakra sensing or if the ability to sense chakra was only part of his ability. The Genin figured that he would investigate his newfound ability in more detail in the coming days, so he didn't make any conclusions as to what the limits and functions of this new ability were. While examining his new ability, the group had finally made it to the Hokage's tower. The sudden appearance of another large chakra signature in his sensing area caused Naruto to open his eyes. While standing patiently with his team, Naruto was hoping for an easy quick mission so that he could continue exploring the new talent he had just awakened. However, as always, life doesn't go the way Naruto wanted it. His expectations for a short mission were crushed by Kakashi's following words. "Okage-sama, Team 7 have come to request a C-rank mission," Kakashi stated, smiling as he saw his team's widened eyes in the peripheral of his vision. The Hokage instinctively glanced through the D-rank missions, about to pull one out at random, before reacting to what Kakashi had said. "C-rank mission, do you think they are ready for it?" Hiruzen queried. There was a large influx of missions that Konoha received from the Wind Country during recent times. As a result, Hiruzen had been swamped with paperwork and hadn't had much time to pay attention to the new Genin team's progress. Iruka also raised his brows in shock while worried at the sudden development. He had no doubt that the team would be safe, especially under the protection of one of the top Jonins in the village. But knowing this fact didn't stop him from being worried about his former students. This is because despite there being very little chance of confrontation in a C-rank mission, there was an infinitely higher chance compared to a D-rank mission. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Team 7 have shown great teamwork and I am confident that the mission will be a success," Kakashi formally stated. His team was definitely ready. With Naruto's sudden shift in attitude after the Genin exam, Team 7's teamwork had progressed at an incredible rate. However, something concerned Kakashi even though he should be happy with their progress. Their teamwork was strong, but Kakashi could clearly see that the Genin weren't on the best of terms with each other. In fact, the only thing he felt that they were to each other was co-workers at best. Initially, Kakashi had hoped that performing one D-rank mission a day would allow the team enough time every day to bond outside of mission times. But he was disappointed in the results. Upon dismissal, the team would immediately part ways. Sasuke would only talk when he needed something or when he was spoken to. But even then, very few words left his mouth, only grunts of acknowledgement or disapproval. Sakura spent most of her time frowning on Sasuke when she wasn't working while ignoring Naruto and taking the blonde's help during missions for granted whenever she was behind. Meanwhile, Naruto's attitude was the one that shocked him the most. The blonde was usually the first of the group to finish their part of the mission with the aid of shadow clones and would take his time to help who was the most behind. Kakashi was relying on Naruto's positive attitude and desire to make friends to break through the walls of Sasuke and Sakura, allowing the team to fully trust and befriend one another. However, the Jonin noticed that after a few weeks of trying, Naruto had stopped attempting to befriend the other two team members. Although the boy was polite, he only seemed to treat them as a team and not as friends. If there was one word that Kakashi could use to describe how Naruto acted around his team, it was professional. He worked more like a Chunin or Jonin, completing his task with cold, hard efficiency, without a single word or complaint. As a result, Kakashi hoped that maybe completing a C-ranked mission would draw the team closer together. Very well then. I have a C-ranked escort and protection mission for a single client to the Land of Waves. Your primary objective is to guard a bridge builder named Tazuna until he has finished building a bridge in the Wave Country. The estimated time for completion is 1 month. Do you accept? Yes, Hokage-sama. If my team cannot handle it, I am there to support them. Kakashi was pulled out of his thoughts and accepted the mission. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, studying Team 7 for a moment before signaling one of his subordinates to send the client in. Sent Tazuna in. Shortly after, the door slid open, revealing an old man. The door opening allowed Team 7 and the client to make their first impressions of each other, which wasn't good. Naruto observed his client. Tazuna was an old man that looked to be in his late 50s, he had messy dark gray hair and a beard while wearing average civilian clothing. If there was one thing that stood out about him except his old age, it was the overwhelming smell of alcohol that wafted from him. Despite knowing that anyone in the room could easily put him 6 feet under, or maybe he didn't. The first words to come out of the old man's mouth immediately drew the Genins of Team 7's ire. What's this? I asked for a C-rank mission, but all I get is a bunch of little snot-nosed brats. Can they even protect me? Hearing this, Naruto inwardly snorted in laughter. Snot-nosed brats. Who is he talking about? The only people here are O. By this point, Kakashi was already regretting taking the C-rank mission. Maybe D ranks were better. But despite his internal complaints, he reassured the client nonetheless. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. My team is more than capable of protecting you during the trip. Tazuna once again looked at what could only be described as children in his eyes, before sighing in acceptance. This was the best he would get, he just hoped that they were as good as the Jonin claimed they would be. Whatever but Jonin-san. When are we leaving? Call me Kakashi, and we will leave in about 1 hour, Kakashi explained before turning to his team. You heard me. You have 1 hour to prepare and meet up at the East Gate. The Jonin stated before leading Tazuna to the meeting spot. The moment the team was dismissed, Naruto rushed to his apartment to pick up his ninja supplies, chakra paper, brush and ink, before sealing them in a scroll and placing them in his ninja pouch alongside a few spare kunai and shuriken. Naruto also bought several weeks' supply of food, herbs and spices, alongside some homemade herbal salves for flesh wounds, poison and broken bones. Before leaving, the blonde made sure to lock his apartment before heading to Ichiraku Ramen to say goodbye to the Ichiraku duo. Depending on how long the bridge took to build, he would be away for several weeks to a month. Hey old man Tucci. 1 miso ramen with extra pork. Naruto yelled after entering the Ichiraku ramen stand. Looking around, he only saw the old man, which meant that AM wasn't on her shift today. I wanted to say goodbye to her too. Naruto, it's good to see you again. The place hasn't been as lively since you stopped visiting as often. AM had also been asking if you had visited when she wasn't on her shift. Tucci smiled as Naruto plopped onto his usual stool. Sorry about that, old man, I've been a little busy. I wanted to stop by since I will be gone for a few weeks on a C-rank mission. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Don't worry, ninja stuff, right? I won't ask what you are doing, just be safe out there, okay? Hearing this warmed Naruto's heart. It wasn't often that someone told him to be careful or safe when doing something. No need to worry, I have been training super hard recently. At this point, Naruto heard the flapping of the entrance sheet behind him. He turned around to see Iruka entering the stand. Ah, Naruto. I knew you would be here before you left on your mission. I wanted to have a quick talk with you. What's up, Iruka-sensei? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Firstly, I wanted to apologize that we haven't been able to meet for ramen since you have graduated. We have recently been swamped with missions, although they have gone down thanks to your help. Iruka scratched his face in slight shame. He didn't want the blonde to think that he had been avoiding him as soon as Naruto graduated, giving the impression that the Chunin only cared for Naruto because he was his student at the time. No worries, Iruka-sensei, I have also been a little with you, you know. Naruto shook his head. He had also avoided talking to Iruka while he sorted through his emotions. Yeah, I noticed that you seemed a little off recently. I thought you were upset because maybe you felt like I was ignoring you recently or something. No, I wasn't angry about that. It's just I was a little angry at the academy after having learned about that. It just felt like everyone was against me when I wasn't doing anything wrong, you know. Naruto looked down at the table, remembering the discriminatory treatment of almost all of the academy teachers. Iruka nodded his head in admittance. While Naruto might not blame him, he was blaming himself after reading through Naruto's academy records. While he didn't admit it out loud, Iruka also felt he was biased against the boy, not only because of the demon fox, but also because of the lack of skill the boy showed during any theory or practical test. Initially, the Chunin assumed it was because of a lack of studying, yet after reading through the records of the first 4 years of Naruto's studies, he saw that the boy had almost no feedback on his tests and assignments. It was a miracle that he managed to get the grades he did with such little help. But hey, I don't have to go back anymore, and I did become a ninja in the end. I just had to fill in the gaps for the past month or so. Naruto explained, taking a slurp of ramen that had just arrived. It only took you a month? Iruka asked in shock. Yeah, I can even make the standard clone, look. Naruto flipped through 3 hand seals before a standard illusionary clone appeared beside him. See? Iruka moved his hand through the clone in disbelief. It wasn't a shadow clone. While he didn't know what extent the boy's skill in the other ninja arts had reached, the clone was easily his worst skill, and yet he was able to use it with proficiency. After learning that Naruto had managed to master his worst skill, which only took a month after the academy, Iruka was relieved and ashamed. Relieved because Iruka knew more about the boy's skills when performing the C-rank mission. Ashamed because if the blonde had some dedicated training early in the academy, with his talent, Naruto would have easily become the #1 rookie this year. That's amazing. I am sure you have worked hard on that, Naruto. Iruka praised the blonde, receiving a bashful look in return. The last thing I wanted to talk to you about is what you need to be aware of when you go on your mission. Iruka then spent the next 20 to 30 minutes explaining everything he knew from his experience in C-rank missions. Never underestimate the mission difficulty. Be wary of enemies at all times. He also mentioned some things, such as not being afraid to ask for backup. It is never cowardly to ask for assistance. While knowing the majority of things, Naruto listened attentively while occasionally raising questions on the few things he didn't know. That's everything I have to tell you. If you take it all to heart, I am sure you will have no problems on your mission. Iruka tapered off as both shinobi finished their bowls of ramen. Thanks for telling me everything, Iruka-sensei. Don't worry about me. I won't let you down. Naruto grinned before taking a glance at the time. Oop, it seems like I have to be at the gate in 5 minutes. Thanks again, Iruka-sensei. Although I am sure you don't need it, good luck, Naruto. Iruka smiled before leaving the stand, returning to his duties at the mission's office. Old man. When I finish my mission, I will come back to visit, so make sure to tell AM-chan for me. Naruto yelled out to Tucci, who was out back, before leaving enough money to pay for his ramen and shushing out of the stand. Almost immediately after, Naruto reappeared at the front gate in a puff of smoke, startling both Kakashi and Tazuna at the way the blonde had arrived. I didn't know you knew the Shunshin, Naruto. Kakashi waved, calming Tazuna down, who was shocked at the boy's sudden arrival. Maybe these ninjas are much stronger than I had given them credit for. The old man thought to himself. Oh, I bought it from the library alongside a few other jutsu with the money from my D ranks, Naruto explained. D rank missions, huh? Kakashi inwardly exclaimed in realization. He now knew why the blonde sent multiple shadow clones to perform several D rank missions every day. It wasn't just for living expenses, but also so he could buy some ninjutsu. I am hurt that you didn't think to ask me if I could teach it to you, Naruto. Kakashi held his hand over his heart as if he was wounded from the emotional damage that Naruto had just delivered. Well, if you had actively taught us something other than teamwork exercises, I would have known it was your job to teach us. Naruto countered, speaking his true thoughts. To this day, he still doesn't know what Kakashi's role was supposed to be. Well, Kakashi was about to explain himself but was interrupted by Sasuke's arrival. Sasuke, the ever so silent, only gave a grunt of acknowledgement before quietly waiting with the group for the last member. Speaking of Sakura, Naruto absent-mindedly thought as he closed his eyes, feeling a familiar chakra signature approximately 70 meters away. The blonde turned his head to the right to see Sakura rushing toward them. Sorry I am late. I had to tell my parents goodbye. Sakura apologized while slightly panting from exhaustion. Well, you're not exactly late. Late would be arriving 3 hours after Naruto started explaining before Kakashi cut Naruto off. Let's head out, team. Wait before we go. Naruto stopped the team. Everyone looked curiously at the blonde who stopped them, expecting that Naruto had forgotten something. Naruto looked at Tazuna intently, causing the old man to sweat. Was he really annoyed at my comment on them earlier? I take it back. I take it back. The old man's worries were alleviated when Naruto created a shadow clone, which disguised itself as a young boy approximately 6 to 7 years old, who looked somewhat similar to Tazuna. The clone quickly stood next to Tazuna, drawing strange looks from everyone in the group. Naruto, what are you doing? Kakashi asked the question on everyone's mind. The Jonin was used to the blonde doing strange things with shadow clones during all D-ranked missions. However, this was the weirdest thing yet. Well, you once said that a team is always one Jonin and 3 Genin, right? So any additional people would be assumed to be a client. If on the odd chance that we get caught off guard by bandits, they wouldn't expect this child, who clearly looks like a civilian, to strike back. Naruto explained. What? You don't trust our abilities to keep the client safe, Naruto? Sakura had a tick mark that rapidly grew as she listened to Naruto, who was clearly embarrassing her and Sasuke in front of the client. Naruto shook his head in denial while having a confused look. I am not saying anything about our abilities to protect the client. It just acts as an additional layer of protection. If there was one thing that he had taken from Iruka's lecture, you shouldn't underestimate any mission. If you conserve your skills because you expect your opponent to be weaker than they should, you would most likely perish if they are stronger than you expect. Surprising Sakura and Sasuke, Kakashi nodded his head in agreement. That's very smart of you, Naruto. I can guarantee that unless they have a sensor, which is highly unlikely, they will never expect a nearby child to counterattack. Sakura grumbled at their teacher agreeing with Naruto, while Sasuke didn't care. Although he was confused at Naruto's sudden show of insight, the Uchiha knew that the blonde was full of tricks despite his appearance. He wouldn't put it past the boy to make such a trap. Meanwhile, Tazuna felt even safer than before. The old man was starting to think that he had made the right decision to hire Konoha ninja to protect him if this was the level of detail he was receiving. Right, well then. Let's head off to Wave. Kakashi said a second time, hoping that he wouldn't be interrupted again. The moment Team 7, alongside Tazuna, stepped outside the village gates, Naruto subconsciously relaxed slightly. It wasn't because he underestimated the mission, as Iruka had just given him a lecture on that very topic. Instead, it was more because he had never left the village before. Naruto guessed that nobody outside Konoha knew of him and the burden that he held. As a result, anyone he encounters wouldn't just stare through him like the civilians in Konoha do. But instead, treat him like he had always wanted to be treated, as a human being. The group walked down the dusty path with Naruto in front, Sakura on the left, Sasuke on the right, while Kakashi was trailing behind, his head buried in his orange book. Naruto was glad that he was in front, as he could freely experiment with his new ability and not be scolded by his team or client for closing his eyes during a mission. The blonde entered his newly dubbed awareness mode, although he figured he could later come up with a better name. The Genin figured that since this new ability allowed him to sense chakra, even if he was closing his eyes, he wouldn't be caught off guard as long as he was alert when he felt a chakra signature that wasn't his team or client. Maybe he could learn some new things about this ability he had just awoken in the meantime. Naruto had very little knowledge of what natural chakra sensors were and what they could do, but he at least knew the basics. Sensors molded their chakra into sensory mode chakra, which allowed the user to detect other people's chakra and whether they were lying. Yet, even this small piece of information allowed Naruto to determine that his ability wasn't as simple as chakra sensing. The main reason was that his chakra wasn't being molded into sensory mode chakra, instead, there was no chakra involuntarily being molded at all. In addition to this, Naruto knew that his kunai and nearby rocks didn't have a shred of chakra, yet he was still able to sense their existence and position. If anything, it reminds me of the Byakugan. Naruto thought of the Dijutsu that the Hyuga clan had. It allowed the user to have a 360 degrees field of view, monitoring anything and everything within the user's range. However, there was very little information he could find stored in the library about Kekkei Genkai found in Konoha, so it was hard to make a comparison if he didn't know what exactly the Byakugan was capable of. Naruto figured that they didn't want their weaknesses and abilities to be easily accessible to anyone, instead, they preferred to keep them as clan secrets. While Naruto was testing his new ability and drawing comparisons to already existing abilities, Sakura, who was bored, started asking Tazuna questions to alleviate her boredom. Tazuna-san, you're from Wave Country, right? Why did you ask ninja from Konoha to help protect you? Do you not have any ninjas in your own village to help? Sakura asked, drawing the attention of the other two genin of Team 7. Wave Country doesn't have any ninjas, and Konoha was the closest village to Wave, Tazuna grumbled. If they had ninjas, there was no doubt that they wouldn't be in this situation. Don't worry, Sakura. There isn't any ninja combat on a C-rank mission. Kakashi reassured Sakura, who looked relieved. As the group continued to move forward, Naruto felt a tingling sensation in his head, causing him to wince unnoticed by others in the group. What's happening? The blonde thought wearily. He didn't want to repeat what happened this morning. Naruto closed his eyes to check everything in range of his perception before tensing up. Approximately 90 meters in front of the group, the blonde could sense two chakra signatures that seemed to have a reddish tint. The blonde thought it was strange that two different shinobi had the same red tint to their bodies, and he didn't know what it meant. Is it because I don't know them? does the red tint mean they are a threat? While he didn't know what the reddish tint meant, Naruto raised his guard, anticipating a fight. He didn't want to make the first move as he didn't know if the two ninjas were hostile or not. Maybe they are hiding, waiting for us to pass to avoid conflict. After leaving his awareness mode, Naruto could only see a puddle on the side of the road. If he hadn't sensed the chakra signatures inside, the blonde had no doubt that he would have overlooked it. A water release technique. Kinjutsu. Naruto ran through several possibilities of the means that the two ninjas were using to hide in plain sight, but turned his eyes away from the puddle, not wanting to alert the ninja that he had spotted them, in case they panicked and attacked them. Looking back at Kakashi, who was still nose deep in his book, Naruto didn't know if the silver-haired Jonin had sensed their presence or not. Kakashi did just say that there were no enemy ninjas on a C-rank mission, so maybe he had let his guard down. In the end, Naruto could only inwardly prepare for combat, his muscles tensing, while his right hand drifted towards his ninja pouch, ready to take a kunai out at any time. However, all preparation was for naught as the group walked past the puddle, with the ninjas inside not moving. Naruto relaxed slightly, sighing in relief. While he had been training extensively since the graduation test, Naruto had no idea how he compared to any other ninja because he had taught himself. So he was subconsciously relieved and happy that there was no combat. Yet things didn't seem to go as Naruto was hoping for. Suddenly, Naruto felt a sharp stinging sensation in his brain that caused his footsteps to pause for an instant. Almost immediately after, he sensed the chakra signatures move from the puddle, aiming their arms towards Kakashi. Still, under the impression that Kakashi had completely dropped his guard, Naruto instinctively jumped to the back of the group, channeling earth chakra to his hands and slamming them on the floor, lifting a thick sheet of earth. Earth release. Earth shore return. Seconds after the sheet was raised into a wall, two clanging noises resounded as the chain slammed against the defensive technique, alerting Sakura, Sasuke and Tazuna of the sudden attack. Simultaneously, Naruto made a clone sign, conjuring a clone into existence, which performed its own jutsu, moving underground before the smoke dispersed. Earth release. Hiding like a mole technique. Meanwhile, Kakashi stayed quiet, observing how his team would handle the sudden attack from the side. He was amazed that Naruto had picked up on the enemy's attack so quickly, and the blonde's use of earth release since elemental ninjutsu is a high Genin Chunin level skill. After sensing that his clone had gotten into position, Naruto shouted, "Sasuke, use your fireball." While he doubted the fireball would hit the target after the large number of teamwork training that the group had undergone, Sasuke instinctively followed Naruto's words, quickly flipping through the three-hand seals to make a fireball. High release. Grand fireball technique, Sasuke blew out a fireball that quickly sped towards the Chunin ninjas, who were already preparing to dodge after hearing the blonde shout to his teammate. However, before they could dodge, the two Chunin could feel that their legs were caught on something. Looking down simultaneously, they could see that two hands had emerged from the ground, holding their ankles. One of the ninjas stamped on the hand, which caused it to turn into a puff of smoke, freeing them and allowing them to attempt to escape from the fireball's path. But the slight delay ensured that both shinobi were well within the fireball's range, which promptly slammed into them. Ah! The ninjas screamed in pain as they twitched on the floor, feeling sudden bouts of pain, drawing a wince from Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, who had yet to cause serious harm to anybody with his fireball, was the most shocked of the group. "Right, that's enough, team. I think they are incapacitated," Kakashi ordered, preventing Naruto and Sasuke, who were about to attack the downed ninjas once more. Unbeknownst to his team, the Jonin was proud of his team's performance. Naruto and Sasuke's teamwork was practically flawless. While Sakura had no direct part in the counterattack, after overcoming the shock of the ninja's sudden attack, she stayed guarding Tazuna despite her shaking. Naruto's disguised clone that the boy named Haruto also stayed by Tazuna's side, watching carefully for any other attackers. "Well done, team. You have all progressed since the academy. Especially you, Naruto." Kakashi complimented his team, receiving a bashful look from Naruto, who was happy to see his efforts had been noticed. "What was that wall, and why couldn't the ninja avoid the fireball?" Sasuke asked curiously. He knew that the fire release. Grand fireball technique wasn't known for its speed, yet even after the enemy ninja received a warning in advance, they still got hit. "Well, the earth wall is a C-rank technique that I bought from Konoha Library." Naruto began explaining nervously, not used to people recognizing his accomplishments. "At the same time I created a wall, I also made a shadow clone that went underground using another jutsu. Then I made it so when you had just cast your fireball, the clone would grab their ankles preventing them from moving, so it was practically a guaranteed hit." Naruto finished his explanation, happy that everything had worked out just as planned. Everyone looked in shock at the boy who had planned everything from when the ninja appeared. Sasuke and Sakura were by far the most affected of the group. They were happy with their progress since the Genin exams, but they had found out that it couldn't begin to compare with Naruto's. Kakashi noticed what they were thinking and quickly diverted the topic. He couldn't have them doubt their skills during a mission. Looking down at the unconscious ninja, he made a single hand seal before spitting water at the two Chunin, making them groan in pain. "Boy, wake up." Kakashi lazily droned, looking at the ninja through his one visible eye. After confirming both were able to hear them, he continued talking. "So, are you going to tell us who your target was? If not, I will send you back to Konoha for interrogation." "So, Tazuna-san. Would you care to explain yourself?" Kakashi glared at the old man. The Jonin suspected that the bridge builder was the target the moment they were attacked, as the attackers were far too weak to be targeting him. However, Kakashi was still unhappy that he was lied to by the old man about the mission details, potentially getting his team injured if a stronger ninja had appeared. "The mission wasn't a lie, I needed protection. These people are under the orders of a businessman to prevent me from building the bridge." Tazuna exhaled a sigh, beginning to explain the details of the mission. "You may know the businessman called Gato. A multimillionaire who is the founder of Gato Company. However, most people don't know his true nature, thinking he is just a businessman. In reality, he is a corrupt scumbag who participates in shadier activities such as smuggling and trafficking drugs. He currently has the land of waves in a chokehold by taking control of our shipping routes to create a monopoly so he can earn even more money. So we are revolting against his rule by building a bridge. It is the only way we can connect to the mainland to start trades again." Tazuna became more and more heated as he continued explaining before eventually breaking down into tears at the horrors that had taken over his once peaceful country. "While I can understand and sympathize with your circumstances, my genin are not equipped or trained enough to take enemy ninja as of right now. These two are Chunin level, and although my team had managed to subjugate them, I have no doubt that the fight could have gone very differently. In addition, you have lied about the mission detail, which is a breach of contract. As a result, we have the right to abandon the mission and return to Konoha," Kakashi explained. Kakashi sympathized with the man, he really did, but his genin's protection was at the top of his priority list. If he could secure their safety by abandoning the mission, it was a choice he was willing to take. "Wait, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto stopped Kakashi from dealing the final blow to the almost broken man, causing everyone to look at him curiously. Isn't it strange that Tazuna was only attacked on his way back from Konoha? If Gato had ninja on his side, how did he make it out of wave? "You're right. Ninjas were expensive to hire, and while missing ninjas were cheaper, they were also more dangerous as they had a higher chance to betray. If Gato was as greedy and as fearful as Tazuna stated, it was highly likely that they could have been hired once Gato got the news that the bridge builder had left to request aid from Konoha. However, changes in the mission's parameters still need to be dealt with accordingly. I will confide with my team to determine if we will continue the mission or not." Kakashi pulled Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto to the side for a small discussion. "I say we help the old man. He didn't lie about the mission details, and it wouldn't sit right with me leaving the people of Wave in such conditions when I had the opportunity to help." Naruto first stated his opinion before listening quietly to the others. Sakura looked unsure, she felt helpless against the enemy ninja, but she could see that Naruto was determined to continue, while Sasuke also looked like he was on the verge of accepting. I also think we should continue." Sasuke accepted. Who was he kidding? This was the first mission he had where he could fight enemy ninja and not paint fences. He didn't want to return now, especially after he was shown up by Naruto. Hearing that Sasuke agreed, Sakura reluctantly nodded her head but was reassured by Kakashi and Naruto's following words. "However, while we should continue, I also believe that we should ask for backup from Konoha. I can send a shadow clone if you want, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto suggested, taking another note from Iruka's lecture, receiving a nod from Kakashi. "Backup is a good call, Naruto. However, there is no need to send a clone. I have a better idea." Kakashi flipped through several hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground. Small text, which Naruto recognized as Jutsu Shiki, appeared at the point of contact. A puff of smoke appeared in front of the group. As it dispersed, it revealed a miniature brown pug that saluted at Kakashi. Strangely, it was also wearing a Konoha forehead protector, which amused Naruto. "Akin, I want you to take this scroll to the Hokage's office as fast as possible," Kakashi ordered, strapping a scroll onto Pakin's back, who quickly scampered off to Konoha. Kakashi and the group returned to Tazuna, who was anticipating and dreading the upcoming words. "We will proceed as usual and have also called for assistance. However, because the mission parameters have changed to a B rank, the remuneration you need to pay after completion will also change accordingly. Do not worry, as a payment plan can be set up, allowing you to pay in installments." Thank you." Tears of joy streamed down Tazuna's face as he thanked the ninja for assisting him in freeing Wave from its tyrant. The group had just reached the land of the waves after asking a kind fisherman to give them a ride over the waters through the thick mist. Due to the mist being so dense, they couldn't see the bridge until they neared it. If the unfinished bridge could be described in a single word, it would be gigantic. Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to sense the enormous bridge in its entirety. However, even with his, in his opinion, rather large sensing radius, he couldn't cover 1/20th of the whole bridge. If anything, it sure explained why Gato was in a rush to kill Tazuna and stop the bridge from being built. Once the bridge was completed, his ambitions to take over Wave would be finished, with no chance of redemption. After getting off the small boat, the group thanked the fisherman who had given them the ride across the waters and set foot on the land where waves of trouble turmoiled. It seems like there were only those two ninjas, huh? Anyways, well, it is a little desolate as of now. I welcome you all to the wave country. Tazuna gestured to the area around him, happy to be back home. My house isn't too far away from here, we can reach it before night falls. As the group continued their trek along the road, there was rustling in the bushes beside the group. Naruto instinctively entered his awareness mode before quickly determining that it was a rabbit. However, before he could relax, a domineering chakra signature entered the range of his perception. Naruto froze in fear. This chakra signature had to be almost on par with Kakashi's, and whoever it was wasn't afraid to reveal their chakra. It also didn't help that the man was dyed with a scarily red tint. Suddenly, the man seemed to flick his wrist, releasing a giant sword from his arm, which started spinning towards the team. Naruto felt sharp stinging pains in his head, demanding that he avoid the weapon or face his early demise. Kakashi, having heard of an incoming object, widened his eyes in recognition before calling out to the group. Get down. Both Kakashi and Naruto screamed while diving to push the people nearby them onto the floor. The Jonin pushed Tazuna and Sasuke, while Naruto pushed down Sakura and his clone, Haruto. Not even a moment after they hit the ground, a huge sword buzzed about their heads, releasing gales of winds in its wake before it lodged itself into a nearby tree trunk. After the dust settled, Naruto instinctively turned to the man who now stood by the sword, freezing at the malice that the man spewed toward their group. Maybe it was a better idea to wait for backup before proceeding, he couldn't help but bitterly think. While Naruto didn't admit it, he was a little proud that he had managed to overcome the two Chunin ninjas without injury, thinking that they would be able to handle any other ninja that was sent their way. Yet that misjudgment meant that they had to face a terrifying enemy when they weren't prepared. Zabuza Mamachi, the demon of the hidden mist, Kakashi uttered, his one eye narrowing at their attacker. Oh? I am pleased to hear that Kakashi of the Sharingan has heard of little old me. Zabuza amusedly said, shrugging off the glare of the one-eyed Jonin. At this point, Naruto wished that he didn't only focus on training and instead at least spend some time learning about his potential future enemies. He had no idea who this Zabuza Mamachi guy was. Although in hindsight, this couldn't be blamed on him, considering that Naruto never thought he would be fighting against high-level ninjas this early in his career. Let's cut the small talk. What are you after? I would really prefer it if we didn't engage in a fight since I am on a mission. Kakashi attempted to de-escalate the situation while keeping a close eye on Zabuza, fearing he would make a move against his genin and client. Why, of course, it's the bridge builder I want. Leave the old man with me, and I will let you go on your merry ways. Zabuza nonchalantly said something frightening like it was a casual conversation between two close friends. Kakashi sighed, pulling up his forehead protector, revealing a Sharingan in his hidden eye. Unfortunately, that isn't something I can accept. I guess it can't be helped, huh? The Sharingan. It is my honor to see it in action. Zabuza said, although his tone showed that it was anything but fear he had when he looked at Kakashi. I can't wait to fight the man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. Kakashi the copy ninja. Hearing this surprised Team 7, who barely knew anything of their teacher except his laziness and love for reading erotica in public. Team 7, triangle formation. Kakashi shouted. The genin instantly got into formation, each taking a point around Tazuna and Haruto with a kunai in hand. Zabuza took his sword, jumping onto the nearby lake before making a hand seal. Suddenly, the mist became incredibly dense, and everyone could barely see a few meters ahead of them. This has got to be the worst time for the mist to roll in. The land of waves is surrounded by the ocean. It isn't uncommon to see swirling mists appear from time to time. Tazuna explained to the nearby members of Team 7, if only to gain some manner of composure from the dense killing intent that Zabuza was releasing. Hearing this, Naruto shook his head in denial. That's impossible. This is no natural mist. It is completely saturated with chakra. It has to be some sort of ninjutsu. The blonde closed his eyes, attempting to sense through the mist. While it was filled with a bluish chakra that disorientated him due to its concentration, he could still determine the position of everyone nearby. Strangely, Naruto felt the existence of another chakra signature hidden in the trees. Another enemy. He thought absent-mindedly. However, he couldn't see the usual red tint that he had now begun to associate with anyone with harmful intent towards him. Therefore, while he wouldn't attack this new signature, he would keep an eye on it after learning his mistake about making assumptions from overlooking the Chunins in the puddle. Hiding in mist technique, huh? Kakashi thought to himself, his Sharingan seeing the chakra that filled the mist. It was Zabuza Mamachi's speciality, and he was very proficient in the technique. 8 spots. Zabuza's dark voice reverberated throughout the surrounding mist. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, the subclavian veins, kidneys and the heart. Now which vulnerable spot should I attack? Suddenly, the air began to permeate with dense, potent killing intent. It weighed down on everyone present, with the Genin and Tazuna stiffening in fear at the unexpected appearance of the suffocating aura. What is this feeling? If I take even one breath or move my eyes away, I will be marked and killed. Sasuke thought to himself, holding a kunai near his throat. He would rather die than suffer through this any longer. Sakura also froze up, trembling in fear. She was the most affected after Tazuna by the terrifying killing intent to the point where she felt like she would collapse on the spot. Meanwhile, Naruto's senses were going haywire. The sharp stabbing pain in his head was almost unbearable, alerting him that he was in danger, that he should flee from the monster in front of him. Everyone stay calm. There's no need to panic. I promised that I would never let my comrades die. Never again. Kakashi spoke, his voice gentle, soothing the nerves of his Genin and Tazuna. The man knew how terrified his students must be. They weren't prepared for this. Nobody could prepare for this. Oh really? A voice sounded from inside Team 7's formation. Well, allow me to be the first and last person to break your promise. Naruto spun around immediately, instinctively driving his kunai to where he perceived Zabuza to be. The blonde felt like he had made contact with something or someone before a liquid sprayed on his face. It was water. The clone Naruto set an alarm as the Zabuza near him collapsed into a puddle of water. By this point, the other 2 genin had reacted, both thankful that the blonde had acted as quickly and decisively as he did. Oh? To think that I would be detected by a snotty brat. I almost feel sorry for your talent going to waste by killing you. But you can only blame yourself for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Zabuza's voice echoed from the lake. Finally pinpointing where Zabuza was hiding, Kakashi vanished, reappearing behind him and slicing his neck with a kunai. Yet again, the expected blood didn't appear as the body leaked water instead. Water clone again, the silver-haired Jonin thought in alarm. Zabuza silently rose from the water behind Kakashi and flipped through several hand seals, his hands blurring from the speed. Water release. Water prison technique. The lake water around Kakashi enveloped him, immobilizing him in place. Zabuza smirked as he saw the Jonin attempt but failed to escape. It's futile, Kakashi. Now watch as your genin die due to your incompetence. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Take the client and run. Kakashi shouted at his team, hoping that they would leave him there. He knew that they stood no chance against the monster that was Zabuza. The man was utterly out of their league. Meanwhile, Zabuza created a single water clone that languidly walked towards the group, his footsteps trailing on the water. He noticed a young boy that was further away from the group. Initially, he planned to kill the unaware boy to destroy the genin spirits, but a better plan came to mind. The clone vanished before instantly reappearing near the boy, holding a sword to his neck. He wasn't aware that the bridge builder had taken his grandson along with him on their trip to Konoha, but it made for a more fun experience. How about this? You give me the bridge builder, and I will give you the boy. Zabuza taunted the group, smirking as everyone shifted uncomfortably at his declaration. Of course, he would give the boy to them, but even after the trade, he would still kill them all. Maybe if on the off chance that one survives, they would forever remember the lesson to never trust your enemy. Grandpa, save me. Haruto screamed out in fear, tears welling in his eyes, causing everyone to look angry and helpless at the situation in front of them. However, despite the fear-inducing scenario, something didn't sit right in the minds of Kakashi, Tazuna, Sakura and Sasuke that they couldn't put their minds on. They felt like they had forgotten something. Quiet, kid. Another word, and you die now. Zabuza threatened the squirming boy in his arms, causing the boy to stiffen, his pleading eyes looking towards Team 7 to help him. Hey, let him go. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto screamed out, conjuring several shadow clones which dashed towards Zabuza on top of the water. Solid clones and water walking as a genin. He seemed skilled but naive. Zabuza grinned. He could see that this boy didn't have much combat experience. You shouldn't shout out your technique names, kid. Did they teach you nothing in the academy? But the single swing of his sword, Zabuza killed all the clones, which dispersed into puffs of smoke. Since you didn't accept the deal, I am going to have to retaliate. Zabuza taunted once more, enjoying this new game and the despair on Kakashi's face. Water release. Wild water wave, the clone flashed through several hand seals before spewing water out of his mouth in a waterfall-like fashion, which rapidly moved towards Team 7. Earth release. Earth shore return. Naruto ignored the taunt, instinctively slamming his hands on the floor while shouting out the name of his following technique. Earth nature is strong against water nature, so the wall managed to easily block the water technique. By this point, Zabuza's clone was nearby the Genin, easily able to take their heads off with a single swing. He could see the fear of the raven-haired boy slowly morph into determination while the pink-haired girl stayed frozen. Tazuna couldn't help but feel regretful that these ninjas would die, all because he wanted them to continue the mission to free their country. "I didn't want to use this technique, but you asked for it." Naruto screamed out once more, emitting a large amount of chakra as his hands flipped through several hand seals. 1 2 3 4 5 6 Zabuza counted the hand seals in shock. There was no way this brat knew a B-rank technique. However, the amount of chakra Naruto was expelling made him reconsider his judgment. While he was shocked by the sudden technique, the boy in his arms shifted before he felt a stabbing sensation in his chest. The clone looked down to see the boy in his arms, holding a kunai that was buried deep within his chest. With the last of its energy, the clone smacked the boy away before dissolving. One turned into water, while the other turned to smoke. Another clone, Zabuza thought in shock. He never thought that the civilian boy had turned out to be the blonde's clone. Strangely, the same thought went through everyone's mind, even Tazuna's. They had forgotten that the civilian boy walking with them for almost a day was Naruto's clone. Lightning release. False darkness. Naruto screamed out as he flipped through the last few hand seals before opening his mouth, which was now glowing yellow with lightning chakra. False darkness, that's a B-rank technique. Peculiarly, Zabuza's instincts weren't warning him of the danger of that technique. But his instincts were overridden with reason. The boy had performed too many hand seals for it to be a C-rank jutsu, there was a lightning chakra buildup in the blonde's mouth, and the brat had a habit of shouting all of his techniques. He knew that lightning release techniques were very quick and lethal, so Zabuza decided to cut his losses with Kakashi. He wouldn't be able to tank such a technique while keeping the water prison up, so he did the logical thing and dispelled it. Zabuza jumped back from Kakashi and smirked while shouting, "Like I said, you shouldn't shout the names of your techniques, kid." Everyone inwardly facepalmed at Naruto's mistake, which the blonde didn't seem to notice or care about. He shot out a tiny thin stream of lightning that barely made it past a meter, before flickering out of existence. Naruto looked around sheepishly at the shocked reactions of everyone before smirking at Zabuza. "I forgot to say, I don't know any lightning techniques yet." Everyone balked at the balls the boy had to fake using a high-level lightning technique to get Zabuza to free Kakashi from his prison. Yet such a strange gutsy strategy actually paid off. Despite the grave situation that they were still in, Kakashi couldn't help but snicker after realizing that they had all been fooled by the Genin. Meanwhile, Zabuza was blushing red in embarrassment and anger at being played by a Genin. Nobody would know of this folly if everyone here was to die, a thought crossed his mind as his killing intent skyrocketed. He didn't care about fighting Kakashi anymore. That blonde brat had to die. However, just after he made a step, he was blocked by Kakashi. The two ninjas started exchanging punches and kicks faster than the spectators' eyes could see. They had also fired multiple ninjutsu at each other, with Kakashi taking inspiration from Naruto by neutralizing all of Zabuza's techniques with the stronger element. In the end, it seemed like it was a tie as Kakashi was launched onto the water while Zabuza crashed on the nearby land. "Like I said, I won't let you harm my Genin." Kakashi stood up, wincing. He was sure he had broken something, but it was the least of his concerns. Zabuza shakily stood up, knowing that he was running on his last legs. The amount of chakra it took to sustain the hiding and miss technique and the water prison technique, alongside the number of clones he had made, was finally taking a toll on the shinobi. "Zabuza, you lost. You were a skilled ninja. I will remember this fight till the day I die." Kakashi was panting slightly as he took out a kunai and moved in to finish the job. "You think you have won? Ha, don't make me laugh." It isn't over until Zabuza's words were cut off by two senbon, which planted themselves in his neck as he collapsed, unmoving. "Thank you for weakening him. I had a lot of troubles tracking him down." A voice sounded from the tree above Zabuza's body. The group was shocked by a new ninja's appearance, while all inwardly hoping that they didn't have to fight again. "The hunter nin. What are you here for?" Kakashi asked, hoping to evade any more conflict, otherwise, he and his team would really go cold today. Seeing the new ninja, Naruto instinctively opened his awareness again and saw that it was the same chakra signature from earlier, except it now had a slight tint of red to it. It was very faint, but it was still there. So they were an enemy after all. "I have been tasked with killing Zabuza there. Unfortunately, I cannot let you take his body as it contains valuable intel for Kurigakure. I hope you understand." the hunter nin stated, grasping Zabuza's body before vanishing in a shunshin. Naruto originally planned on notifying Kakashi of this discovery, but noticed that the Jonin's chakra was almost empty while still draining at an alarming rate, so he decided to keep his mouth shut. The moment the ninja left, Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector, covering his Sharingan. He then turned to the group and gave an eye smile before dropping to the ground. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura screamed in fear, hoping that her teacher wasn't dead. Sasuke also froze, not expecting his seemingly fine teacher to collapse after the fight. Naruto kneeled next to Kakashi's unmoving body, his hand glowing a faint green as he scanned for any internal injuries. Chakra exhaustion and a few broken ribs, I need to make a stretcher. The blonde thought to himself, determining the best plan of action. It's okay, Sasuke, Sakura. Kakashi-sensei is experiencing a rather severe case of chakra exhaustion. Naruto explained, conjuring several shadow clones to pick up some reeds from the nearby lake. Hearing this, the duo calmed down as Naruto continued to tend to Kakashi's injuries. The blonde pulled out a vial of thick liquid before slowly lifting up Kakashi's undershirt, exposing his chest, which had some rather remarkable red-purple bruising around the ribs. "Naruto, you pervert. What the hell are you doing?" Sakura glared at Naruto in disgust. She didn't expect that her teammate would use this opportunity to perv on their teacher. Wait, maybe it was intentional that he kissed Sasuke. The pinket thought to herself. This isn't the time for this. Naruto internally grumbled but explained as he gently applied a thick paste onto the injured areas before wrapping it rightly with a bandage. Kakashi has multiple broken ribs which need to be attended to before we move him, in case the injury worsens. Sakura gave a slow nod at this, not expecting Naruto, of all people, to know how to perform more advanced first aid. While it was a mandatory course in the academy, they only learned how to bandage cuts and wounds, anything past that was beyond their expertise. "And where did you learn this, Naruto?" Sasuke retorted in slight jealousy. How did the boy who was dead last in the class learn so many things without them knowing? Was he looking down on them? Hiding his skill all along? I expected this from Sakura, not from Sasuke. Naruto thought in shock at the ridiculousness of the situation. Their teacher was on the floor and they were pestering him about his newfound knowledge. Does it matter right now? I will explain later. Naruto hissed, cutting the conversation short as he focused on gently applying the bandages to Kakashi before lifting him on a makeshift stretcher made of sticks and weaved reeds. Naruto made a clone sign, summoning 4 clones, each held one end of the stretcher and gently picked it up. "Tazuna-san, can you please lead us to your house so we can get Kakashi-sensei to a bed?" Tazuna nodded his head. He was more than happy to oblige after everything these shinobi had done for him over the past day. It didn't take long for the group to drag their exhausted bodies to a rather large wooden house. Tazuna gently knocked on the wooden door and the group heard shuffling sounds alongside a pitter-patter of footsteps before the door was unlocked and opened by a beautiful woman. "Dad, you are back faster than I thought you would be. Did Konoha reject our request?" the woman asked hurriedly. She had been worried about her father the moment he stepped out of the house to seek aid from Konoha. However, her voice was cut short as she realized that Tazuna wasn't alone and was accompanied by a black-haired boy, a pink-haired girl and blonde quintuplets. "Don't worry, I have requested the aid of these super-powerful ninjas, you should have seen the things they did." Tazuna smiled, downplaying the dangerousness of his experience to ease his daughter's worries. Meanwhile, the Genin only had one thought. That's Tazuna's daughter. It was no exaggeration to say that Tsunami was much different from what they would have expected from someone related to Tazuna. She had a mature beauty about her, with a motherly smile as she doted upon her father. While Tazuna was just so Tazuna. It didn't make sense. "Oh, I am so sorry to have neglected you. I am Tsunami, the daughter of the bridge builder you were hired to protect. Thank you for coming to help Wave." Tsunami smiled at the Genin before seeing Kakashi lying unconscious on the stretcher. "Oh my, is he okay?" Tsunami pointed at Kakashi's unconscious body. "He's stable, but I would like it if we had a comfortable bed that he could rest in while he recovers," Naruto answered politely, to which the woman nodded her head rapidly. It wouldn't do for the ninja that had been injured protecting her father to be mistreated. "We have a spare bed in the guest room, although we didn't expect so many ninjas." Tsunami invited them and while being slightly ashamed that she couldn't provide good enough hospitality for the Genin. They had only anticipated only one ninja accepting the mission, so they borrowed a single bed from the nearby neighbors. "It seems like I will have to prepare more for dinner tonight," Tsunami thought to herself after leading the group to the spare bedroom. Naruto and his clones gently lifted Kakashi onto the bed before the clones dispersed, shocking Tsunami. So they weren't quintuplets, but a super ninja technique. If others could hear her thoughts, they would be convinced that she is Tazuna's daughter. After politely shooing everyone out of the room, Naruto concentrated, his hands glowing green once more. This time he focused on performing a more in-depth diagnosis technique to determine if Kakashi had any internal bleeding or shaken organs. No internal bleeding or organ damage, and it seems like I managed to cover all of the broken ribs and bruised muscle. Naruto noticed that the bruising on Kakashi's chest had already started to fade. But Naruto closed his eyes, sensing that Kakashi was involuntarily molding a large amount of chakra, which was directly transferred and consumed by his Sharingan eye. The eye was eating just a little less chakra than Kakashi was actually generating. At this rate, it seems like Kakashi-sensei will be out of combat for a week or so. I wish there was a way that his chakra recovery could speed up. Initially, Naruto thought about using his chakra exhaustion recovery medicine, but it wasn't potent enough to instantly fill up reserves as large as Kakashi's. In addition, it was meant to be taken orally instead of intravenously, which was practically impossible to administer since Kakashi was unconscious. I wonder, Naruto muttered in thought as an idea came to mind. It wasn't the best idea to attempt something he had never tried before on his unconscious teacher, but it wouldn't put the man in danger. It was a risk he was willing to take, as Naruto didn't know if Geto had hired any more powerful ninja on the same level as Zabuza, which meant he would feel safer if Kakashi was conscious as soon as possible. With his eyes still closed, Naruto's index finger moved towards the left side of Kakashi's head before tapping the side of his temple. If anyone was watching, it would seem like he didn't do much and was just poking at his unconscious teacher. But if a Hyuga was present, they would see that Naruto had closed the Tenketsu leading to Kakashi's left eye. After the Tenketsu closed, Naruto quickly sensed that Kakashi was no longer involuntarily molding chakra. Instead, his reserves were filling up much faster than they were before. The blonde stayed in the room to monitor Kakashi's condition for a while longer, but determined that Kakashi's Sharingan hadn't been affected and that the Tenketsu wouldn't be forced open. After double-checking the Jonin's condition, Naruto left the room and joined the others downstairs. Kakashi-sensei should be up later tonight, so don't worry about him, Naruto reassured everyone, who sighed in relief. While Sakura and Sasuke didn't show it, they were still wary that another enemy ninja would attack them after Zabuza was killed. Knowing Kakashi would be awake later soothed their worries. By the way, Tsunami-san, I figured I would let you know that we have backup arriving soon. Naruto notified Tsunami, who suddenly looked a little pensive. He was inwardly confused at her sudden change in demeanor, but it was quelled as Tsunami raised her concerns. I didn't expect so many ninjas to be arriving, so I haven't prepared enough food or bedding. I would go visit the local shops, but Geto's thugs are still terrorizing the town, and I would rather not leave. Naruto shared a glance with Sasuke and Sakura, but noticed that they were practically dead on their feet. It's okay, Tsunami-san. How about I escort you? Tazuna looked relieved hearing this. He knew that the blonde was much stronger than he looked and had no doubt that his daughter would be in safe hands. We will guard Tazuna and Kakashi until backup arrives then. Sasuke declared, happy that Naruto took the initiative to perform another chore. While he knew that guarding their client and his family was an important mission, he was pretty tired and had had no interest in visiting the shops. Sakura had no rebuttal to Naruto's proposal, as she was even more exhausted than Sasuke was. Tsunami still looked a little pensive hearing Naruto's words, instead wanting their Jonin to escort as it would be safer. But seeing Tazuna's relief and slight nod relieved her. Although she didn't know the boy's abilities, she knew that her father was convinced of them, so she would trust Naruto too. Naruto and Tsunami were walking down the road towards the village, making small conversation to ease the awkwardness. However, the moment they stepped into the small town, their conversation died as Naruto frowned at what he saw. There were very few people on the streets, making the village almost desolate. The small number of people present were adults and children alike who were begging for food and money so that they could live another day. Naruto looked at the expressions of everyone in the village. Almost everyone looked soulless. He could see they clung to a single hope. The bridge. He couldn't help but wonder how Tazuna had managed to secure the funds and materials to build the bridge if Wave's condition was this bad. Naruto had no doubt that the man wasn't collaborating with Geto, as constructing the bridge was opposite to what the vicious businessman wanted. But he couldn't think of any other explanation. Tsunami seemed sad, but accustomed to the state of the village was like. While she tried to make her trips as brief as possible, she had to stock up on food occasionally and knew the state of the village. Although she knew she couldn't do anything about it right now, she hoped that building the bridge would restore Wave to its former prosperity. It didn't take long for the duo to finish their shopping. Naruto couldn't help but notice that the food prices were much higher compared to Konoha. Even if there was some form of import tax, there was no reason for it to be this high. Geto has replaced most shop owners with his own people, charging as much money as possible for food and other common necessities, so he can bleed us dry of our money. Tsunami answered Naruto's non-vocal question while sighing in sadness. Naruto looked confused. How did Geto manage to control so many businesses? Wouldn't you have noticed earlier if he was attempting to gain a monopoly on Wave? We were tricked. Tsunami responded bitterly, remembering her country's foolishness for trusting the businessman. Gato came to us, saying that he wanted to help develop Wave to make the country more prosperous so he could also expand his companies. Initially, we were wary of him, but he had donated a lot of money to build more advanced fishing boats and other essential buildings, so we dropped our guards. We didn't know that he was slowly acquiring the shops in Wave, starting with luxury shops, before eventually reaching his hands to the typical food shops. Of course, while we were suspicious at the time, we didn't think much of it. The man had put a lot of money into developing our fishing industries, and Wave was the most prosperous than it had ever been before. However, one day, a rumor spread that someone had seen Gato perform nefarious activities such as drug smuggling. We didn't believe it at first, thinking that someone was trying to dirty Gato's name, but more and more witnesses spoke of the same thing. At that point, someone investigated and noticed the suspiciousness of Gato's acquisitions. That he had managed to control our imports and exports. Gato seemed to notice our distrust in him budding as he swiftly sent his thugs to start terrorizing the village into obeying his orders. At first, many people stood against him. There was no way that they would just allow him to control us like we were his slaves. However, Gato started executing people, slowly eroding everyone's will to fight, and then one day. Tsunami finished as tears welled in her eyes. Naruto didn't expect his curious question to elicit such a response, but apologetically looked at the older woman, who waved off his concerns. I am sorry about that. As of now, we are trying to build the bridge to cut off his monopoly and finally expose to the world what type of man Gato is, so he could never do such a thing again. Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Although he had heard that Gato's monopoly in Wave made Tazuna want to build a bridge to free them, seeing and hearing are two different things. The ramifications of Gato's actions on the civilians in Wave hit him a lot more than he had anticipated. Excuse me, do you have any spare food? Naruto turned to the source of the voice, seeing a young boy dressed in dirty rags standing in front of an even younger girl dressed similarly. The boy looked vigilantly towards them, but his stubbornness melted away as he saw the pitiful condition of the girl behind him as he begged Tsunami and Naruto. They had bags full of food. If they were kind enough, they might be able to share the food. Naruto crouched on one knee, looking the boy in the eye, who returned the stare unflinchingly before smiling. Sure thing, but first, how about you gather others like you and your little sister and meet me here? The boy looked confused, he asked for food, not to be a gopher. In his mind, it was a simple yes or no question. The strangers would either give them food or they wouldn't. Not caring about the boy's response, Naruto created several shadow clones, surprising Tsunami. You know what to do, Naruto ordered, throwing 2 scrolls at the clones. One of the clones took a scroll before vanishing in a puff of smoke, while the others followed the boy and girl to their spot. After everyone had left, Naruto looked at Tsunami, who was confused at his actions and smiled at her. I figured I would cook some food for everyone. It is the least I could do while the bridge is built. But why? Why are you doing this? Tsunami looked emotional. She didn't expect the boy to help them. To help Wave. His mission was to protect Tazuna from Gato's thugs, nothing more and nothing less. Hearing this, Naruto looked a little sad before turning away. Since I have the power and ability to help them, I will. There's no reason needed to help a person in need. I will never be like them, he thought the last part to himself. They had rejected his pleas for help, cries for attention. He would never be like them. Thank you, Naruto-san. Unknowing of Naruto's internal problems, Tsunami smiled at the boy, receiving one in return as they headed back to her home. As the duo neared Tsunami's house, Naruto heard an unfamiliar voice from inside, alongside some heavy coughing. Initially, he was wary of the unknown person, not knowing if it was their reinforcements or an enemy. However, after hearing Kakashi's voice too, he relaxed. Father, we are back. Tsunami greeted, opening the door. Naruto peeked his head through the entrance, everyone was sitting at the dining table. Sasuke and Sakura still looked a little tired, but they looked much better than earlier, while Kakashi still looked worse for wear. Naruto-san, Tsunami. Tazuna greeted. Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling okay? Naruto asked concernedly. He didn't expect the Jonin to be up so soon. By his estimations, the man would still be unconscious for another couple of hours. Well, I am much tougher than I look. Kakashi gave an eye smile but was inwardly surprised himself. He expected his ribs to heal naturally in 2 weeks, while his chakra would recover over 1 week. However, his ribs were well on their way to recovery, while his chakra was at full capacity. In addition, something felt off to the man, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Kakashi wondered what Naruto had used to help him heal so quickly. He couldn't feel the familiar aftertaste of eating a solider pill to restore his chakra, so it couldn't be that. I am sorry I didn't get the chance to introduce myself when we arrived. I am Kakashi Haddock, the leader of Team 7. Kakashi politely extended his hand to Tsunami, who shook it gently. My name is Tsunami. Thank you for escorting my father, I am grateful. Tsunami was regretful that Kakashi was harmed during the escort of Tazuna, but was happy to see him up and moving like a healthy person. I am Height Gekko, a Takubetsu Jonin from Konoha. Height also extended his hand but retracted it to cover his mouth to cough deeply. I apologize. I didn't have time to pick up my chronic cough medicine. Will ordinary cough medicine do? Naruto asked, reaching into his pouch to pull out a small vial and handing it to Height. I am not sure, I'd have to check. Height looked surprised, gently taking the vial from Naruto and taking a small sip. Almost immediately, he felt relief from taking medicine. It wasn't as potent as his specially ordered cough medicine, but it was much better than before. Height stiffly smiled at the blonde-haired boy. Thank you, that was a big help. No problem, here are some spares. Naruto handed his stock of cough medicine over to Height. He had never had a cold before and didn't personally need any of the cold and flu drugs that he had made and bought. Thank you. Height once again thanked the boy, gently stuffing the medicine vials into his pocket. I have heard about your exploits from your team members and the client, good job on the escort. It's no big deal. We didn't manage to kill Zabuza anyways. Naruto scratched the back of his head bashfully before dropping a metaphorical bomb on everyone present. Sakura and Tazuna screamed in shock, they clearly saw Zabuza be killed by the hunter ninja. Sasuke had some slight suspicions after seeing that Senbon was used, but he was also inwardly shocked when it was confirmed. Height and Kakashi nodded their heads in agreement. They had come to that conclusion earlier, but didn't expect Naruto to come to the same conclusion. He's right. Although he is out of commission for a good 2 weeks, Zabuza is still alive. Kakashi stated. However, it isn't your job to worry about him or his assistant. Don't worry and leave everything to us. Height added. You can't expect us to do nothing, Sasuke stated, not happy that he was being treated like a child. How could he become stronger and finally kill his brother if he is being coddled and avoids any danger? You're right. We don't expect you to do nothing. There's no guarantee that Geto has only hired Zabuza and his assistant, we have already come across Gozu and Maizu. On the chance that there are other enemy ninjas or thugs, you will be fighting them instead. We are saying to leave Zabuza and his assistant to us, they are out of your league. Kakashi explained, causing Sasuke to grumble but reluctantly accept. Sasuke was confident in his own abilities, but he wasn't arrogant. He knew that no matter what he was trained in, there was no way he could fight Zabuza in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Sakura was relieved that they weren't tasked to fight against that monster again. Naruto, on the other hand, shrugged in admittance. He already guessed that he wouldn't be forced to fight either Zabuza or his assistant after backup arrived. There was no doubt that his little trick in the previous fight had elements of luck and he knew that he couldn't yet stand against the swordsman. Right, now that we got that out of the way, let's eat, Tazuna said. During the time they were all talking, Tsunami had already spent the last 30 minutes cooking food for everyone and was already dishing up dinner. Tazuna-san, how did you manage to afford and transport all the building materials? Naruto asked curiously, wondering if Tazuna was secretly rich or had a hidden escape route or something. Tazuna raised his brow at the sudden question, well, we were planning to build a bridge even before Geto arrived. If we wanted to expand the village and increase our profits, we had to find a way to connect to the mainland to increase the number of trading routes. Geto's arrival only sped up the construction of the bridge. But where did you get the money from? Although she didn't know if any ninja was present, Sakura knew that Wave wasn't a very big country and it would be hard to raise the money to build the bridge. We actually have a monopoly on the majority of fishing imports to surrounding countries like the Land of Fire, Land of Tea. We used to export to the Land of Water too, but recently there has been some infighting, making it too dangerous to continue. However, the main reason we were able to procure the funds for the bridge is because Wave is home to a very particular type of fish that sells for an extremely high price due to its rarity and taste. This fish is the ice jade fish. Tazuna finished triumphantly, only to receive some confused looks. Naruto looked confused before remembering an entry that he had read in the library. It is about a very rare fish born with a relatively high amount of chakra, which slowly nourishes its flesh as it grows to make it even more succulent and flavorful than a typical fish. This fish is found in the depths of the water, which are below 0 degrees Celsius. Where it is found, alongside its blue-green color, give it its name, ice jade fish. Ice jade fish, do you think it's possible if we could get some before we go? Naruto drooled while imagining using the world's most expensive fish to make ramen or use in other fish dishes. Oh, you know of it, huh? Sure thing, kiddo, we can pack a few for you, Tazuna agreed wholeheartedly, causing Naruto to grin with excitement. You know of the fish, Naruto? Kakashi asked curiously, he didn't expect his student to know about such a random thing like ice jade fish. The others also looked curiously at the boy, who briefly explained the details of the fish. In fact, you have probably seen this fish too, or maybe even eaten it, Kakashi-sensei. This is the fish that is usually served at daimyo banquets or eaten by extremely rich merchants. That fish, Kakashi exclaimed in shock. He had the honor of trying that fish once, and he could easily say that it was the best tasting food he had ever eaten in his life. Yes, fortunately, due to its rarity, even though it is an extremely expensive commodity, neighboring countries haven't developed an interest in robbing our industry. This is because they don't have experience in fishing ice jade fish like we do, so they would rather purchase them at high prices. Of course, it would be a different story if this fish was more common but retained its taste and texture. Tazuna explained. Hearing this, Kakashi and Hade also managed to convince Tazuna to allow them to take some fish home with them too. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the happy trio strangely but also asked one for themselves. Upon finishing food, the group thanked Tsunami for the meal before heading to bed to rest. Kakashi stated that he wanted to start some different training with the group, making Naruto's hopes go up that his teacher would actually teach something. The next day, Kakashi stood with Team 7 in the forest nearby Tazuna's house, wondering what to teach them. Thankfully Hade had taken the role of Tazuna's guard, so he didn't need to worry about the man being assassinated while training with his team. What to do. Kakashi thought to himself as he looked back at the expectant eyes of his students. To be perfectly honest, he didn't really have a plan for Team 7's training, but hoped they would be happy with any training. He looked at a nearby tree before an idea came to mind. Right, today, students, I will teach you how to climb trees. Kakashi smiled, receiving a look of confusion from Sasuke and Sakura, while boredom from Naruto. Why isn't he water walking already? Deciding to give Naruto a more advanced training exercise later, Kakashi lazily strolled toward a nearby tree. He placed his foot on the trunk before continuing to walk, except this time he was walking up the vertical tree, under the shocked eyes of both Sasuke and Sakura. It didn't take long before he reached a relatively high branch, where he hung upside down from. This is tree walking. Essentially you need to use chakra to stick your feet to the tree. Too much chakra and you will be blasted off. Too little chakra and you won't stick. Kakashi explained, receiving nods from the two genin. Kakashi-sensei, does the same principle apply to walking on water? Sakura asked curiously, remembering when Naruto, Kakashi and Zabuza were running on water, as if it was land. Well, that is a more advanced chakra control exercise, but the principles are similar. If you complete this exercise, I will show you the next step afterwards. After finishing his demonstration, Kakashi slowly walked down the tree once more, taking care to not disturb his broken ribs. Although they were already well on their way to healing thanks to Naruto's medicine, he still couldn't perform any strenuous movement without the risk of them setting him properly. Upon reaching the bottom, Kakashi froze after he sensed his chakra reserves were already at full capacity. Even though tree walking doesn't use too much chakra, his reserves would never fill up instantly due to the constant drain of his Sharingan. What did you do, Naruto? Kakashi looked towards Naruto, who was waiting to see if the Jonin had something to teach him too. He couldn't sense the constant drain that his implanted Sharingan had on his reserves. In fact, it seemed like it wasn't taking any chakra at all. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector and looked at his reflection using a kunai. He could see two charcoal black eyes staring back at him, although one was a different shade from the other. Naruto, a word, please. Kakashi pulled down his forehead protector and led Naruto to the nearby forest away from Team 7. Sakura sent a look to the duo but assumed that Kakashi was planning on teaching Naruto a more advanced exercise since he could already do tree walking. However, Sasuke was far more observant. He could see that Kakashi wanted to discuss something and was curious about what they were planning on talking about. Sakura, cover for me. I want to see what they are doing. Sasuke ordered as Sakura gave a quick nod. It was one of the few times that Sasuke asked her to do something for him and she was more than happy to oblige. Naruto and Kakashi stood in an open clearing, both staring at each other, one in confusion and the other in scrutiny. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector once more, revealing both eyes while gauging Naruto's reaction. As expected, the boy already knew that his Sharingan was disabled. Naruto, care to explain about my eye? Kakashi questioned. He knew that Naruto had done something to stop the chakra flow to his eye, but he didn't know exactly what the boy had done. Well, I closed the Tenketsu to your eye, Naruto admitted freely as he didn't feel like he did anything wrong. Close the Tenketsu? Naruto, I don't want to say that I don't believe you, but you need precise chakra control and in-depth knowledge of Tenketsu to even think about closing them. Let alone one near such a dangerous location like the eyes. Kakashi shook his head in disbelief. He knew that his student had progressed without him knowing, but didn't think he could do something that only the Hyuga were known to do effectively. Well, I did. Let me prove it. With Kakashi's slow affirmation, Naruto walked closer and closed his eyes before tapping on the side of Kakashi's head once more, releasing another burst of chakra. Sure enough, almost instantly after, Kakashi started involuntarily molding chakra once more and the Sharingan appeared in his left eye. Immediately sensing the massive drain on his chakra reserves, Kakashi quickly pulled down his forehead protector, covering the eye once more. "I apologize for doubting you, Naruto," Kakashi admitted, receiving a nod and small smile from the boy. However, Naruto's smile dropped when he continued, "However, do you know how dangerous what you just did was? What if something went wrong? In addition, why didn't you tell me the moment I woke up?" Naruto looked unsatisfied hearing Kakashi's scolding. "Do you think I never considered that? I didn't know if Gato had hired any other ninja on the same level as Zabuza and if they would come for us after you were knocked unconscious. This was the best option. Also, I was almost 100% sure that there would be no problems. The only issue that could occur is that the Tenketsu might have not been able to be blocked because of the chakra stream that is constantly sent to your eye." Naruto paused for a moment and inwardly admitted that he did make a mistake in not telling Kakashi. There was a chance that if another ninja attacked Kakashi the moment he awoke, he could be distracted and potentially harmed because he didn't know the Sharingan was temporarily switched off. "However, I am sorry for not telling you when you woke up. It slipped my mind." Kakashi, hearing Naruto's speech, relaxed slightly. Although he wasn't too happy about Naruto doing something dangerous without his consent, he understood that the boy knew the risks of what he had done. There was no doubt that if he was in a similar situation, he would have done the same thing if there was no other option. It also helped that Naruto admitted his mistake in not telling him the moment he woke up. After taking the time to understand the other's thoughts, both parties were content with what they had learned and the atmosphere relaxed. Naruto looked at Kakashi's covered eye, still sensing that it was draining the man's chakra. He looked confused for a moment but decided to voice his doubts. "Kakashi-sensei, why don't you close your Tenketsu in normal times?" Hearing this, Kakashi was originally planning on changing the topic since he wasn't the type to share his past and personal problems. Even more so since they had a little spy on their hands. But whether it was due to their conversation where they both admitted their faults or some other reason, he decided to tell the truth. "Well, it's sort of a self-inflicted punishment," Kakashi admitted, thinking back to the days of his team. When the Sharingan was first transferred to him, he promised to let Obito see the world through his eye. As a result, the moment he returned to Konoha, he ordered a specially made Hyuga seal. This seal would allow the Tenketsu to his eye to be closed off whenever he wanted, stopping the continuous chakra drain and letting Obito see at all times. At the same time, he had also promised Obito that he would protect Rin. Yet he had failed as he hopelessly watched as the young girl was killed by his own attack. Since then, Kakashi covered the Sharingan up to prevent Obito from seeing that he had failed him in protecting Rin. He also took the seal off, allowing the Sharingan to drain his chakra constantly to remind him how he failed. Naruto waited for him to continue, but Kakashi remained silent, seemingly diving into his own memories. Knowing that he wasn't going to get much more out of the man, Naruto just stated his true thoughts. "I think that is kinda stupid." "Excuse me?" Kakashi uttered, annoyed. Even if Naruto was his teacher's son, he wouldn't allow him to make comments on his life and choices when he knew nothing about him. "Well, I don't know much about your past since you haven't told us much. But willingly weakening yourself as a punishment seems kinda stupid, in my opinion. Rather than focus on what happened in the past, wouldn't it be a good idea to get stronger so that something like that never happens again?" Naruto's blunt words touched Kakashi and Sasuke, who was secretly listening from the nearby tree, implanting a seed of self-doubt in their minds. Focus on the past. Am I too attached to the past? Sasuke couldn't help but doubt himself. Every night he is plagued with nightmares of that day, with his brother's words still echoing in his mind. Get stronger, Sasuke. If you want to kill me for revenge, don't build bonds with others, they will only weaken you and your drive. After mulling in his thoughts for a while, Kakashi couldn't decide whether Naruto was right and he was being stupid or if it was just a naive thought from a naive boy. Therefore, he decided to do something that he had rarely ever done, seek someone else's opinion. Heichiko was someone he greatly respected as both a comrade and a friend, so Kakashi decided to head to the bridge. Naruto, go back with Sasuke and give them tips on the tree walking technique. I will be back later. Before they could respond, Kakashi poofed into a puff of smoke. Kakashi, you are going to irritate your injury doing that. Naruto couldn't help but think before he looked towards the tree Sasuke was hiding in. Knowing he was caught by both parties, Sasuke dropped down in front of Naruto, looking slightly sheepish. How long did you guys know I was there? From the beginning. I see. Sasuke turned away, looking embarrassed that he was caught. He turned away and headed towards their training spot to dodge the topic while pondering about Naruto and Kakashi's talk. Sasuke glared at his tree, frustrated. It had been 2 hours since he had started this blasted exercise, and he could barely reach a few steps up the tree before slipping. On the other hand, Sakura had already climbed to the top. However, she was still moving up and down under Naruto's orders to increase the size of her chakra reserves. It was frustrating because it seemed like everyone was progressing faster than him, even though he was trying his best to rush ahead. Of course, Sasuke wouldn't lower himself to asking for help. His father had taught him that he had no need for another's help and that he should do everything alone. It had worked throughout the academy, so why not now? Unbeknownst to Sasuke, Naruto looked confused at why the boy was struggling so much. Sasuke was already able to mold chakra into a C-rank elemental technique, his chakra control should be much better than what he displayed. As he watched Sasuke run toward the tree once more, an idea came to mind. Running. Could it be? Sasuke, stop there. Naruto said as Sasuke failed his attempt once more. Sasuke curiously looked towards Naruto, the boy who had changed so much since the academy. You should already have the control to do this, don't run before you can walk. This isn't some sort of competition. Naruto chided. Hearing this, Sasuke was a little dismissive. If he didn't rush in his training, his progress would slow down. However, after thinking about it, his attempts had led him nowhere, so listening to Naruto's advice wouldn't hurt. Sasuke took deep breaths, calming himself as he focused on his chakra and slowly pushed his foot against the tree. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. It didn't take long before he surpassed his previous record as he slowly made his way to the top of the tree. It wasn't a comfortable or easy experience by any means, as he had to continuously focus on sending the right amount of chakra to his feet. But he did it. He managed to climb the tree. How come he could do it this time but not any other time? Was it really as Naruto had said, that I was rushing too much? Sasuke inwardly thought to himself. Meanwhile, Naruto breathed a hidden sigh of relief. He wasn't a teacher, so he was a little nervous that he was wrong when pointing out Sasuke's mistake. Thankfully it all worked out. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. Sakura cheered, smiling in happiness. Sasuke noticed that her hair was matted with sweat as she was forced to move up and down the tree under Naruto's supervision. The Uchiha couldn't help but smile in return, while absent-mindedly noticing that his hair was just as matted as hers. At the same time, another seed was planted in Sasuke's mind. Was it really okay for him to take things slower and ask others for help? Just one bit of advice from someone else had managed to help him not waste the hours he would have spent training alone. Good job. Now you can do the same thing Sakura is doing until Kakashi-sensei gets back. Naruto complimented, dropping his leaf that had partially crumbled to dirt. Kakashi won't be returning for today, so he has handed over your training to me. A voice came from afar. The trio turned around to see Hayate walking toward them. What happened to Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto and Sasuke already had an inkling of an idea as to why Kakashi didn't turn up. Did I annoy him? Naruto thought to himself in dismay. He didn't want to intentionally hurt Kakashi's feelings, but wanted to help the man. Well, Kakashi has a few things to mull over. Don't worry about that, though. The man is far tougher than you can ever imagine. Hayate placated the trio, who now looked noticeably less worried. I have already been told that you two will be working on tree walking to improve your chakra control. I assume you do know the benefits of this exercise. Hayate questioned Sasuke and Sakura. Better chakra control leads to less chakra wastage using any of the ninja arts, and some ninja arts like medical ninjutsu or genjutsu require a high level of chakra control to begin. Sakura rattled off everything she knew from the top of her head, showing why she was at the top of theory in her class. Correct. Chakra control is used in all categories of ninja arts. While you may not see any immediate benefits to learning it now, all good ninja have high levels of chakra control. Hayate nodded his head, happy to see the Team 7 were quick learners. You could probably already guess that your training for the day would be to continue learning tree walking. While it won't be an immediate improvement to your combat powers, it will help when Kakashi teaches you other things during the mission. Hayate told Sasuke and Sakura, who nodded their heads, starting to move up and down the tree once more. Nodding his head in satisfaction and seeing Sakura and Sasuke work hard, Hayate pulled Naruto over to the side. I am not too familiar with your skillset, so it will be troublesome to train you, since I pretty much only excel in Kinjutsu. That is usually a topic learned when you are Chunin, or unless you are Higarashi's little girl. Kinjutsu? Naruto was happy to finally find someone who was a Kinjutsu expert that could teach him. Before he had left Konoha, he had found someone with the title, the Crescent Moon Swordman, but hadn't had enough time to investigate them. Hayate-sensei, could you please teach me the basics of Kinjutsu? Naruto politely asked, happy to finally be under the guidance of a Kinjutsu user so he can learn the basic stances without developing any bad habits. Kinjutsu, huh? I don't want to sound like I am looking down on you, but it will take more than a few weeks to get familiar with the sword. Hayate warned Naruto, who, for some reason, looked even happier. I have been practicing with a sword for a little over a month now, but didn't dare learn any stances on my own. Naruto explained before rummaging through his ninja pack and pulling out a sealing scroll under the eyes of Hayate. With a pulse of chakra, a small wooden training sword appeared in Naruto's hand. Hayate looked at the training sword, and he could only say that he was very impressed. As a Kinjutsu expert himself, he could see that the sword had been taken care of, but despite this, it was pretty worn down, showing how much training Naruto had done with it. How about you show me what you can do then? Hayate ordered before looking confused as Naruto walked over to the nearest tree, kicking the trunk, causing several leaves to fall down. The leaves seemed to tumble in all directions in a chaotic manner as they fell toward the ground. In addition, the slightest breeze resulted in their trajectories becoming more random. Naruto gripped the sword tightly, analyzing the trajectories of the leaves to the best of his abilities before his hand blurred forward, stabbing at the leaves. Hayate noticed that on contact with the sword, some leaves avoided the blow and others were directly disintegrated on touch. At the same time, a few had actually been skewered onto the sword without any significant damage. Impressive. Well, it seems easy at first glance, and practically anyone could do it with a standard metal sword which was built to cut through the air easily. The wind generated from the blunt sword would cause the leaf to be pushed away, provided the sword isn't fast enough. Although the exercise is a little rough around the edges, it is undoubtedly a training method that improves accuracy and speed. Hayate thought to himself. After the last leaf touched the ground, Naruto looked at Hayate expectantly, hoping that he had done well enough for the man to consider teaching him. He had managed to come up with this exercise after he felt that he had mastered the first stage, balancing weight on the sword's tip. You have a strong foundation, Naruto. Hayate complimented, causing the boy to blush in embarrassment of his efforts being acknowledged. Very well, I will teach you the basics of Kinjutsu. Yes. Naruto inwardly cheered to himself, more than happy to learn how to swing his sword standardly. Before we begin, I have to explain to you what the basic sword style is and why I am teaching it. As you know, the basics are the foundation of everything. In fact, every style in the world can be traced back to the basics, whether it is Kinjutsu or Taijutsu. Everyone starts from the basics. Therefore they are well established and refined from the hundreds of techniques that Kinjutsu initially started out from, to 8 moves and 8 angles. The 8 moves consist of parry, riposte, slash, stab, lunge, sweep, block, and sword drawing. The 8 angles consist of straight up, straight down, diagonally down from the left, diagonally down from the right, diagonally up from the right, diagonally up from the left, and left and right horizontally. While other sword techniques and angles exist, they are all pretty much variations of the 8 basic moves. Understand? After finishing explaining, Hayate checked if Naruto had kept up with him. Yeah, I get it. So theoretically, every advanced sword style is based on the basics. Correct. The basics are considered to be an all-rounded swordsmanship with equal offensive and defensive uses. However, some people have created more offensive styles by adding more attacking techniques. Others developed more defensive styles by incorporating defensive techniques, focusing on striking at an opening. Hayate was happy Naruto was asking questions. Teachers like students who asked questions the most because it didn't feel like they were talking to a wall. For the next few hours, Hayate spent the time teaching Naruto the 8 basic sword styles and directions. To his surprise, Naruto was like a sponge, quickly remembering the moves. Although his execution was a little stiff and jerky as he was unfamiliar with the movements, he didn't move like he only had a few hours of training. This kid has got some real talent. Even Yuga-chan didn't manage to learn this quickly. Hayate inwardly complimented Naruto for the umpteenth time today. On the other hand, Sasuke and Sakura had also made some decent progress in tree walking. Sasuke could now move at jogging speeds without making any mistakes, while Sakura could last longer and longer with every attempt. Right, let's take a break. Training should always be accompanied by an ample amount of rest. Training too much every day can cause your progress to stagnate. Hayate commanded, causing everyone to stop. Hearing this, Sakura was undoubtedly relieved. She didn't have much energy left, all she wanted to do was shower, eat, and sleep. On the other hand, Naruto and Sasuke were a little unsatisfied but obeyed nonetheless. A few hours ago. Maybe using the shunshin wasn't the best idea. Kakashi thought as he felt his injury once more become inflamed. However, it did its job and he had already arrived near the bridge. Kakashi quickly saw Hayate, who was sitting on top of a nearby roof, periodically scanning the area vigilantly. The two locked eyes before Kakashi made his way toward him. What are you doing here, Kakashi? Weren't you supposed to be training the kids? Hayate asked curiously, but offered the silver-haired Jonin a seat next to him nonetheless. Well, they should be fine on their own for a bit. They are only doing tree walking, after all. Kakashi grunted, getting into a more comfortable position and taking some painkillers. But don't worry, Naruto has already mastered the exercise, so I left him to help if they get stuck. They are only learning tree walking now. What the hell have you been teaching him, Kakashi? You know, teamwork and stuff. Kakashi began explaining, causing Hei to furrow his brows. Noticing this, he tried to placate the swordsman. We are in peacetime. There's no need to train them like we are going through war, Hei. Kakashi's lame explanation didn't fool Hei, who knew the man better than most. And the real reason? If it were any other Jonin, then I would believe it, but you? Not a chance in hell. Hearing this, the silver-haired Jonin deflated a little and exposed why he hadn't been training his genin as well as he was expected to do. Well, I don't really know what to teach them. How can I help them through problems that I have never experienced myself? I am not cut out to be a teacher. Ah, I see what is going on. Hei thought. He knew quite a lot about Kakashi, especially his track record, which would amaze anyone. Genin at 5, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 12 and Anbu at age 13. Of course, Kakashi most likely worked extremely hard to obtain such a record. But at the same time, his talent was also a significant factor. Whenever Kakashi was taught a technique, whether it was basic or advanced, he would pick up on it quickly. Although such speed was shocking, it also meant that Kakashi missed a lot of the struggles of what an average person would go through. It didn't help that while Kakashi had been a captain of an Anbu team, it was his first time teaching. The man probably believed that he wouldn't be able to aid his students well enough. Maybe you should just give it an attempt. It could go better than you expect since you don't seem to have actively tried teaching them anything. Hei figured that since Team 7 was only on tree walking now, he hadn't trained them in anything else. Kakashi nodded his head but made no action to leave his spot, confusing Hei. He thought that Kakashi had come over looking for some training advice, but seeing that the man wasn't planning on heading back to his team today, he could see that another trouble plagued him. Hei silently waited for Kakashi to talk. He knew the man struggled to ask the opinions of others as it was something that he rarely did. Hence making any indication to force Kakashi to say something would only result in him closing back into his shell. Although Kakashi was still unsure if he wanted to share his problems, but gritted his teeth before opening his mouth. I had a talk with Naruto because he had managed to close the Tenketsu to my Sharingan, so my chakra reserves could fill up quickly. Hearing this, Hei was shocked. A genin that wasn't a Hyuga had managed to close someone else's Tenketsu. He had thought he had heard all of Naruto's skills with the elemental ninjutsu alongside shadow clones, but apparently not. Word were said, but generally, Naruto pointed out that I am willingly weakening myself for a self-punishment because I am not using the seal that I had made. Kakashi finished somberly. So that is the problem. Hei thought to himself. And? What's your opinion on this? I don't know. Kakashi replied. He wanted to say that Naruto was wrong and that he wasn't weakening himself. Naruto had been the first person to point it out, none of his previous teammates had mentioned it, or maybe they didn't know. Well, if you are here to ask for my opinion, I can tell you that I agree with Naruto. I understand that it was something you had never considered before, since you haven't had to complete S-ranked missions in years, and almost every one of your missions was completed flawlessly. Even if you did suffer any problems from chakra exhaustion, it would hardly put your team or the mission at risk, since your team were also in Anbu. But you have to remember that your current team isn't Anbu, but some fresh graduates with minimal combat experience and strength. You were lucky that it was only Zabuza and that your team weren't ambushed by his accomplice or another ninja that Gato had potentially hired. Kakashi nodded his head in agreement hearing this. Initially, he was confident in his abilities, so when Guy had pleaded with the Hokage for him to take a team, he only thought he would be going on D, C and possibly B ranked missions before he was reassigned. Even if the Sharingan was constantly draining his chakra, with his skill set and experience in Anbu, Kakashi felt that there was no way that he would be incapacitated. This is the same reason why he agreed to continue with his team when Tazuna had pleaded his case. He was sure that he could protect them. However, reality slapped him in the face when Zabuza appeared. The rust from lack of training outside the spars that Guy had forced him in rendered him much slower and stiffer compared to his Anbu days. As a result, he had barely knocked the man out before losing consciousness himself. Also, I and some of the other Jonin have felt that you were punishing yourself too much, but it was hard to breach the topic outright. While I don't know the details, I can understand some of your feelings as I have too lost many that I care about. Parents, relatives and friends. However, I have friends in Yuga-chan who filled the gaping void they left, and I know you do too, like your eternal rival. Kakashi shivered when Hei mentioned Guy, but did admit that the man who claims to be the embodiment of youth was undoubtedly his closest friend and confidant. He had no idea what he would be doing if the man didn't pull him out of the darkness. Even your team, I can see that only being with them for a little over 2 months, you have grown attached to them. Otherwise, you wouldn't seek their opinion when deciding to continue the mission, nor would you tell some of your past to Naruto. Kakashi looked thoughtful. Deep down inside, he knew that Hayate was right. There were still people that he cared about, maybe they have and will never reach the same level of importance as Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama in his heart, but he knew that he would gladly die for them so they could live another day. How about I take over your training since you clearly aren't in the state to teach them today? Hayate suggested, knowing that Kakashi needed time to think. He truly hoped that the man would be able to overcome his inner darkness and truly start living for himself instead of for the past. Yeah, I'm counting on you. Kakashi gave a small wave as Hayate vanished in a shunshin, leaving the silver-haired Jonin alone. End of flashback. They are just Genin, huh? Kakashi muttered to himself before looking at the specially made Hyuga seal on his wrist. Well, calling it a Hyuga seal wasn't entirely correct. In fact, this seal was developed by his teacher, Minato Namikaze. The moment the man had heard that Obito had fallen during the war and had transferred his Sharingan to Kakashi, he began the development of the seal. This is because his chakra reserves were nowhere near as high as they are now and didn't regenerate as quickly. This meant that Minato had to find some way to temporarily seal the Sharingan away, otherwise he would slowly be drained of his chakra and die from chakra exhaustion. Despite being an accomplished Fuinjutsu and Jutsu Shiki master, alongside Kushina-sama, Minato had spent days and nights finally creating a finished seal. However, Minato was fearful that it would be applied wrong. Of course, the main seal on the wrist would be easy to apply. However, the second seal would need to be attached directly to the Tenketsu that leads to Kakashi's eye. The only clan that was known to easily be able to see Tenketsu, allowing for a 100% success rate, was the Hyuga clan. However, they had conditions. The seal's copyright and development process had to be transferred to them. Despite these harsh conditions, Minato agreed without missing a beat and the procedure was completed. Time passed as Kakashi continued to stare at the seal on his hand. He understood the logic, but the idea that Obito would be able to see a world without Rin and know that he had failed had squashed his reason. Several hours later, Kakashi sat with Tazuna, waiting for Team 7 and Hayate to return from their training. He also had the delight of meeting Tazuna's grandson, Inari. It was hard to like the boy considering he was staring daggers into him the whole time he was there. We're back, Kakashi-sensei. HN. Hearing familiar voices as the door opened, Kakashi looked up to see Hayate, Sasuke and Sakura. The two genin practically seemed dead on their feet, but both seemed content with their current state. After noticing that even Hayate looked satisfied, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder how well their training went. Hayate was known to be a pretty strict teacher, especially in the art of Kinjutsu, with only Yugao Yuzuki staying under his tutelage for longer than a day. Sasuke and Sakura left the room without making a noise, either heading upstairs to sleep or clean themselves. Kakashi didn't blame them for not wanting to stay and talk, since they were covered in mud and sweat as they were most likely put through the ringer. In direct contrast to the exhausted Genin, Hayate languidly sat across from him, not showing much tiredness. I say Kakashi, those kids of yours are really talented and hard-working. Really? He knew that Sasuke and Naruto would have most likely impressed Hayate. But during their D-rank missions, he had to deal with a lot of Sakura's complaints about being tired or dirty. Kakashi didn't doubt Hayate, but it was unbelievable that she changed so quickly. Then again, maybe Naruto's changes brought a bigger impact to Sakura than I thought, Kakashi thought. Naruto's changes in both personality and skills most likely brought a lot of pressure to both Sasuke and Sakura. The boy who was supposed to be so far behind them had unknowingly surpassed them, which probably left a bitter taste in their mouths. However, Kakashi wouldn't do anything to dissuade this notion to either genin. It would drive them to try harder in training and ultimately help them in the future. Yeah, Sakura has an extremely high talent in chakra control and would undoubtedly be a future expert in either Jinjutsu or medical ninjutsu. Also, the amount of theoretical knowledge that she has mastered tops most Jonin. As long as she grows out of the mindset of wanting to always look good for Sasuke, she could easily be a fearsome Kunoichi. On the other hand, Sasuke lives up to his reputation as Rookie of the Year. Even though his talent in chakra control talent isn't as high as Sakura's, he has mastered the tree walking exercise just as quickly by virtue of his larger chakra reserve. And what about Naruto? Kakashi was surprised at his genin's progress when Hayate reported everything that had happened, but it irked him that the man said nothing about his blonde student. Naruto. Hayate seemed to sink into his thoughts, worrying Kakashi. That worry soon turned into anger as Hayate continued his sentence, he's a monster. Wow. Kakashi looked like he was about to murder Hayate. He never thought that one of his fellow Jonin would be so ignorant. Even if his training provided satisfying results for Sasuke and Sakura, he regretted letting the man anywhere near his genin. Hayate seemed to realize he said the wrong thing and held up both hands in defense and continued talking. Sorry, bad choice of words. However, Naruto is undoubtedly one of the most talented students I have ever seen. He could even be compared to Itachi Uchiha. His foundations in Kinjutsu and other ninja arts such as chakra control, nature transformation or shuriken jutsu far surpass any graduate student or even most chunin. Hearing this, Kakashi was more than shocked. Naruto was so talented. However, there is something I am concerned about. While I don't want to doubt Naruto's loyalty to Konoha, it is strange that he has shown a surprising amount of skill after graduation from Genin. During the Jonin meeting, he had left a distinct impression on me because he had the worst grades that I had ever seen be able to graduate from the academy. For example, the basics I had just praised for being solid were barely passable in the first Genin test. Therefore I can only really come to two conclusions. The first one is something I am worried about, that Naruto deliberately hid his skill for unknown reasons. If this is the case, he would have to be considered a flight risk. Especially since he had gained access to the forbidden techniques in the scroll of sealing and had learnt about his burden the same night. However, there is always the chance that something motivated Naruto since the graduation exam, whether it was the knowledge about that or something else. Hence with the resources gained from the shinobi library and his innate talent, his skill in the ninja arts bloomed and he managed to surpass his peers quickly. After saying his part, Heiei decided to leave Kakashi alone once more. He knew that the man had taken everything he had spoken to heart and hoped it would cause Kakashi to spend more time training and bonding with his team. Kakashi listened carefully to Heiei's speech and although he didn't want to admit it, he inwardly agreed. However, he was more inclined to think it was the second option. Naruto wasn't stupid, far from it. In fact, the amount of intellect that he had shown over the past few weeks, whether it was through his methodical planning on D-rank missions or his actions during the escort mission, he had been heavily impressed by the boy's drive. He had been observing Naruto's behavior and attitude ever since his sudden change in their third meeting. Therefore, that begs the question. Suppose Naruto was intentionally hiding his skill from his superiors for whatever reason. Why would he suddenly show the high levels of skill now? Therefore, Kakashi pondered what Heiei had said. Naruto's personality had suddenly changed ever since the actual Genin exam. While some could be attributed to learning about his Jinchuriki status, Kakashi couldn't believe that it would motivate him to become a much better ninja. Was it his lack of skill shown during the bell test? The fact that both Sasuke and Sakura were much further ahead compared to him, so he felt the need to catch up. While Kakashi thought about all the potential reasons for Naruto's sudden change, he remembered something. He reached into his ninja pouch, pulling out a scroll that contained the materials of all of the information about his students. Searching through the stack of papers, Kakashi pulled out Naruto's file, which contained his detailed grades during the graduation exam, and scanned through them. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Age: 12. Ninjutsu: F. Taijutsu: D. Kinjutsu: F. Cooperation: F. Positivity: A. Classroom attitude: F. Notes: Naruto Uzumaki stands out for his poor grades and poor behavior. His chakra control is substandard, rendering him unable to use any of the basic ninjutsu, including clone technique, Kawarimi and the rope escape technique. Additional notes: although initially failing the graduation exam, Naruto Uzumaki learned the shadow clone technique and captured the traitor Mizuki Toji with assistance from Chunin Iruka Yamino. In merit of these deeds, he was awarded a Genin headband by order of the third Hokage. It had been a while since he had read it and it had completely slipped his mind. Looking back, Naruto's grades were pretty abysmal, although one thing caught his eye. His chakra control is substandard, rendering him unable to use any of the basic ninjutsu, including rope escape technique. Reading this, a red flag went off in Kakashi's head. His experience from years of infiltration and intel gathering missions during his time in Anbu practically screamed, this is where the problem lies. By some sort of miracle, the last piece of the puzzle that was stuck in the back of his head finally fell into place. He had always wondered why Naruto had changed so much after the Genin exam. The unexpected change in attitude as Naruto started showing resentment and distrust towards him. A lack of attempting team bonding after only a few tries. A sudden increase in skill. Kakashi's mind wandered back to the end of the Genin exam, where he and Team 7 had left the boy tied to the post as they returned to their respective homes. It wasn't out of any malicious intent, but he was just too lazy to take it down. In his mind, every single Genin was able to proficiently use the basic techniques such as the rope escape technique to escape. So it was supposed to be a little harmless prank. However, what if Naruto couldn't get himself out as easily as he had presumed? If that was the case, the boy had to have been left there for an hour at the very least. And that was assuming that someone had spotted Naruto and had kindly untied him. Oh, good God. As soon as this idea came to mind, Kakashi couldn't remove it from his mind. The more he thought about it, the more everything clicked. Of course, Naruto would hate his team for having left him there without anyone to check on him. Of course, Naruto would show a sudden interest in the ninja basics since being in a situation where you are helpless to do anything stays in mind forever. He had to confirm it. Kakashi abruptly stood up and left through the door and moved towards the movement he heard in the distance. It didn't take long before Kakashi stood from a nearby tree, watching Naruto as he continued to swing his sword. Kakashi also noticed several clones nearby, each holding a leaf or a light bulb, alongside some others who seemed like they were meditating. So that's the reason for his huge jump in skill. Ingenious. Kakashi thought to himself. The shadow clone technique allowed the clones' experiences to be transferred to the original after their lifetime ends. While the second Hokage created it intending to be used for intel gathering, those with vast chakra reserves could potentially use it for training. He didn't doubt that only Naruto, with his massive Uzumaki reserves alongside being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, could use this technique to its full potential. As if sensing Kakashi watching him from a distance, Naruto stopped what he was doing and looked up. A single black eye and two blue eyes met. As Kakashi studied Naruto closer, he could see that although Naruto dropped his guard after seeing him, the boy was still displaying some signs of wariness. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto tilted his head curiously, wondering why his Jonin instructor was watching him. He was a little irked by the man's lack of self-preservation. He was continuously moving around, even though he should have been resting to recover from his injury. Kakashi dropped down in front of Naruto. His mouth was dry, but he croaked out, how long were you tied to the post for?" Naruto looked confused for a moment before realizing what Kakashi was talking about. He grimaced and turned his head away from the Jonin. "I was there for about 14 hours. Hearing this, regret struck Kakashi. He had left his student tired and hungry while tied to a log for almost 14 hours. He wanted to laugh at his past self that had given a speech about not abandoning any of his comrades before doing exactly that. "I am so sorry, Naruto." Kakashi apologized, hoping the boy would forgive him. Although their relationship had eased over the past 2 months, the instinctive guarding that the boy displayed in his presence weighed down on his mind. Why did you leave me there?" Naruto glared at the apologetic Jonin. It was the one thing that had always played on his mind. He knew that Kakashi was perceptive, the man had always checked on him whenever a civilian had ignored him. Yet that very same man had left him tied for hours on end without even thinking of checking on him. It is a weak excuse, but the idea that you couldn't use the rope escape technique didn't even cross my mind. I would never intentionally subject you or any other genin to that. It was an oversight on my part, and I apologize." Naruto calmed down after hearing Kakashi's explanation as it was what he had expected. The man had just made a mistake. Learning about this, and the fact that Kakashi had given him an apology on his own accord, and the attention that the man provided him during missions, caused Naruto to cave in and forgive him. After obtaining Naruto's forgiveness, Kakashi felt startlingly relieved. He never expected just hearing the boy's acceptance of his apology to take such a heavy weight off his shoulders. Am I more attached to these kids than I thought? The moment this thought fluttered across his mind, Kakashi came to a realization. He enjoyed being the leader of Team 7. Arriving late to see all 3 genin staring disgruntledly at him, their reactions to his terrible excuses, and the pride he felt when Hayate reported their progress. Hayate was right. These genin aren't his old Anbu team that he didn't need to protect, they were still fledglings that needed to be protected. If he had to put aside his pride and start using the seal, if only to ensure their safety is more guaranteed, he would do it in a heartbeat. Although it hurt to know that Obito would see all of his failures, he would once again use his best friend's eye to protect his team. After coming to this understanding, he instinctively activated the seal, which sent a pulse of chakra to the Tenketsu in his left eye. Pulling up his forehead protector, Kakashi couldn't help but smile as he saw that both sides of his vision were exactly the same. Minato-sensei's sealing capabilities never failed to astonish me, Kakashi thought to himself, taking in Naruto's shock at the appearance of both eyes. Well then, Tsunami-san should have just finished preparing dinner, so let's head back, shall we? Okay, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto nodded his head in affirmation, and the duo strolled back toward Tazuna's home. It had been a few days since Kakashi's apology, and Naruto could see that the man had changed for the better. For one, Kakashi kept his left eye uncovered at all times. Initially, Naruto was curious about how Kakashi had managed to temporarily deactivate the Sharingan, since he didn't seem to be a medical expert. After all, in Naruto's mind, nobody could be a medical expert yet consistently disregard the damage that they do to their own body when injured. So Naruto was more than a little shocked to hear that Kakashi had a seal directly connected to his Tenketsu, which would close it when activated. Secondly, Kakashi had started taking Team 7's training a lot more seriously. The man tried his best to create a different training plan specifically tailored to each genin, improving their strengths while working on their weaknesses. Of course, Kakashi was still a little green to teaching. There were multiple holes in his explanations, and some answers used knowledge too esoteric for them to understand. However, his teaching skills were improving at a rapid rate, and Kakashi's teaching style was nice. A good mixture of theory and practical applications. During this time, Naruto had also spent a lot of time learning Kinjutsu under Hade. It turned out that he was the Crescent Moon swordsman that the blonde had heard about. Kakashi had also openly admitted that he was more than happy for Naruto to take time out of their training to learn from Hade, as the man's Kinjutsu was above his. Kakashi had changed for the better, so why was he still stuck in the past? Naruto couldn't help but wonder as he stood in an open clearing, running through the stances that Hade had been teaching him. There weren't any problems that Naruto expected after accepting Kakashi's apology and forgiving the man. It was instinct at this point, likely conditioned by his lack of social life, that he would cling to any form of acknowledgement. Of course, Naruto never had any problems with this mindset before. In the past, whenever he would receive an apology from one of the few people in his life, he would quickly drop any lingering resentment he felt against them. Naruto cared for them. So if he had to put down his dislike towards one of their past actions to mend their relationship, it was an easy decision to make, and it wasn't all that hard to put into action either. Yet, even though the silver-haired Jonin had apologized and he had accepted, Naruto's and Kakashi's relationship hadn't been the best. They weren't openly antagonizing each other, far from it. But their relationship could only be described as awkward at best. Naruto knew the reason. Although he had said that he forgave Kakashi for leaving him tied to the post, he was having struggles with actually doing so. Kakashi also seemed to be aware of this and tried his best to spend more time bonding with the team while giving him the space he needed. The man also had enough tact not to bring up how he had untied himself from the post to avoid bringing up the negative memories associated with the incident and further souring their relationship. So why couldn't he look past Kakashi's past actions and forgive him? When Kakashi had apologized for leaving him tied to the wooden post, Naruto understood the man's reasoning. Kakashi didn't know his abilities, which made sense. The Genin graduation exams happened every year, and as Kakashi had said before, only 9 out of 27 students would realistically pass. So the Jonin testing each team couldn't be expected to memorize the Genin skillsets before the test. Especially since it wasn't guaranteed that they would pass. Naruto knew that Kakashi had fallen into the same mindset, a common mistake that the man had apologized for. Although it came a little late, Naruto knew that he didn't really give Kakashi any information about why he was angry. The fact that Kakashi had analyzed the clues that he had unintentionally left was a testament to the amount of effort that the man had gone through to find out what was bothering him without directly asking him. Logically it was sound, so why couldn't he forgive Kakashi so easily? Kakashi had put a lot of effort into smoothing out their relationship even before knowing what he had done wrong. Whether it was consistently checking on him whenever a civilian in Konoha snubbed him or even small things like checking on his diet. There were many opportunities for Naruto to talk to Kakashi, whether it was asking him for advice on which ninjutsu to purchase or even guidance on things like taijutsu styles. Yet despite having so many opportunities, he instinctively rejected them. Was it due to the fact that Kakashi was his teacher? He had already been misled and betrayed by Mizuki, another teacher that he had trusted. Naruto also didn't really have any pleasant experiences with teachers, even during his time at the orphanage. So maybe there was some sort of scarring in his heart, a bias against teachers. The fear that Kakashi would start to ignore him like his previous teachers, causing him to do everything alone. The instinctive wariness that he felt whenever Kakashi was nearby, as if the man would once again tie him up and leave him once more. The bitterness about being left behind. Of course, logically, Naruto understood that the man would never intentionally do that. Kakashi had risked his life to protect Team 7 against Zabuza. There's no way that he would deliberately harm them for no reason whatsoever. But logic doesn't always win against emotion. Naruto would always feel slight bitterness towards Kakashi at being left behind. In the end, Naruto decided to not dwell on his thoughts and would continue to learn how to forgive. The more time he spent with his team, whether training or bonding, the more he felt the resentment on his shoulders ever so lighten. It had helped since even Sasuke and Sakura had been treating him a lot more amiably. Well, it was more like they didn't treat him as an idiot who couldn't do anything, which he was thankful for. However, they were still far away from the point where they could be considered friends. Naruto didn't expect an apology from either Sasuke or Sakura for leaving him tied to the post, as even Kakashi had taken 2 months to figure it out. He doubted that the two Genin would ever get a clue on it. Naruto watched as Kakashi continued to train Sakura and Sasuke. The man seemed to sense his gaze and turned, giving a quick eye smile before returning to what he was doing. Feeling the glance, Naruto felt a pit of ice form in his stomach once more. Oh, he so envied his old ability to forgive anyone who had wronged him with a single apology, so he wouldn't be stuck in this problem. Dinner that night. Naruto sat at the table, gobbling up what Tsunami had served. He didn't know how long she had been cooking or if she was professionally trained, but her cooking was better than most chefs in Konoha. The other members of Team 7, alongside Hade, seemed to agree with this as they silently ate their food. Tsunami smiled happily, knowing that people were enjoying her food so much. She had been getting a lot of practice recently by helping Naruto out at the food stand. Tsunami glanced towards the left and inadvertently gave a worried frown. Her son, Inari, had been forced to eat at the dinner table these past few days by her, in hopes that he wouldn't hole himself up in his bedroom alone. However, despite this, Inari showed no sign of improving. Instead, the longer he was around the ninja that protected her father, the more angry and sad the boy seemed to get. Even now, he was poking at the food on his plate, moving it around instead of eating it. "Why?" Inari muttered. Everyone glanced up from their meals and turned toward the young boy. Inari seemed to shrink in on himself from the questioning stares, but glared at the ninja across from him eating their food without a care in the world. The ninjas, who are unaware of the suffering that the people of Wave have to go through every day, finally broke his inner hesitation. "Why do you try so hard? All this training you are doing is useless. Gato's got a whole army. They'll destroy you no matter how strong you are." Inari screamed at the ninjas across from him. The ninjas in question looked nonplussed except Naruto, who looked happy hearing Inari's words. They were used to hearing about civilians doubting their abilities. Even in a ninja village such as Konoha, many civilians have no idea what ninjas are capable of doing. At first, Sasuke and Sakura were tired of being underestimated and refuted the civilian estimations of their power and skills. However, after experiencing the same thing for the past 2 months, they had given up. They understood that most civilians have no idea what ninjas are capable of. Meanwhile, Naruto looked happy hearing this. Inari cares about our lives. Naruto thought to himself. There's no other reason he could think of why the boy wanted them to leave and escape from Gato's rule. He wanted them to survive. Naruto's goodwill towards Inari just went up. "Don't worry, Inari. We won't die." Naruto smiled at the boy, who seemed to falter at the pure innocence on Naruto's face. In fact, he almost felt guilty for what he was about to say next. Almost. "You don't know what this country's been through. You always walk around all smiles, but I bet you have never had a hard day in your life." Everyone present inwardly cringed at Inari's words. While at normal times, a young, grieving boy's words wouldn't affect them, almost everyone's scabs had been ripped off recently and were a little sore to touch. Naruto's smile seemed to wither ever so slightly, understanding what the boy was coming at. These past few days, Tsunami had told him about what happened to Inari's father and why he was so depressed. He understood what Inari was feeling. Well, sort of. Even if he was angry at the boy's thoughtless words, Naruto decided to ignore them. He knew that Inari was grieving and lashing out at anyone and everyone who he thought was responsible. It wasn't his place to teach the boy what is right and wrong. However, Naruto saw that Inari's words hit Tsunami and Tazuna far more than expected. They had taken good care of everyone over the past few days, so he wanted to do something in return. Naruto wondered what he could do to help Inari see what everyone was fighting for. Empty words such as "we are fighting to free Wave from Gato's tyrannical rule" definitely wouldn't help and instead would make the matter worse. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. Naruto stood up from his seat and walked toward Inari, shocking everyone. Kakashi was thinking about stopping him, but as their eyes met, he decided to trust the boy. Meanwhile, Inari looked a little frightened. He had been watching Team 7 train these past few days, and even if he didn't think they could take on Gato, he knew that they were easily enough to take him on. Everyone was surprised to see Naruto place his hand on Inari's bucket hat, pushing it down until it covered half of his face. "Oh, what are you doing?" Inari screamed in anger, glaring at Naruto, who didn't have a care in the world. How dare Naruto touch his hat? That was his hat. "How about you come with me for a quick trip?" Naruto asked, but his tone was anything but that as he dragged the boy out the door. "Tsunami-san, I will take him to that place. Feel free to join us if you want." Tsunami stood up and quickly followed, shutting the door behind her, leaving the remaining occupants bar Kakashi confused. "Where are they going?" Sakura asked curiously. She was a little worried that Naruto would harm the boy, knowing that he could get a little hot-headed. Well, Kakashi trailed off. He had seen Naruto often send a clone with Tsunami to the town these past few days. After asking the boy about it, he had learned that he had set up a food stand for the hungry civilians of Wave. Naruto set up a food stand to give food to the hungry civilians of Wave. Tsunami-san has also been helping him operate it. Kakashi explained, shocking the others in the room. Naruto is so kind. Sakura had known the boy for several years and not once had she seen him show such a caring side to anybody. Kakashi sighed, noticing that Sasuke seemed to share similar thoughts. This had gone on long enough. He decided to end their prejudice against Naruto right here. "I want you guys to throw away everything you think you know about Naruto, since you clearly know nothing about him." "Eh? What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked in shock. What did he mean that they knew nothing about Naruto? They had been in the same class for several years and the boy had hounded her for dates every week. There's no way they don't know anything about him. Then tell me what you know about him. Well, he likes orange. He also likes to prank others. And. Sakura trailed off, thinking of what else she knew about Naruto. That was all she could really remember of the boy, to her confusion. Sasuke didn't voice anything, but inwardly that was all he knew about Naruto too. Except for the fact that despite his boisterous facade, that Naruto was as lonely as he is. And that's what I mean. Despite all these changes that Naruto has shown since the Genin exams, your understanding of him still remains back when he was at the academy. Kakashi explained. Sasuke inwardly nodded in agreement. Well, he knew that Naruto had changed since the Genin exams, he didn't know what catalyzed these changes, nor did he care to know exactly how Naruto had changed. All he knew was that Naruto seemed to gain a sudden boost in skill, strength and speed. I am not telling you that you have to be best friends with Naruto. However, if you keep looking at him through the lens that you did in the academy, you will miss any opportunity of becoming friends with him that you could have had. Just like I almost did, Kakashi inwardly finished off. Inari silently walked next to his mother, frowning. He didn't want to follow the blonde, but his mother told him that he should listen to Naruto just this once. As they continued to walk, Inari looked even more upset at the state of Wave. The streets were practically empty, devoid of any of the happy civilians that he used to see before Geto had arrived. How could these ninjas have any idea of what their life is like? However, Inari was confused by the lack of people on the side of the streets. Usually, there would be multiple people, adults and children alike, begging for food. His unvoiced question was soon answered as Naruto took them down a small alleyway which led to a rather large clearing. Inside this clearing were several makeshift huts, with people bundled together eating food. On the right, there was even a small puppet show surrounded by many children who smiled with joy as they watched it under the warm eyes of the nearby adults. The man or boy responsible for all of this had several clones stationed in various areas in the clearing. Some were cooking, and some were doing funny actions using puppets. While others had opted to clean up some of the nearby residents, shaving their beards or cutting their hair with a kunai. What's going on? Inari asked in confusion. Wave shouldn't be like this. Just a few days ago, he was met with the soulless eyes of people begging on the street, yet adults and children in front of him were smiling in joy and hope. This is what I wanted to show you. Naruto smiled at the scene in front of him. The two children a few days ago had led his clone to this clearing, which had multiple other children sleeping in boxes. Originally, Naruto planned to only feed them, but seeing their sleeping conditions, he used his limited construction knowledge to make insulated huts. Word quickly spread amongst the others on the street that there was a kind young boy who was making and serving hot food and shelter for free, and soon the homeless adults and elderly also turned up. It didn't take long for the clearing to be filled with civilians who were once empty, to be filled with hope and joy. Look in front of you, Inari. This is what your mother and grandfather are fighting for. This is what we are fighting for. Naruto and Inari walked around the different areas, and the grateful civilians all smiled whenever they saw Naruto. Some had even handed him home-knitted gloves, scarves and socks, which Naruto gladly took. Inari was amazed. He thought that the ninjas were just training to take down Geto, even if it was futile, and never knew they were helping people. Naruto knelt down in front of Inari, drawing the boy's attention to him. Listen, I know you are sad over Kaisa's death and believe me, nobody is telling you that you can't be sad. We all understand the feelings of pain behind losing someone. But instead of doing nothing but focus on his death, keep his memories close to you and fight against Geto. You can't change the past, but you can always look towards the future. What can I do? I am weak. I can't stand against Geto or his army. Inari cried in sadness and fear. Leave the fighting to us. That's our job. Naruto smiled, pointing at his chest. But fighting isn't the only thing that can be done. Why not help out here? We could use a helping hand. Inari once again looked around, seeing everyone's smiles. At some point during their arrival, Tsunami had entered the food stand, smiling while conversing with an elderly man while cooking. It didn't take long for some sort of impulse to help fill him as he nodded his head, deciding to do what he could to help the people in Wave. It might not be much in the grand scheme of things, but for Inari, it was enough. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.